Hey lovely people and welcome back to my channel. So recently I reviewed part 1 of Alchemised and I thought it was one of the worst books I've ever read, but having now read parts 2 and 3, it gets worse. I can safely say it is not only one of the worst books I've ever read and reviewed on this channel, but I think it broke me a little bit. It was both offensive and yet really, really boring. Like, I know this book is long, it's like 1,000 pages, but I read the first 6 Dungeon Crawler Call books in the same time it took me to read this one book. I was struggling. So today we're going to be focusing on part 2, and if you haven't seen my review of part 1 yet, I strongly suggest you go and watch that, although it is very long, and if you don't want to watch it again, or you haven't seen it yet and you want to skip it, I'm going to give you a short recap. But first, there's a couple of little things from the first video that I've kind of since learned or kind of want to talk about and want to address. And the first thing is that since recording part 1 and releasing that, I have learnt that the author of Alchemised, SenLinYu, is actually non-binary. So I can't remember what pronouns I was using in that first video. I think I did kind of interchangeably use she and they, because I wasn't really sure on their identity, but I do now know that they literally use she and they, so I'm going to make an effort to make sure I use the right pronouns in this book, because even if I don't respect the work that they've written in Alchemised, I don't like it at all. I can still obviously respect SenLinYu as a person, and their identity, as always, needs to be respected, and I don't think that should be up for debate. This part of the book is the longest part of the book, and it takes place about 4 years before part 1 did. So we're kind of getting flashbacks. So we're getting to learn what memories Helena lost, basically. At the end of part 1, she was pregnant and all of her memories started flooding back. And now this part 2 is basically us seeing what those memories are. To give you a very, very basic summary, and if you want to skip this, go to the next chapter of this video. I'll leave chapter timestamps and you can just skip forward. After a war, a big war, our main character, Helena, in part 1, was captured and locked in a stasis chamber, but she was still actually awake throughout the whole thing. 10 months later, she was freed, and it seems like a bunch of her memories had been wiped. I thought it was clear from the offset that she probably done it to herself, but this was apparently like a shock reveal at the end of part 1. She wiped her own memories. While kidnapped, she's not allowed to use her magic at all because she has these magic-stopping manacles that she's wearing, and so in the entirety of part 1, the first 300 or so pages of this book, Helena does absolutely nothing, and we learn nothing about her. She has no personality, no goals, no values. She does nothing. She has no agency. It is very frustrating to read. The only thing that Helena does a lot is pass out. Like, she's unconscious on and off so often throughout the entire first part of the book. In fact, we made it a drinking game in the first video where every time Helena passed out or was unconscious, we drank. Obviously, I wouldn't recommend you do it with alcohol because you are likely to die or get very severe alcohol poisoning, but if you want to do it with water, you are sure to be very hydrated by the end of it. Meanwhile, the man who was holding her captive was working for a side called the Undying. He is a magic murderer who has killed a silly number of people throughout this book so far, and he was also torturing her throughout the kidnap. His name was Cain Ferren, and he also goes by the very silly title of the High Reeve, as we discussed in the last video. A reeve is like a medieval term, it's where we get the word sheriff from. Fun fact for you, but to call someone a High Reeve and his boss is the High Necromancer, I just find it a bit silly, but that's a personal thing. Throughout the kidnap and torture, he was also repeatedly raping her as part of a repopulation program. It wasn't exactly his choice, he was coerced into doing this, however there were a few instances of sexual assault on his part that he wasn't forced into and he did entirely by choice. So here on this channel, we hate Ferren, okay? He's meant to be the love interest in this. Alchemized is like marketed as like a romantasy, but I would not call this romance. It's gross. Now Helena is pregnant against her will at the end of part 1, but obviously we're getting flashbacks, so she's not going to be pregnant during these flashbacks. Just, you know, throwing this out there in case you're new here and you don't know me yet. Hi, my name's Rachel, and I hate forced pregnancy and rape, especially in romance books, especially when the rapist is then portrayed as the love interest. I hate it. Okay, so at this point in the video, I was going to do a little rant about basically addressing some of the comments I got on the part 1 of this video and kind of responding to some of them and let you know how that makes me feel about this book, but I ended up going on like a nearly half-hour long rant, so I've decided to cut that bit out of this main video, and I'm going to post it separately as a video that you can watch if you're a channel member or a Patreon supporter. It's like a little bonus for you, like a half-hour bonus video. But for now, in this main video, let's move on to talking about part 2 specifically, because that's why you're here. I know that. Right, so let's talk about part 2. This is Helena's backstory. I assumed it was going to be like how she joined the Resistance, but no, we don't get that. At the start of this, she's already part of the Resistance and has been for many years. I still don't understand why the Resistance is called the Resistance. It's also called the Order of the Eternal Flame, but they're not a resistance because they're the side that were originally in charge and were overthrown by the other magic side, or the other magic side is trying to overthrow them, but they shouldn't be called the Resistance. Anyway, this is also the story of how Helena loses her memories, or rather, what memories she loses and why she decides to repress them herself. Questions I had upon starting this section were, Helena acted like she was in love with the now dead leader of the Resistance, Luke, but now it seems like they weren't actually in a relationship. Were they? Were they not? I want that explained in this part. Spoiler, they were not. I don't know why it was set up in part 1 to make it seem like they were, but okay. I mean, that's never explained, but yeah. Also, in part 1, Helena kept going on about how she only joined the Resistance for Luke. She didn't actually care about the politics or the magic or the religion or anything, so I'm hoping this is kind of ignored and we get a real reason, and she does actually have some opinions and agency in this section. I wanted this section to tell us what her real motivations were, why she was fighting so hard for this side, what she believed in, what her ultimate goals were. That's what I wanted out of this section. Again, spoiler, I was left very disappointed. There's also some big inconsistencies in here, but we'll get to them when we get to them. As for the rest, I was like, I'm not sure I have many other questions going into this, because at this point there's no real mystery or intrigue in this book. There's nothing really that I care about that much. We still have like 700 pages to read, and I didn't want to, but I did it for you guys. So, I'll be honest, I wrote this bit of the script like 2 weeks after I finished writing and reviewing the script for part 1, and I was struggling to remember so many of these characters' names or who anyone was. There was so much having to like go back and forth between bits of the book and search up names. It was hard. It was hard. And I'll say, I've read books that have like come out, I don't know, 18 months apart in a series, and I've still remembered the characters and who they were and what was happening better than I did going between part 1 and part 2 of this book in 2 weeks. Crazy. So, part 2 opens with Solace Splendor. The Bayards family's grand old house was one of the few to survive the city's stratospheric architectural climb. As most of the city gave way to vast interconnected towers climbing even higher, the Bayards had kept their original home on its original land. The Bayards were such fixtures at the Institute that Helena sometimes forgot how near their family seat was and how wealthy they were. And I was like, great, who are the Bayards again? So I went and searched back through the book for a recap, and because this started as Harry Potter fanfiction, I'm pretty sure this family is a stand-in for the Weasleys. So we have General Titus Bayard's body was used to kill his wife, slowly making him eat the strips off her as he cut them off. That was the first introduction to the Bayards in part 1, and I was like, oh yeah, that happened. And then at one point before that, this guy, Titus, who is the dad of the family, also had some accident, maybe fighting in the war, I don't know, it's not really clear, and got major brain damage, and his wife, Rhea, had to care for him, quote, like a child. And then there were the kids, Lila, who was Helena's old roommate and a paladin who protected Luke, and her twin brother Soren, who we know literally nothing about, just he exists. So, okay, they're who the Bayards are. We're in their house. Cool. This part of the book takes place mid-war, and that home has apparently been turned into some sort of hospital or like recovery home or something like that. I thought that was going to make it more important to the plot, but it's not. We go back there again once, and then it's never mentioned or relevant again. At the house/hospital, Helena knocks on the door, and a man called Sebastian, who is the twins' uncle, so the brother of Titus, I think, he answers the door. Again, completely forgot he existed. He shows up once here, and then he's quite important at the end of part 2, but he's nowhere in between. Okay. He's also not in part 1 or 3 at all, so okay. Sebastian, the uncle. Lila is at this house recovering from an injury, and she has a prosthetic leg, and Luke is there too, and a weird thing is made about him being short. Okay, I guess. I don't even remember this part of the book, but okay, apparently it happened. People mock him for being short. Don't know why. We love a short man. It's fine. Helena has a chat with Luke about like, hey, are you gonna clear Lila to come back to work? And she's like, yeah, why not? And he's like, because I don't want her to. And she's like, no, I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay, fine, whatever. I remember when I first read this, I had no idea what was going on. I was really, really confused. Now it makes a little more sense now that I finished the book, but you shouldn't have to understand a basic conversation like 25% of the way into the book. But I don't know. Anyway, okay, fine. Then there's more of Helena going on about, Luke, I don't believe in you because anyone ever said I should. I'm here because there's no one braver or kinder than you. You're all the good things that anyone ever hopes to be. We're not here because you tricked us. She touched his wrist with her gloved fingers for just a moment. The reason we believe in you is because if you're not good enough, then no one is. Like, what is it with this man? Why is everyone obsessed with him? Like, why are you just doing stuff for a man? This was my big problem with Helena in part 1, right? She has no, like, motivations of her own. We don't know what she actually values or what she cares about or what she stands for. The only thing she cares about is following a man. And later in this part of the book, she starts to kind of, like, question stuff because she's wanting to follow a different man instead of this man. It's still all about a man and not about her and her having any beliefs of her own. Like, why is it always just still about this man? What about standing up for what's right? What's moral? What about saving people's lives? What about doing something to make people's lives better? No, none of that in this book. It's just Luke, Luke, Luke. It's just, let's do everything for this rich guy who believes he was handed power by the gods and he wants to keep being a dictator, and he seems like one of the good ones as opposed to the side who wanted a proper council, so, we're just meant to side with him, I guess? Okay. And this chapter ends with Helena telling herself, you promised you'd do anything for him. And why? I don't get it. Why is this man so special? And that's all there is for chapter 1. This would have been the perfect opportunity to give us some real insight into this world, this Palladia, and like show us some real people being affected by the war. Give us some local people, some local kids. Show us families struggling to put meals together, people crying over losing loved ones, even at supposedly happy times. Like, show us the real impact of war. But they don't. There's none of that. Like, I remember years back, because I'm old now, but while I was still a student, I had to study 1984, and I remember writing a whole essay that was about how this one tiny section of the novel, it was where... So our main character went round to the neighbour's house to, like, help fix a sink or something like that. I can't remember why he went round. But while he was there, their kids were playing, and they were like proper indoctrinated little kids, you know. They had like the kind of Hitler Youth style uniforms on, and they were pretending to shoot each other, and they were saying like, you know, he described them as like fighting like tigers or something like that. I can't remember the exact thing now. I'm speaking off the top of my head here, but it showed us in that tiny little interaction between normal people in a normal household, it showed us how much the political party exerted control over people on an everyday basis, and especially the younger generations. And, you know, it told us so much about the world just from seeing these kids play. There's nothing like that in Alchemised, and I think it really suffers for it. When I say there's no world building, this is the kind of stuff that I mean. What would day-to-day life really be like in Palladia? And then how was it different when the war happened? Why should we believe that people were happier and more well off under the Holdfast family than under the Undying? Show us those little things and the differences to really make us understand and believe and side with you, you know? Oh, also at this point, Helena like looks in Titus's brain and is like, yeah, still can't fix it. And then we just move on. Next chapter is a couple of months later, and Helena is busy healing someone in the hospital where she works, so at least she's doing something in this part of the book instead of just sitting there silently and letting other people hurt her. That's an improvement, I guess. The soldier that she's healing is almost dead. It turns out he is just 14 years old. So tell me again how the Order of the Eternal Flame are supposed to be the good guys when they're literally sending children out to die for them. And this is something that comes up again later as well. It's a big criticism I have of that side. At the hospital, there's a woman called Matron Pace working there too. Remember her? She comes up quite a bit in this section. Sorry, I'm playing with the lipstick. It says Pace had been in medicine longer than the Palladian Central Hospital had existed. Helena heard she'd been a midwife before the national medical licensing laws came into effect. Women needed alchemy certification to qualify, and Pace wasn't an alchemist, so she couldn't become a nurse. This is a theme we saw in the last video too. So this side, supposedly the good side, the people under the holdfast, the eternal flame, whatever, who Helena is fighting for and never criticizes, they all seem to actually be sexist pigs. Just putting it out there. They just keep putting more and more restrictions on women and hating women, and women can't do this, and women can't do this, and women need to do this, and this, and this. So remember in the last part we got women have to choose between working and having kids. They cannot do both. Women in the resistance don't fight, except Lila. They have to be busy cooking and cleaning and healing because that's all women are good for, and occasionally they can be secretaries if they really want. And remind me again why I, as a woman reading this, should be rooting for these guys when they sound absolutely awful. Seriously. And here's the thing, I'm all for nuanced takes and grey morality in books, and, you know, show me protagonists realizing that the status quo that they're used to is flawed or oppressive or in need of an overhaul. Like, I'd love to see that, but we have none of that in this book. We just have, like, Helena says all this stuff about, like, she points out these things that we as the reader, or I as the reader, see as, like, this is misogynistic, this is oppressive, this is awful, but she's just like, yeah, that's the way things are. I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's fine. And then she doesn't do anything to change it, and then by the end of the book, it's the same. Some things change by the end of the book, but Helena has nothing to do with any of it, and they're not big changes, but we'll get there. So far, for 300 pages, it's just been, the people I fight for did something to oppress women. I, Helena, have no opinion on that, but I like the leader as a person, and I'll do anything for him, even though I haven't done anything to show you he's actually a nice guy and I should fight for him. But I'll continue to fight for him on the side of oppression. It's infuriating. If we'd even just, like, seen a few lines of Helena sometimes being like, sometimes I questioned if I was on the right side of history, or, like, you know, traditionally this and this happened, but Luke criticized this, and, you know, I know in time he'd have changed it when he got into power. Like, something like that could have been really good and really interesting, and just shown us these little things, how, like, Luke is the good guy, or she has some values. But yeah, we get none of that. Helena is just such a nothing character, and she's one of these people who's just like, I'm not really political, and therefore is just, like, happy to stay silent and watch as people get repeatedly hurt, you know? There's no deep questioning of this world's morality, and it just seems to be like there's a good side and a bad side, and it feels very shallow, but there's no explanation of what that actually means. And when we as the reader can see that the good side is actually awful, that's never explored really. There are some things later where Helena kind of starts to question some stuff, but again, none of it makes sense, and none of it actually goes anywhere, and there's no consequences of it, and nothing's explored deeply. But again, we'll get there, don't worry, just pop a pin in that for now. Then there's a War Council meeting in which Helena says, I submitted a proposal to the council a week ago along with my report on the hospital inventory, and several weeks before that too. I never received an answer. There's a tense silence. She plunged on. I know, it's hard to consider, but I believe we should offer resistance members the choice of donating their bodies to the cause in the event that they're killed in combat, she said. Rather than burning the bodies, we could... She hesitated a moment, knowing she could never take back what she was about to say. Reanimate them and use them as infantry in order to protect our living combatants. This would be done only with their written permission. Absolutely not, Ilva said, cutting her off. That is treason, came another voice. You stand before us and propose a desecration of the natural cycle. This is the reason why vivimancers can never be trusted, not even for a moment. They are corrupt from conception. This is why this country faces war even now. One moment of leniency and their corrupted natures will seek to spread their contamination. We are fighting a war against the dead and the undying, Helena said. She'd known they wouldn't listen, but surely by now they understood that the eternal flame couldn't possibly win if things continued as they were. It wouldn't be done to anyone who didn't consent while they were still alive. Our soldiers are willing to die for the cause. Why not at least give them the choice to keep fighting and spare the living? Your proposal is a violation of everything the Eternal Flame has stood for since the moment of its founding, Ilva said in a cold voice. You want us to consider the damnation of our soldiers' souls? You took oaths, Marino. Did I misjudge you? Have your abilities made you forget your humanity? So in part 1, we learned that in this world, this side, the Eternal Flame, believes that because of their religious beliefs or whatever, if you don't burn a body after death, then its soul will never be free or at peace or something like that. And that's why they don't want to use necromancy, even if it'll inflate their numbers, because they're like, no, we're not damning these souls forever just to win a war. I feel like this could have been a really interesting opportunity to go deeper into some of the nuances of the morality of this world, if that's what the author wanted. So this concept of saving a soul with no proof is a matter of trusting faith over facts. What are the positives and negatives of this? You could discuss that. Is your faith in the dead having a soul to save more important than the real lives of those currently living, or dying, rather? This could 100% draw parallels between the people who want to save a fertilized egg, for example, and the potential for sentient life over an already sentient person carrying that fertilized egg. That could be a really interesting parallel to draw and explore, but it's just not. The author, if they wanted, could also look at how both sides, in terms of Helena versus the Undying, they're both kind of wanting to do the same thing in terms of reanimating corpses, but is there a difference because one side are doing it with consent and the other aren't? How about we draw parallels between illegal organ harvesting and voluntary organ donation, for example? How about we draw comparisons in other areas where consent is necessary, like sex versus rape, for example? What about looking at the concept of outcome versus intention, or sacrificing a few to save the many? This could all be explored. These would be really interesting, and none of them are. I'd have loved to see an opportunity here for a real back and forth between these characters, going into detail on some of these things and looking at different sides and looking at the consequences when some of these things are done or not done. Look at this from numerous angles instead of this, what we got, which is all we got is what I just read out there, which is half a page, a very surface level discussion of, shall we do this? No, you're evil, leave. And then she leaves. And that's it. And the annoying thing is, now having finished the book, how do I put this? Part of me is okay, this comes up once for one issue, and it slightly has a point, but also it doesn't. We'll get there. But how the war eventually ends at the end of part 3 has nothing to do with any of this. I would have loved to see this stuff come back and be relevant and either save the day or damn them, or I want some consequences from this, and it's just never goes anywhere. It just annoys the hell out of me. Like I say, it's frustrating because there's potential for something interesting here that just isn't ever fulfilled. The execution is really, really poorly done. Outside the council war room or whatever, Helena cries and Soren finds her, and this is our first time seeing Soren on page or hearing anything about him. He doesn't come across as very nice, he's very judgy. He says things to her like, "You're a dunce. You could have at least washed up if you wanted to be taken seriously. You knew it wasn't going to work," he said, folding his arms. "Don't know why you thought screaming at them while looking like that would change their minds. You know what your problem is? You don't have faith in the gods." "Yes, I do," she said quickly. "No, you don't. You think you do because you think they probably exist, but that's not faith. You don't trust them." Again, this is where a lot of confusion for me came from, because in part 1, Helena explicitly said she does not believe in the gods. I remember, because, well, not only do I remember, but when I was filming that part of the video, my sister's cat Tigger came and sat with me for a while, because I was cat sitting. I remember Helena specifically going on about not believing in the gods. So why is she claiming she does here? I don't know. There is no consistency. And this is what I mean about Helena just being this blank character with no morals or values or motivations or goals or anything. Because even coming down to something as basic as does she or does she not believe in the gods is inconsistent between 100 pages. Anyway. Again, this could have been a really interesting opportunity to discuss the consequence of holy wars fought because of nothing but faith, but that's not explored, and instead all we get from Helena is, why would I trust them? They haven't done anything to deserve being trusted, which is a fair statement. As an atheist, Yeah, I agree with that side. However, I think it would have been interesting for Soren to respond to this by giving his side of things here about why he believes in them, why he trusts them, why he fights for them, but he doesn't. This conversation isn't explored anymore, it just moves on. So again, it's wasted potential of boringly surface level nonsense. It brings up these potentially interesting topics, but never explores them. It feels like reading the titled chapters of a textbook, but never actually delving into the interesting content, you know? Next up, Helena is napping. She naps a lot in this, she sleeps a lot in this. She's not unconscious as often, but she does sleep a lot, so drink every time Helena sleeps in this part of the book. Sorry, it's 1 a.m. I am exhausted. Helena's napping when her supervisor, Ilva, the one who shouted at her in the council war room before, wakes her up for a chat. This is confusing, right? I'm skipping out some lines giving Ilva's backstory here, but listen to this. They went up a floor to Ilva's office, and she produced a little key from her pocket to unlock it. Helena entered the office and stopped short. Jan Crowther was seated in one of the 2 chairs across from Ilva's desk. So did this Ilva just, lock a man in her office while she went out? And he was just sat there, locked in by himself? Because that's very strange behaviour. Oh my god. I know why she included the key, because Ilva is an unusual person in this world because she doesn't have any magical powers, right? She's magic free, which is unusual. I think they call it like a lapse or something in this world. So SenLinYu clearly wanted to be like, look, they don't have magic to open and lock doors with magic. She has to use a key. Oh my god. But then don't have a man sat in the office just locked inside it. It's very weird. Okay, anyway, immediately Ilva starts gushing about Luke, like every other character in this book, saying, Luke is exceptional. The best of all the holdfasts, I've always said. When you've lived as long as I have, you'll learn how rare it is that anyone with such a capacity for greatness is actually truly good. But Luke is one of those rare few. Why is he so great? We never see any of this on page. We never see any proof of this. We never see him actually doing anything good. We're constantly told he is good, but we're never shown it. Show us his greatness if you want us to believe it, because as it stands, I don't. You can't just tell me someone is great and then never show it and expect me to somehow believe it or be invested in this. This is what we mean by telling and not showing in books. Like, we need examples, you know? We need to see this stuff. We need to understand it. Just, frustrated. Sorry, my hair's falling out. Okay, anyway, we get the reason for this meeting, and the big revelation, and this is why Crowther's there, because he's an important part in this, even if he was locked in a room by himself. I love this. Okay. Cain Ferren has offered to spy for the Resistance, said Crowther. Helena's head swiveled sharply. What? Crowther's upper lip curled. He says it's to avenge his mother. He inclined his head. A strange motive, given that Enid Ferren died peacefully in the family's city residence a year ago. When he was reminded of that, he admitted he has a few conditions for the services he's offering. Helena stared at him expectantly, but it was Ilva who spoke. He wants a full pardon for all of his wartime activities. So Ferren is the man who was holding her captive in part 1, tortured her repeatedly, raped her repeatedly, impregnated her against her will. I assume his inclusion in part 2 here means that the author's going to try and redeem him in some way. Yep, that's what happens. Well, that's what they try to do. They try to make him like this love interest, and I hate it. We'll get there, don't worry. But let's remember, like, at this point in the story, in part 2, he's already killed Luke's dad. He's already gone around murdering a whole bunch of people. And then, in part 1 of the book, which takes place after this, remember, he's been repeatedly raping and torturing her and impregnating her, and he's murdered even more people, and he's done all that after he's offered to spy. So, like, how is anything going to be redeemable? No, I can't. Okay. I was like, how are they going to do this? And by the end of the entire book, I still don't find him redeemed. I think he's awful, but we'll get there. And his other demand for spying is, he wants you, Marino, Crowther said, both now and after the war. So he's trying to buy a woman. Lovely. I'm sorry, but this is not a redeemable love interest in my eyes. You know what I mean? I can't. She looked between them again. Are you asking me to We need that information, Crowther said. We have spies, but none at the level Farron can offer. This would be direct access to intelligence we often spend months trying to piece together. He tilted his head. He does that a lot, doesn't he? Studying her sideways. Given your impassioned advocacy today that the resistance do whatever is necessary to win this war without thought to personal cost, he smiled. We thought you might be interested. So clearly in both sides of this war, people are happy to just use women as objects, use them for sex, use them for breeding, sell them off as and when needed. This isn't complex grey morality, this isn't nuance. This is just both sides suck really, really, really badly. Both of them are awful, you know? We won't force you, Ilva said quickly. It's only if you agree. You can say no. Yes, Crowther said, with another thin, empty smile. Farron was quite specific that you have to be willing. This had to be a test. They wouldn't do this, not after everything. Ilva wouldn't sell her. Yeah, sorry, but consenting to being sold is still being sold. Asking to buy a woman is still buying a woman, you know, like, what the hell? And here's the thing that well, okay, she feels like she has to agree to this, right? So she does. Again, it's not real consent because there's coercion, right? So the plan is that she'll go see him every 4 days and he'll pass on information to her, and she's also like, God, what the hell else does he want me for? You know, obviously, like, as you've been thinking. And here's a thing that I think is important to talk about that I didn't actually discuss in my script for some reason, but it's something that I've been thinking about since I finished this book. I think it needs discussing. Helena, throughout this book, is implied to be a woman of colour, right? She is from a southern country. She is repeatedly said to have darker skin than everyone else, more textured hair, curly hair, darker hair. They always like kind of other her and say she looks different. She speaks a different language. So I think it's very much implied she's a woman of colour, right? Whereas everyone else is portrayed as being like very, very white. I know that the author of this book, I believe they're mixed race themselves. However, even knowing that, having your main character be a woman of colour who is sold to a man who you then make the love interest just feels so gross and disrespectful to me. I can't. You know, it feels very much like making Helena then fall in love with the man who has bought her, the very, very rich white man who has bought her, the poor immigrant woman of colour, right? Because that's her whole backstory. Like, it feels very much like you're having a slave fall in love with a slave owner, and I just kind of think that's disgusting. And the whole romanticization of that doesn't sit right with me. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but I don't like it. And I don't know why I haven't seen more people calling it out, because to me, it's just gross. It's just really, really gross. Alright, lovely people. Day 2 of filming, let's do this. So, where were we at? Right, we're also learning a little bit more about Helena's healing magic at this point. Okay, this was hinted at a little bit in part 1, and I thought it would become really relevant at some point, but it's actually never not. This is like, they put it in there to raise the stakes, right? But nothing ever comes of it. It annoys me. Becoming a healer would slowly carve away Helena's lifespan, like a candle being burned at both ends. Someday, she didn't know when, her resonance would begin to wither and fade, and Helena would go with it. She felt it sometimes while healing, a sensation like sand in an hourglass being diverted, flowing from her fingertips and into her patients. She never knew how much was left, just that she was spending it. This has absolutely no payoff at all. I don't know why it's in here. Okay, I guess. You know what, I've got a green light behind me and I don't like it. We're gonna go back to blue like I did last time I filmed. Sorry. There we go, that's better, isn't it? It's cozier. Sorry about that. So at this point I wrote in my original script, I do feel like in general we need more of an explanation of the magic system in this book, but at least there are some parts like this that tell us a bit about it, even if it takes 300 pages to get there. The problem is we learn about this and it never actually has any consequences. There's not really any point to this being included, because like I say, I feel like it's meant to raise the stakes, but it doesn't, because it's never actually a real threat. It doesn't actually cause anything. Yeah, I don't know. Also, sorry if you keep seeing me looking up. Sorry, I'm talking a lot today. But I've got the window open because it's really, really warm and it's late at night as always. It's like nearly midnight. And there's a very large moth who's like sitting on my light up here, and he's very cute, and I'm trying so hard to like not disturb him and just kind of let him be and let him sit, so just keeping an eye on him as well. Next up in the book, Helena has a sleep. So, you know when I said she was knocked out a lot in part 1 and to drink every time? This time we're drinking for sleep, remember? When she wakes up, Crowther is there, and you'll remember Crowther because he was there in part 1 as a reanimated dead body with Ferren's dad inside, and this time he's the guy who was locked in Ilva's office by himself. Why not? Now he's just here as himself. He talks at Helena for a while, as you do. He's like the main guy who's pushing her to work with Ferren / be sold to Ferren as his slave, you know? Mostly at this point they're just filling in backstory about Ferren and his family. They're an old family, they're rich, they're ambitious, Ferren is a good liar. There's some stuff about the family's iron, like iron will never be a noble metal, but it is indisputable at this point that Ferren's steel has built as much of Palladia as Holdfast gold. The Holdfast ruled for nearly 500 celestial years by divine right, but the rest of the world has been catching up with our technological revelations. The tension between past ideals and present realities is what enabled this war. I mean, that time has allowed this country to begin questioning what is divine and whether it matters. Our Principate can alchemize gold and wield holy fire, 2 gifts of exceptional rarity. Once that was miracle enough, but the world has changed and the Principate has not. Morrow can raise the dead and grant immortality. The Ferrens have found a way to turn their lowly iron into seemingly infinite mountains of wealth. In a world like that, what purpose is there in fire or endless gold? Helena was dumbstruck to hear such criticism uttered by a council member. So again, I feel like this is one of the things that would be really interesting to explore, and you could explore some of those themes that I mentioned earlier, but instead of doing that and, you know, genuinely asking these questions like what happens when a religious idea becomes outdated or impractical, or looking at the things like, you know, old tradition versus like new, more idealistic values or new, more useful values and things like that, that could all be really interesting to look at, but they just don't. It's never mentioned or brought up again. Ferren's family, like, being iron wielders and all this, like, it's not even relevant to the plot. Instead, all the interesting stuff is just pushed aside for what seems like prejudice. If you think that, why are you here? Because I wish to see every necromancer wiped from the face of the earth. That is the purpose of the eternal flame and the reason for the Principate's crown. I will see the city burn to ash sooner than allow necromancers to use it as their stronghold, Crowther said, baring his teeth. As long as the eternal flame is faithful to ridding the world of necromancers, I will be faithful to it. So he's there because genocide. He wants a genocide of necromancers. This is one of the most frustrating things about this book, in that no one really has any real values or motivations or, like, cares about people. Everything they do is fueled by hate, you know? Morrow is actually the only one who has, like, some sort of real motivation, and his motivation is simply, I want to live forever. And that kind of makes sense, you know? It's selfish, but it makes sense. Everyone who's working for him, I don't really understand their motivations. Maybe they want eternal life as well, but I don't know. The guilds rebelling made sense at first because I was like, okay, you don't want a dictator anymore, you want like a whole council. That makes sense. But then teaming up with Morrow and the Undying, I don't know why they did that, but here we are. Luke and the Holdfasts are just like, we want to maintain power as dictators. That's their motivation. The people following him are either just like, oh, I really like Luke and the Holdfasts, so I'll follow them regardless, or I really hate the other side, so I'll do anything to kill them all. None of these motivations really make sense. If there were more things like, you know, I like this side's values because they want to do this and this and this for the people, or I dislike this side's values because people got hurt in this and this, like, I would understand it more. But as it is, like, the motivations and the values of these two sides just don't really make a lot of sense to me, and I find it very frustrating. Anyway, Crowther admitting this, this might be a good time for Helena to, like, push back against this and be like, well, I'm not motivated by that, what I am motivated by is, but she doesn't, because she has no motivations other than just blindly following Luke. We don't get any interesting discussion or anything here. Instead, all we get is what we've just read, and then the conversation moves on, and the final thing is Crowther saying, then taking Ferren's offer as a compromise, working with one necromancer to stop the others. And then that's it. And then they talk a little bit more about Ferren, and yeah, it makes no sense. The whole good side in this book, the Eternal Flame side, is just built on like religious indoctrination, prejudice, and misogyny, and that never seems to be challenged throughout the whole book, and it's really frustrating to read. Even by the end of part 3, I feel like it's never really challenged. Basically, with Crowther and Helena talking, they think Ferren is sort of on their side because that family, the Ferrens, have spent the last century digging into their family lineage and convincing themselves of some imaginary right to rule that was usurped by the Holdfast. And apparently the Ferrens are just like waiting for Morrow and the Holdfasts to destroy each other so the Ferrens can sweep in and take power or something. Again, this could be interesting as a motivation, except it's never mentioned or brought up again, and I don't get it. Because this isn't actually Cain Ferren's motivation. It might be his father's, but I wouldn't know because we never hear that from his father. We never see any consequences of it. I forgot this was even in here because it's just so irrelevant to the rest of the book. I think there could be something interesting going on here because, like, you know, there is this irony that Luke's family, the Holdfasts, are only ruling because they believe they have this divine right to rule, a right that others, including Helena, because she doesn't believe in the gods, would say is imaginary, but she thinks they should rule anyway because reasons. So the Ferrens being like, well, actually, if you look back, we've got the right to rule. Like, you could draw these parallels between the Ferrens and the Holdfasts and, like, look at the differences and similarities between them and explore that in the book, but they don't. None of that. I don't know. There's also this repetition of he could have asked for anything, cited a crisis of conscience, demanded a mountain of gold, but instead he wants you. It's an irrational choice. Crowther drummed his fingers thoughtfully. A sign of some kind of subconscious obsession, perhaps. His eyes flicked over Helena appraisingly. An obsession is a weakness, and a weakness is an opportunity for us. As we establish, you'll go to Ferren twice a week and bring his missives safely back to me. And during those visits, you will do anything he wants. I know, Helena says. So once again, instead of exploring the potentially interesting stuff, this book just keeps coming back to how many ways can we hurt, abuse, and objectify women on the page. Mostly Helena. And again, I want to keep saying it's so frustrating because Helena's motivations are so incomprehensible. Like, why is she so devoted to Luke and the cause? It's never fully explained in this book, not in the whole 1,040 pages. It does make sense when you think of this starting as a Harry Potter fanfiction, because Harry and Hermione being friends, that's in the books, right? And I don't really remember, but I'm pretty sure that's like established why they became friends and they stick up for each other or something. I don't know. But as a standalone piece, being read by a non-Harry Potter fan, and just looking at Luke and Helena as these independent characters, her devotion to him makes no sense. None of this holds up. Luke is just such a nothing character in this. We see him a little bit more in part 2, but no, I'll not give you the spoilers yet. I will say, like, the things that I thought were a little bit of, like, character development for him, and, like, showing us who he was. Yeah, we'll get there. Crowther says he wants Helena to use her magic to seduce Ferren and discover his weaknesses, his secret desires. Make use of that allegedly clever mind of yours. Let him think he has all the power and gradually make him begin craving things he can't demand from you. Whatever passing interest prompted this, I want you to turn it into an obsession that consumes him. With your abilities, you can make him feel however you want him to feel about you, enthrall him. Like, so you do realize this is manipulation and coercion, right? Crowther basically wants Helena to magically coerce and manipulate and therefore abuse Ferren and ultimately, like, use magic to rape him. Basically, it's disgusting. Whereas Ferren's buying her so he can just, like, physically rape her. I hate this book. I mean, like, what is it with this book? And both sides using these two individuals as pawns to rape each other to gain political power in one way or another. It's so messed up. I don't like it. Crowther says, if you only want to be a victim, then by all means go. Or you can do things my way and Cain Ferren will not be your owner, he'll be your target. Your job will be to get as much information out of him as possible until it is we who have no more need of him. The choice is yours. Like, sorry, but this is not empowering. You're still asking her to be raped by him while magically coercing him and manipulating. No, can we not? In the next chapter, we finally meet Ferren in this, flashback past era. If you can't tell, I was really bored of the book already at this point. This book was way too long as well, and there was way too much repetition. It could have been a third of the size, and I still wouldn't have enjoyed it and the plot, but at least it wouldn't have dragged on as long and been quite so boring. There's so much filler in this book as well because nothing is explored deeply. Nothing goes beyond surface level. It's very repetitive, very dull. So she meets Farron at an outpost and she's like, oh my god, he looks so young. And he's in a grey uniform at this point, so he's not the High Reeve yet, I think we're meant to gather from this. First act upon meeting her is locking her inside a small room with him. So yeah, that's not threatening or weird at all. I hate this man. I can't believe the author actually wants us to like root for this man who is actively buying a woman. I can't. He flashed a quick grin, the expression slicing like a scythe across his face, more a wound than a real emotion. Swear it then, I want to hear you say it as a vow. She didn't let herself pause or think, just pressed a hand over her heart. I swear it, on the spirits of the 5 gods and my own soul, Cain Farron, I'm yours as long as I live. I don't like it. At these words, he stepped towards her. There was a predatory curiosity in his eyes, like a wolf stalking prey. Dangerous men are not sexy. Predators are not sexy. Can we stop pretending they are, please? The thought of consenting to whatever awful thing he wanted was bad enough, but being forced to remain dreading it was worse. She slid a hand behind her back, curling it into a tight fist until her nails bit into her palm, the almost healed cuts all throbbing, threatening to be split open again. Yeah, it's when I read stuff like this and see a man literally driving a woman to self-harm, because that's what this is. She's hurting herself because she's so scared of him and what he's going to do to her. I can't understand why anyone would root for them as a couple. I can't. Like, for me, this kind of thing is irredeemable. And it only gets worse as well. Yes, I am generous. However, Farron suddenly looked appraising. I do think you should give me something at least. The smile he flashed was viperine. After all, I did have to give up some rather precious information to earn you. Surely I deserve something in return to warm my cold heart. Helena's stomach dropped, her equilibrium vanishing. What do you want? She asked in a stiff voice. Well, since you're a void of creativity when it comes to gratitude, kiss me like you mean it, he said. And then, as if it were an afterthought, he added, based on your performance, I'll decide how much information I feel inspired to part with. A kiss? Just a kiss? That was better than she'd expected, but she still didn't want to go anywhere near him. He was goading her, that was obvious. From the moment she'd knocked on that door, everything he'd done was intended to keep her on edge. This kiss was intended to compound that, to seal her sense of humiliation and cement her resentment towards him, the belief that she was only being spared further shame through his leniency. He expected her to hate him, to be so distracted by her emotions that she was easy to manipulate into fueling her own misery. It was a game. None of this was real. She was a toy, something he'd thrown into a list of demands, as a diversion tactic. She wasn't a part of his real plan, she had to remember that. Murderers are still men, she told herself, and he was merely a boy. So she gave him a slow, sweet kiss, the way she could imagine herself kissing someone she was keen on. She didn't try to make it enticing or seductive, she let it be tentative. A first kiss, because it was her first kiss. I'll be honest, I felt like I was reading sexual assault here, and I still do. I am repulsed by all of this, I hate it, but also this, knowing that this is her first kiss as well, I'm shocked that this is how we learn that, like, her and Luke weren't actually dating, I guess. So, okay. Yeah, and again, like, I don't get how people can go on to root for Helena and Farron as a couple when, like, she was literally manipulated and violated like this for her first kiss, ever, by him. Like, that's not sexy. I don't like that. Again, irredeemable. Right, I'm going to go on a little tangent here, but it is relevant, right? So I do feel a little bit like I'm going insane at the moment because I feel like everywhere I look, I'm seeing these toxic, abusive relationships being put on a pedestal. And I look back at like media I watched when I was younger, and I realize that, again, when I saw growing up these toxic and abusive relationships being portrayed as romance, that really, really did play a huge part in me personally not recognizing that I was in an abusive relationship for a long time because that kind of behavior from men had just been so normalized to me. So I thought that was just normal. I thought that was just how men loved, how men showed affection. I thought that's what you had to expect when you were in a relationship with someone. And so it upsets me that even though I try and talk about these issues today, a lot of people push back and they're like, well, no one would actually think that. No one would actually be put in danger from this. And I'm like, but I was. I've seen it happen to other people. And it bothers me that we glamorize it so much when it can have these really negative effects. So it's not just in books like Alchemised, but I've seen it recently in other media. So to give a more recent example, I just recently watched the TV series The Miniature Wife, and I felt so confused and conflicted and quite disgusted by the ending. I was enjoying it at first, and I thought it explored a bunch of really like difficult topics, but in a really interesting way. And then by the end of it, I was like, well, this was repulsive. Basically, it's about this woman who she had to put her career on hold for years and years and years so her husband could focus on his. And when she's finally had enough and she tries to leave him, he uses the technology that he's been working on to literally shrink her to like inches tall. Like, she can stand in the palm of his hand. Like, he physically shrinks her, right? She's smaller than a human hand, and she has to start living in a doll's house in their house, and a bunch of other stuff. And the whole time I was watching that series, at first I thought it was this big metaphor for an abusive relationship. This is an abusive husband abusing his wife. Like how an abuser can make their victim feel smaller and weaker and have less impact on the world, and how it can make them feel ignored and unheard. I thought it was all like a big analogy for that. And, there are times when she is so small and miniature, he quite literally locks her in the doll's house and she can't escape. But he keeps telling her, it's for your own good, it's for your own safety. And like, he's so aggressive and angry. And there's points where he tries to literally kill her. Like, he threatens to flush her down the toilet and drops her before catching her at the last minute, stuff like that. And I was like, oh my God, like, this is a big analogy for an abusive relationship, right? And I thought the resolution to this TV series, the ending was going to be like, she finds some way to get big all by herself, and builds up her own self-esteem and gets big again, and she leaves her abusive piece of crap, selfish, controlling, abuser husband. But no, that didn't happen. Instead, the couple get a happy ending where he agrees to make himself smaller too for all of 5 minutes so that they can go steal some tech or something like that. And then that makes them both big. And once they're both big again, because he's saved the day rather than just her, they agree that love conquers all, and they agree to give it another go together. And that's supposed to be a good thing. I was left genuinely angry by this. Like, he took away her bodily autonomy. He tried to kill her. He was repeatedly violent and controlling and aggressive and abusive. And they still end up together. And that's portrayed as a happy, good thing. I don't get it. This is not a relationship we should be romanticizing or portraying as, a happy ending when they stay together. And I was even more bothered when I read an interview with one of the creators who said of the husband character, right? This was in a Time article or something where he points out this control analogy that I saw myself. And the creator said, or the article says, there's an abuse allegory in The Miniature Wife for those who care to see it. Though Ames and Turner, the creators, see Lindy and Les as soulmates, and they do reconcile. Les, the abusive husband's behavior is illustrative of coercive control, but the creator justifies this, and even if the author of the article didn't, the creator justifies this by saying, control is his love language. I feel like they might have stumbled upon a love language. There is an understanding that they're going to have to take a look at what that balance actually is. Ultimately, the creators do believe foundationally that their relationship was built on love, but they need a big emotional reset. There's your miniaturization. We do like to say that miniaturization might be better than couples therapy. And I'm sorry, but you cannot call abuse in a marriage a love language. You can't say that. You can't say that you can't say that there is a foundation of love in any abusive relationship. I'm sorry, it's disgusting. The series, which I will also add is marketed as a comedy, literally ends with the wife saying that she deserves her abuser because, well, she's also a messy person and she also has flaws. And therefore she deserves to be with this man who is violent and controlling and aggressive and tried to kill her. This is what victims of abuse are often made to think about themselves, and it's a horrible, heartbreaking thing to feel about yourself that you deserve the abuse, because I've been there as well, and it's awful to see people telling abuse victims that they deserved it and stuff like that. It's awful. So the fact that this is in this program as a happy ending, a woman telling herself, well, I'm messy, so I deserve this abuser, and that being portrayed as a happy ending is terrifying, right? And most of the attempts of humour and comedy in this programme are literally just the husband abusing his wife in various ways. And that's meant to be funny for some people. I don't get it. I don't get it. I will say, like I say, as someone who's been the victim of domestic violence and intimate partner abuse, I found it very, very hard to watch, particularly the last episode. And I was very upset after finishing the series. Sorry, a lot of thoughts. I do talk often about like rape culture on this channel, but I genuinely believe there is also this culture that normalizes toxic and abusive relationships, and I think that and rape culture do go hand in hand. I feel like books like Alchemised and TV series like The Miniature Wife and so much other media that I have covered on this channel that actively, like, they do actively encourage the acceptance of violence against women, and I feel like myself and others need to actively call this out, you know what I mean? Like, I think another well, not really another example, but like an anti-example that I've mentioned before is, and I've chatted with a few of you in the comments about this before, but if you want like a dark comedy/drama series that does focus on a victim of abuse leaving and getting out of there and you know, getting making her life better, essentially, then Kevin Can F Himself is a brilliant TV series, thoroughly underrated. And it's brilliant, and it actively calls out this culture of downplaying men's abusive behaviors, like comedy or men just being men, or like, ooh, it's just what they do. Like it actively calls that out and shows this woman saying, no, I've had enough of this, and it shows the real effects on a woman, and it shows her getting out of there and building a new life for herself, and I think it's brilliant. It's 2 series and it's fantastic. Sorry, tangent aside, where were we? Right, we were just reading about Helena being violated by her endgame love interest, weren't we? Lovely. So he gives her this ring that she has to wear all the time so that he can communicate with her if he needs to see her. And what do you know? She decides to wear it on her wedding ring finger to be disgustingly symbolic. Ew, I hate this. My resonance for silver is only passable, but I think I can manage a temperature shift. Do I call you the same way? She asked. No, he said sharply, his voice startlingly vehement. You don't ever summon me. You burn me ever, and this deal is off. I'm not an effing dog. If you want me, you can come here and wait or leave a note, and I'll get around to it when I have time. So see, he's an abusive piece of crap. He's like, you come when I call you, but don't you dare get in touch with me. These double standards, it's abusive, it's awful. We hate this man. There's also a thing about Helena saying that Farron's resonance felt wrong, like he's not actually human. And I said, I'm sure this will be important later. It's not. It's not. I don't even know what the point of this is. It's not relevant. I don't even know. Okay, we then skip forward in time to their next meeting, and Farron starts by immediately attacking her to show her how vulnerable she is and how much she needs his help. This is 100% like men who are like, women need us to protect them. Protect them from who? From people like you. Anyway, Farron is controlling and violent and a monster, and we get passages like, Helena couldn't respond. Her eyes were beginning to bulge. Her heart still worked at least. It was racing inside her chest. Her eyes must have looked terror-stricken because he chuckled. So, in part 2, we're immediately back to scene after scene after scene of Helena being tortured and abused, just like the first part of this book. Nothing changes. His fingers just barely moved, and the paralysis on her lungs disappeared, but only her lungs. So he was literally stopping her breathing. Like, disgusting. She drew a ragged breath through her teeth because it was the closest she could get to screaming. She couldn't find a way to untangle her body from his control, couldn't even find her own resonance. He then begins to read her mind without consent, again, just like he did a million times in the first part of this book. So he clearly has no concept of privacy, or if he does, he just doesn't care. Hate this man. He tells her that she needs to learn to protect her mind from this kind of mind reading that he's doing to her by giving up lesser secrets and focusing on different things. And then the chapter ends and a new one starts, and it's the next meeting where he's testing her brain defenses again. Now, I feel like this is something that could be really interesting, right? This idea of like training your brain to like only give up certain secrets and blocking mind reading and stuff. That would be really cool. And it's something that Helena does learn to do. The problem is this ends up being a massive plot hole, because if Helena has learned to do this and like block mind reading and like give up this but not this like if she's spending so long in this part of the book learning this stuff, then there was no need for her to just completely wipe her brain of memories in between parts 2 and 1. You know what I mean? So that whole memory loss in part 1 was entirely unnecessary, because she's supposed to have already learned how to hide secrets. She didn't need to wipe her brain completely. She could have... I hate this book. I absolutely hate this book. It makes no sense. It's the worst. Also, I don't know if I've ever shown you this mug, but it's adorable. But it's me and my little Coobs. That's Kyra. That's me, back when I had different colour hair. There's my little Coobs. I love it. It's so cute. Oh, I miss that girl so much. Bless her. Anyway, third meeting between Helena and Farron. If you're, well, I've said it a million times already, but there is so much repetition in this book. We don't need to see every interaction between Farron and Helena played out in this way, just on page with like nothing in between. Like, a good author can show us time passing and show us a relationship building, especially when it's quite repetitive. Like, they can do that, but in a more engaging way. SenLinYu can't do that. I think like a really good example of it is in Stephen King's 11/22/63, which takes place over a number of years, and it also has a number of days where, you know, he's just working as a school teacher, and that sort of stuff could be repetitive, but it isn't, you know? There's also the fact that, like, with the time travel element, we do see certain elements played out again and again on the page, and yet somehow it still doesn't feel repetitive because it's written really well. King still manages to make the story completely engaging and well-paced, and I think that's a sign of King being a way better author than SenLinYu. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't happen in Alchemised. We just end up with page after page of Helena being repeatedly tortured and in pain. And again, very boring, very sad, uncomfortable to read, not a fan. His resonance sliced through her again. It was worse the second time, like having a wound reopened and ripped larger. It was harder to think. When Farron finally let go, Helena felt as though her skull were about to split in two. Her eyes were welling up with tears, and she bit down savagely on her lip, her chest stuttering as she fought to breathe. So this is just a repeat of the first part of the book. It's not new, it's not interesting, it's not enjoyable to read unless you enjoy reading about the pain and misery of women, which I'm starting to think some people do, and it concerns me. But instead of worrying about her own being, Helena stops for a while to be worried that the man who's hurting her might be lonely, because, oh no, there's got to be a good reason why he's hurting me. His loneliness is far more important than my physical safety. We then cut back to the hospital, and Helena is sad because she feels like she's being replaced, because she has now been asked to train 4 new magical healers. One of them is Elaine Boyle, who is the name we heard in part 1 of being Luke's personal healer. So I had a theory that she might actually be Helena, but no, she's not. She's an entirely different person. Meanwhile, Helena is starting to use her brain magic more to push away thoughts and feelings, and also hide things from Farron too. So clearly she can hide things from mind reading. It's just annoying that by the end of part 2, this skill is completely forgotten and it goes nowhere. She finally sees Luke and Lila again, and to say she's supposed to be like super duper close with these two and they're like her bestest best friends and would do anything for them, and this whole book happens because Helena's obsessed with Luke, like, we barely actually see her interact with them, and we know literally nothing about them as characters. They interact for all of like 2 seconds, which are like them going, hey, you should hang out with us, and she's like, no, I can't, bye. Which is the exact same interaction we saw at the beginning of this part 2. It's boring. We move on. There's a very basic rule in storytelling, right? That every scene needs a purpose. It needs to either move the story on, or at least leave us in a different place from where we started, or teach us something very important about the characters, or, you know, it's like the creators of South Park did a thing, and I think I mentioned this in my part 1 review, but the creators of South Park did this thing where they were like, in storytelling, instead of just going, we see this, and then there should be a connection between them. So it's like, we see this, and therefore this happens, however this happens, and therefore this happens, and we need the connection between the scenes. So the scenes are always moving the action forward, they're always moving the story forward, they're always leaving us in a different place to where we started, or answering a question, or creating another problem to be solved, or introducing another mystery, or something like that, you know. We don't get that in Alchemised. And there is absolutely no point to so many of the scenes. They do nothing, and they leave us in the exact same place that we started in. Then this is followed by a then, not like a therefore or a but or like just then. Helena one day is out collecting herbs and stuff for medicine when she sees that the Undying have some big beastly monster that they can use to attack people. Nothing happens in the scene. She just sees it, and then her messenger ring burns, so she knows she has to go see Farron, so she does. Okay. This could have been an email. So then we get another Farron and Helena scene, and instead of talking about anything interesting, he gets mad at her for foraging medical supplies and says she needs to stop, and he can tell her what to do now because he says to her, have you forgotten, I own you. So he's being controlling. He's stopping her doing her basic job, you know? And then he tells her she needs better self-defense skills, and when she says she'll train at the Institute, he says, you don't want me to train you? His voice had turned slippery and dangerous. Why not? I'd have thought you'd prefer to fill our time with training rather than some of the other activities I could demand. Helena stopped short and looked back. He was cornering her. Why is he so controlling? Like, just let her do something herself for once, you know? He won't let her do anything without him, not even, like, train self-defense. And he's like, well, either you let me, at this point, physically assault you over and over, or I rape you over and over. Your choice. The topic comes back to sex, because of course it does, and Helena says, "Do you always buy your company?" It was only a guess, but Ferren seemed the type. Guild families with a tradition of resonance-based marriages had reputations for wandering into the beds of others. Marriage among the guilds was as much a business arrangement as the silk entertainment houses on the West Island. Ferren's eyes gleamed. "I admit, I enjoy the professionalism," he said with a shrug. "Clear lines, no expectations, and I don't have to pretend I care." His lip curled at the last word, as though caring were the most offensive concept known to man. So I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that let's remember this is happening during a war. I'm gonna suggest that during a time period like this, during a war, the sex workers that are available there aren't necessarily doing it because they want to. I doubt it's liberating for them. I doubt it's empowering for them. So this man choosing to visit sex workers during a war, that is a choice I do judge him for. Just saying. I'm also so damn sick of this trope in romance of, she's a virgin, in fact it's her first ever kiss, yet he's been out having meaningless sex with hundreds of sex workers for years now, and that's okay. That's normal. That's seen as romantic and sexy. I hate it. It gets worse. He is so insulted by being called out by her for using prostitutes that he decides in response to sexually assault her. He tells her to strip, and she's petrified, and she barely, literally strip off all her clothes, and she barely managed to swallow. Her ears were ringing until she could scarcely hear herself think. He wasn't even aroused, she could tell. He was doing it to teach her a lesson. And again, I have to ask, how can anyone like this character? How can anyone root for these two characters to be together? It's disgusting. Her jaw began to tremble uncontrollably. "You don't even want me, why did you ask for me?" He laughed. "You're right, I don't want you, but owning you will never get old. As long as you live. What a promise to make. I wonder how much I can make you regret it." His teeth flashed again. "Take off your clothes, Marino. It's time to see what I've been paying for." So, this whole passage is just a lead up to rape, obviously, and it's sickening, you know? Thankfully, before he can actually do anything and actually rape her, he explodes in rage and he screams at her and he smashes up the room they're in, and he smashes up the door to the room, and as the door smashes, Helena manages to run away. This is just typical abuser behaviour, and the whole scene is so disgusting and disturbing, and again, I don't know why anyone would write this man as being the endgame love interest. I don't know why anyone would root for these two as a couple. And again, I'm going to remind you, sci-fi and fantasy book of the year, apparently. I can't believe it either. After finishing this book and my scripts, I did look up a couple of the reviews for this book, and I just need to read you a few from people who I'm honestly incredibly concerned about. Remember what you just read. Remember of all the rape scenes we've had in this book so far. Remember all the abusive crap that Ferren is doing. And then you have people saying, "My heart and soul belong to Helena Marino and Kane Ferren. My love for Helena and Kane will never die. Kane, I'll defend him until my last breath. He sacrificed every part of himself until only a ghost was left. His morality was questionable, but his love for Helena was always there. In the end, he did it all for her. Kane Ferren, he altered my brain chemistry in every way. Him and Helena, my babies, must be protected at all costs. Helena and Kane's love story is one for the ages. These two broken souls finding comfort and love with each other was a beautiful journey to witness. I love them so much it hurts. I miss them." Are we reading the same book? Hate this. Anyway, blah blah blah, it's a lot of repetition. Anyway, blah blah blah, there's a lot of repetition, only now the big monster things that Helena saw outside, they seem to be dying in the cold weather. So I was like, oh, this seems like a big threat that will go somewhere. It doesn't. It comes back up once, but anyway. Next time she meets Ferren after that, he's injured and she heals him, and I think this is supposed to be like a bonding moment between the two of them, but it just makes me want to vomit. This is apparently a turning point in how she sees him, because for months he'd been something bloodless and soulless, not a person, but an evil to endure, and an obstacle to overcome. Seeing him injured, stripped of the shell of a uniform that he hid inside, had altered her perception of him. There was a fragility that she'd been unprepared for. He seemed so human, and she didn't like thinking of him as human. Undying murderer, spy, target, tool. That was how she needed to view Ferren. Not as someone who could be hurt, not as someone who didn't understand blood loss and who rambled explanations, not as someone who assumed a hand extended was meant to hurt him. So, again, not a fan of this whole ooh, let's humanize and feel sorry for the abusive murderer. That's not really for me. And it's all well and good, like, her suddenly being like, oh, I suddenly see him as this, like, delicate, vulnerable human who needs protecting. Like, okay, but why couldn't he feel the same about her? Why can he never see her as human? Why is he still literally physically assaulting her repeatedly, you know? For so long, all she'd seen was his pride and anger. Now she couldn't help but feel that there was something terribly tragic about him, straining beneath the surface. Like, sorry if I don't join you in feeling pity for a torturing, murdering rapist. Okay, so a few pages later, after a completely inconsequential scene with Lila where nothing happens, Helena has another scene with Farron. He decides to teach her how to fight, but it's just another excuse for him to beat her up and break her bones for several pages. It is just more torture porn for the sake of it. I don't need to repeat it all at this point. Like, you know, you get it. Excruciating pain, broken bones, blood, insults like, "You're pathetic," he said, adding more weight to her chest. Her eyes watered, but she didn't make a sound. "I could do anything I wanted to, hurt you in ways you cannot even imagine, and you couldn't do anything to stop me. I wouldn't even need my resonance. I could do it with my bare hands. That's how weak you are." Does anyone want to tell me where the romance part of this romantasy is? He also made a point to injure her hands so she couldn't heal herself or anyone else properly. And why did he choose to do this? Because he can, apparently, and that's all he cares about. The next week he comes back and he's like, "Oh, sorry, didn't mean to hurt you that badly, won't do it again." Oh, typical words from an abuser. Hurt you, grovel, hurt you again. And guess what? He does hurt her again. He says that she needs to get stronger, and he tells her to start with, I can never say this word, calisthenics. And once again, confused with the world building. You have 2 moons, a different calendar, necromancy, but also cars, radios, and calisthenics, and also calisthenics. I can never say it, but you know, it's little things like that that just kind of really take me out of it, and they leave me very confused about the world building and the intention with anything here. Farron tells her that the High Necromancer is going away for a while, and that the Resistance should attack then, if ever, because they'd actually been with a chance of winning. And I was like, ooh, is this a trap? Is this for real? Ooh, I don't care. I do not care. Couple of pages of the attack happen, and then Farron and Helena meet again, and this time he's ill, and it's clear that he's now been promoted to... Well, actually, here's the thing. I said he's clearly now been promoted to High Reeve, although Helena doesn't know yet, but apparently he hadn't been promoted to High Reeve at this point. That only happened after the end of part 2, but before the end of part 1, I think. So I was talking out my bum here. I was seeing things that weren't actually there, or this book just doesn't make sense. Either way. But yeah, he's been doing more murdering, and he's wearing a different uniform now, and he's angry, and he's shouty, and he's sweary at her, and she's desperate for his approval, so she decides to tell him about her magic healing powers, which she's been hiding from him. He calls her a bitch, and then reveals that he has some magical festering wound on his back, and she says she can't heal it, but maybe she can contain it. And even at the end of the book, I'm still confused about what exactly this injury is, right? The injury was more than merely incisions and metal transmutation. The array was active, she could feel the hum of resonance moving through it. Altering an active array was extremely dangerous, the kind of thing that costs limbs. Attempting it might kill them both. So from what I can tell, it's some big wound on his back where something's been carved into his back and magic put in there to do something, but it's never really clear what it actually does. Or why. I don't know. Once again, though, we're meant to think this is the start of their epic romance because she's helping him and she's sacrificing for him because, oh, this could put me at risk, but I need to save you and heal you. It's not romantic when all he's done so far is torture her and inflict pain on her and buy her, and she's like, well, let me risk my health for you. I don't find that romantic, and I don't support it. We're then given a little bit more information about the undead here, or the undying, or whatever it is, you know, the bad guys. Helena was beginning to understand how the undying were immortal. He was not ageless, his body was trapped in time. His body was trapped in time. His regeneration keeping him exactly as he was. It did not let him change, not with age or injury. Wait, so he's not ageless, but he can't age. In the bonus video I recorded for this, I was talking about how I didn't necessarily need simplicity in the writing, but I needed clarity. And I think this is a perfect example of that. There is no clarity in this. It makes no sense. Okay. But the array was designed to change him. The mutated power existed for the sole purpose of alteration, and that contradiction was killing him in a way far more profound than the mutilation on his back. He was in a crucible, and he was the Crucible, and he would either die terribly or be wholly alchemized into something that could survive the paradox. What does any of that even mean? You see what I mean? Like, this is the only explanation we get of this, like, array thing on his back, and I still don't know what it's meant to do or not do, or I don't get it. I don't get it. But you know what? This basic description of the Undying here kind of feels a little too... Well, it feels like too little too late, you know what I mean? We're like 40% of the way into the book at this point, and we're only just getting a basic description of what it actually means to be immortal. And even then, it's confused and muddled and contradictory, and I still don't really get it, but... Okay, this is fine. So using her genius powers, which have been forgotten up to this point, Helena looks at the symbols on Farron's back, and she figures out their meaning. Calculating, cunning, devoted, determined, ruthless, unfailing, unhesitating, and unyielding. It made sense that an array on a person couldn't be a typical transmutation formula, but the idea of forging traits into a human was horrific. If it worked, it would carve Farron down to these 8 compounding qualities, potentially erasing everything else about him. So I guess the idea is... it's meant to change him into, like, just a certain set of features, like personality features. I don't know. I don't care. Anyway, she starts trying to heal him and his back, but she says that she can't do it all in one go and he has to keep coming back for her to help him properly. And then she starts calling him Cain because it makes him seem more human. And for that reason, we're going to keep calling him Farron. This goes on for a while, and she... Okay, here's a thing that's meant to be important, but... it's just so poorly developed and... Okay, she's got this necklace, right? And we'll find out where it came from later, but it's a necklace with, like, a stone in it. And the stone part of this necklace, or the talisman, or whatever, like, she puts it against the array and the stone literally goes into his body and is, like, dissolved into his body. And I was like, this is probably going to be relevant at some point. Here's the thing I think I've figured out. This stone is really, really important. And it's like a one-of-a-kind thing. And we'll come to it later what it is, right? And this stone is what lets him heal from this array thing. It's also, I think, I don't know, I'm reading between lines because it's never stated, but because it's never stated. But you know how in part 1 he can use his power from a distance? I think this stone is what allows him to do that, but I don't know because it's never explicitly stated. And also, like, we never see him discovering that power or starting to use it. It's just like, oh, all of a sudden in part 1 he has it, and then it's never used again. Okay, there's more of a discussion of how the Undying are bound tomorrow, the bad guy, remember? And it's just an extension of what we heard in part 1, so we're getting a lot of repetition here, right? We're not always bound to him exactly, Farron said, where he uses his bones, piece of them when we're made. Part of the outer bone of his right arm was used on me. He calls them phylacteries? Really hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm just going to call them the magical bone bits, but the phylacteries. It's what creates our physical immutability. A part of that is used to make the talismans, the magical bone bits. He gestured at his chest. He takes... No, wait, what's the talisman? I don't know, okay. He gestured at his chest. He takes the phylacteries out sometimes and either grows a new bone or takes a spare from some necrothrall. That's what he did when travelling, so he could have some of us behind during his trip. He doesn't like to do it often, but if he travelled without leaving the phylacteries, the connection would sever and we'd die. His bones? Helena was stuck on that point. He nodded. Yeah, he shares a piece of himself with us and we give all of ourselves to him. But what would happen if you stole your phylactery? He laughed under his breath. You've never been anywhere near Morrow if you think that's doable. He can fill rooms with his resonance, but even if it were possible to steal from him, they start crumbling after a while. That deterioration doesn't kill the Undying, but their minds start to go. Well, that explained why Farron needed the Eternal Flame. He was dependent on them defeating Morrow for him. So I assume at this point, the end of this book will be them freeing his magical bone thing or whatever to set him free, but I didn't really care. Okay. Meanwhile, Helena thinks to herself, she felt lost. Cain's injury was eating into her detachment. She could feel herself losing focus. Now that she was showing signs of recovery, she couldn't let herself forget her task. Hold his attention, make him loyal or obsessed, whichever came more readily. As vital as his information was, he remained a liability if his service was solely at his own discretion. But here's the thing, right? Other than on the very first day that we met, we've seen literally 0 attempts from Helena trying to use her magic to seduce him. Like, if she really wanted to, maybe she could have, like, done it when he was knocked out, and she's like, oh, I'll manipulate him while he's unconscious, or, like, we could have seen her trying to do it in a little bit, but there's been nothing. It feels like this part of the plan has just been forgotten about at this point until it's convenient to bring up again. And then it's just like, she never tries it again, she doesn't do it, she doesn't manage it. The book is just so poorly written. Nothing matters in it. Anyway, as time goes on, this doesn't change. Helena just doesn't bother trying to magically manipulate him anymore. But what does change is Ferren's hair, or Cain's hair, as we're calling him. I can't call him Cain. I'm not calling him Cain. I'm calling him Ferren. Okay, his hair has started to go white as some side effect of the magic. I think it's to do with the magic stone she shoved inside him. I guess it's also to make him look more like Malfoy from the Harry Potter books, I guess. Then there's some stupid moment where he nearly kisses her, but instead he calls her pragmatic, and then the scene ends. I don't care, okay. And then the next part of the book opens with a nice little bit of casual misogyny. Don't we love it? Vena Getlich was a stubby-limbed spinster with small eyes, a large round nose, and sharp ears. The combination, she'd always said, was the secret to her success as one of the best scouts in the Resistance. No one ever noticed a homely woman. Now look, I have no issues with books pointing out this kind of thing, and how, you know, a lot of people have like this idea of pretty privilege, and how often sometimes like when you're plainer or you're not dressed up, you can just like slip under the surface. Like, I get that. Like, I'm okay with books pointing this out and critiquing it, or subverting expectations, or pointing out and then just being like, God, can you believe this? But the way it's done in this book just feels kind of icky to me, and I don't like it. Anyway, turns out that this Vanya woman is a scout. She goes missing, she gets injured. She's just another character in this book who's introduced with, like, no character development. And she never comes back again. She's never relevant again. She's never mentioned again after this. I completely forgot she was even in this book. Who is she?
Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? Where did you find her?
And I feel like this is another thing I keep coming back to with this book, all the problems, right? There's a lot of what feel like cameos in it, but from characters that we don't actually know. So I feel like in fan fiction, you can at least get away with it, because you can be like, oh, I'm going to briefly mention X character from book 5, and even though they're only in for 2 paragraphs, it's a nice little like throwback for the fans, and they know who it is, and it works, you know. It's not exactly good writing, but in the context, it makes sense, you know. In the same way that I think the cameos worked in the Barbie film, for example, because not only were they like celebrity cameos and you could see them and be like, oh, I know that celebrity from that, I know them from that. Like, for a Barbie collector and fan like me, seeing the different kinds of Barbies was like a really, really cool little thing as well. Like, it wasn't just the celebrity cameos, but the doll cameos that I thought were really cool. So I watched it for the first time with my partner a couple of weeks back. And obviously, like, he's seen the film before, he really likes the film. But it was the first time he'd watched it with someone who's like actually like a Barbie collector, if that makes sense. So as we were watching the film, I was telling him the backstory to the different like Barbies and stuff. So like, you know, when they mentioned things like the pregnant Barbie, or the one with like the TV on her back and stuff like he was like, were these actually real dolls? I was like, oh my God, yes, let me tell you the story. And so I was telling him the history behind different dolls and stuff. And there are even some dolls that were like kind of background characters where I was like, oh, pause the film, you see that one there? And I'd like tell him a story about the history of the doll and like cool, interesting facts about it. And I think it just added like a little, like, it was a new side to the film he'd not seen before. And so in that case, again, it's a little bit of fan service, but I kind of feel like it was a nice little thing to include, and it worked in that context. However, what we have here we just have these throwaway characters showing up, like Grace in part 1, who we never see again. Vanya here, like, who we never see again. And all these characters, like, they just turn up, they have no personality, they just have a name, they have a mention once, and then they're never shown again. And it's like, why? What's the point? Again, I think it's because they started off as characters in a fan fiction from Harry Potter, probably. And so it was like, oh, this is X character who's just making an appearance. And in a fan fiction, you'd be like, oh, that's really cool. Like, I like that character in the books. It's nice to see them here. But when this is a standalone book, and these characters aren't established and we don't know who they are, it doesn't work. And it just ends up being really frustrating and really boring. And it just, yeah, it doesn't work. Anyway, this Nothing Woman, Vanya, has a very, very slight use to the story, in that she is found, when she is found, with a mystery metal running through her whole body, so she's not allowed into the headquarters without full restraints. They strapped get liched down while she screamed, begging them not to, promising it was her, but Helena was not allowed to treat her otherwise. And you know, like, I understand showing difficult decisions being made during a period of war. However, I feel like at this point in the book, the author is just looking for any excuse to write about a woman on page being tortured and in pain and suffering and hurt in some way. You know what I mean? It just feels unnecessary at this point. Apparently, this woman Vanya has been experimented on to suppress her alchemy, but it was deemed a failure, so they let her go. And once again, I'm pretty sure it's implied here that she was raped as well. So this is another character in the book being raped. We're up to Helena repeatedly. I don't know if Grace was, but like it was implied that she nearly was, and like a bunch of her friends were. I'm just gonna give you a spoiler now. Lila is raped later. This woman has been raped. Everyone's raped. I don't think there's a named female character in this book who isn't raped at some point, you know? Actually, some of the older women, I guess, but, you know, I guess because they're older, they just won't be raped in this world, will they? Misogyny. Anyway. The guards ordered to dispose of her had decided to make use of the dying prisoner. They'd taken her out of the building for privacy and left her for dead once they were done. So once again, the author cannot resist having a woman tortured and raped. Like, it's a pattern at this point, and it's not enjoyable to read. Then, barely a page after she's introduced, Vanya dies, because of course she does, and Helena has to do an autopsy, even though she's not trained to do them, but for the plot, it has to be Helena, I guess. We cut back to Ferren, for reasons, and his faults are somehow portrayed as just cute little eccentricities. Hate this. She'd known that once Kane began to feel better, he'd find it necessary to remind her that he was in charge. He so obviously hated feeling vulnerable around anyone, he'd feel the need to put her back in her place. How does anyone read this book and not just want to scream, "Run from him," at the top of their lungs? I don't get it. While Ferren is injured, he doesn't want to attack her himself because that might hurt him, so instead he uses his dead slave people to attack her, to see how she'll fight back. But Helena just ends up screaming and begging for him to stop and let her go, but he won't, so she panics, and then without realising it or how she's done it, she uses her magic to make them all explode. Lovely. She's obviously, like, really, really traumatized by this, like, horrifically traumatized, and she's a mess. And his response is just be like, "You're so full of surprises, look at that magic you've got." So, as a trauma response, she decides to get drunk to try and forget. Not a healthy coping mechanism, but understandable in these circumstances. And then we get some info dumping about Helena's backstory and how she found out she's a Vivimancer in the first place. There's a lot of repeating stuff that we already know here, but Ferren doesn't know it, so I guess we have to hear it again. There is one new thing we learn here, which is that there was an attack on some hospitals. Helena was the only survivor, presumably because of her powers. And then there's some chat about the magic thing on Ferren's back. He says he designed it himself for his own punishment, which is whatever, okay. "I designed it," he said quietly. That information was shocking enough to sober Helena. She sat up. And then Helena narrates. His features had grown more defined, still gaunt from sickness, but it had carved the boyishness from his face. He actually looked like an adult now. She tilted her head to the side. If she saw him without the context of who he was, she might find him rather handsome. I mean, good for you for only finding adults attractive instead of, like, boys, but it's still gross knowing he's a torturing murderer rapist, you know? Anyway, the next day after her 2 whole drinks, she's incredibly hungover, she nearly pukes, but other than that, it has no consequences. Okay. I do wish this book would include things with a purpose rather than just because. It's like what we described earlier about scenes, you know, they should move things forward and whatever. Like if we'd had something where, like, Helena's drinking had made her reveal something she shouldn't, and then that had a consequence later, or maybe, like, because she was hungover, she made a mistake with the autopsy. That could be really interesting. That absolutely could. But no, none of that happens. It's of no consequence. Okay. Like, I guess... Oh, hello. Sorry, that was a giant moth that's just come in. Hi, baby. Oh, Angel, let me help you. Where have you gone? Oh, see him, look. See him? Oh, hi, you're gorgeous. Okay, we got a huge moth in, and he won't let me help him get him out of here. He's a bit scared. So if you see him flying around, he's absolutely gorgeous. He's like a chunky boy. He's like this, but yeah, I'll try and help him get outside in a bit. Bless him. He's just struggling. So I wanted to try and draw a comparison with an absolute classic. And this is a book I've mentioned on my channel before, but I've not actually met anyone else who's read this before, and none of you guys have said you'd read it before. So if you have, please let me know. It's a very English book, but it's fantastic. It's Alan Silito's Saturday Night and Sunday Morning, and it's a great book that portrays drinking on page with a purpose. So it's one I've spoken about before, like I say, and it's this great portrayal of a proper working class British life in the 1960s, which I love because, you know, that's a time that my mum and dad grew up in, you know, in the 50s, in like proper working class Yorkshire. This book isn't set in Yorkshire, but it's, you know, similar kind of area. And in that book, the main character, Arthur, he drinks a lot, like a lot. And this is for a number of reasons. You know, firstly, to show how normal heavily drinking was amongst the working classes at that time, because it was absolutely normal. It's also to show the poor decisions that Arthur often makes while drinking and the consequences that he has to face after that. And every single drink in that book has a consequence. You know, every single choice he makes while drinking has a consequence. Every single moment in a pub or a working man's club showed what life was really like for working class men at the time and showed the consequences that followed from that. Everything was there with a purpose. Compare that to Helena's drinking in this, which has no purpose, no consequence. You know, Arthur faces these real consequences. You know, he's having an affair with a woman he should. He gets angry at people he shouldn't. He gets beat up by some pretty dangerous people. He has issues like going to his job and with his colleagues and things like there are consequences. In this, we simply get Helena woke up and hungover. Her mouth was dry. She did the autopsy. It was unpleasant. The autopsy was over. And that's it. Where's the consequence? Where's anything interesting? Like, yeah, it's a nightmare. It's so stupid. Afterwards, like after the autopsy, Helena is like, yeah, so everything's what we thought, and maybe they're trying to do this to control prisoners. I don't know. Then Crowther is back and takes her to this hole in the ground where they keep prisoners so she can help heal some. And basically all these prisoners have been burnt and tortured by fire magic, so Helena helps heal them so they can get back out there and be tortured for more information. So what's happening is Crowther has a big prison where he's torturing prisoners for information, and then he gets Helena to go in and heal those prisoners so he can torture them some more. And Helena's happily a part of this. Explain to me again how these are the good guys. Explain to me again why we should be rooting for Helena. Like, she has no morals, so she will do absolutely anything, and I don't like her. I do not like her at all. Okay, so the conversation returns to Ferren, as it always must, and Crowther is mad because Helena is using her feminine ways to get Ferren on side and not her magic. And this makes him mad because he says, if you manage to succeed in this manner, you're more likely to destroy the eternal flame than save it. The Ferren family is fueled by their ambitions. They do not share, they are obsessive about what they regard to be theirs. You do this, and Cain Ferren will never let you go, and he will not be content with being secondary to anyone. Once again, how can anyone think this is a love story? Stop it. Helena feels lonely. End of section. Next, she is back to meeting with Ferren at this like outpost or whatever where they meet, and we get this conversation. There's a rumour Bennett's been experimenting with alchemy suppression. We know, we found out a few pages ago when Vanya, the character who we never see again, dies because of it. Repetition. She stepped away from the door. You mentioned once that Morrow thinks Palladia is key to the immortality Hevgos wants. Do you think he could be looking for the Stone of the Heavens? Get that. He set down the drink he was pouring. You think the High Necromancer came here to steal a magical orb that doesn't exist? She flushed. The stone was a fairy tale. The belief that Sol's blessing was a physical object was a misinterpretation of the early artistic renderings of Horion Holdfast. The region had been pre-scientific and illiterate at the time. The imagery was all that many people knew.
Hey, editing me jumping in here to say, I'd forgot this was even in the video, in the book, this whole idea of Morrow wanting to steal the Stone of the Heavens or whatever, because it is never mentioned again. It's never brought up again. I've said throughout these videos, I don't really understand what Morrow's plan is and what he wants. There's something about him, like, trying to, like, get new babies born so he could use their bodies for something. But this whole thing of him, like, wanting the stone, never brought up again. Never of any consequence. This book is just stupid.
Then Helena, I know there's a lot here, we'll get to it. Then Helena says she believes in the god's soul, and Ferren says that he doesn't. But this doesn't make sense because Helena's been going on about how she doesn't believe in the gods, but then she does believe in the gods, and now she does again, but she doesn't. Ferren says he doesn't believe in them. Right, so I'm assuming that this, like, Stone of the Heavens is meant to be, in Harry Potter, the equivalent of the Philosopher's Stone there, or Sorcerer's Stone, as it was called in America, in the American versions of the books. Or maybe it's something to do with dead things. I don't know. We don't really get any explanation here for what it is. I tried to go back and search in the books what Hevgos is, and it turns out it's the country to the west of the country they're currently in. So they're currently in a country called Palladia. Helena is from a country to the south. I can't remember if it has a name. Hevgos is the country to the west, and it's the one where Morrow originally came from, right? The whole world building is so confusing. So confusing. Anyway, we don't get any answers. This scene just ends, and then we get another scene with Luke in the next chapter. He's mad because he didn't know that Helena asked people to use necromancy. So Helena and Luke argue together. Why not? It's the first time we've seen any actual real emotion between either of them. I mean, it's only anger, and it's still barely emotional, but at least it's something. It's better than it's more than we've had before. And at this point, we actually see him being a decent person for the first time in 440 pages. Wild. He says to Helena that in the battle between good and evil, it gets worse before it gets better. It's our job to stay the path and not give in to the temptation of doing what's easy. So at this point, I'm like, okay, I could see him being the good guy here. I get it. He's got morals. He's got values. He sticks to his beliefs. I can respect that. He doesn't want to take the easy path. He wants to take the right path. Like, I get that. I'm starting to see why people think he's a good guy. Except one line in 1,000 pages still isn't enough. Okay. And especially when... Okay, here's the other thing. I don't get why Helena is so obsessed with following him when, like, she's on about how good he is. And I'm like, oh, we're finally seeing him being good because he wants to take the hard but right path rather than the easy wrong path. But Helena wants to take the wrong path. But she's still upset. I don't know. Okay, fine. Okay. Helena apologizes to him. He asks her to hang out. She says no because she has to go and secretly meet Ferren. Luke does not know about her meeting Ferren and the whole spying thing at this point. And when she finally gets to Ferren, he's drunk, and she's like, good, my magical healing won't hurt you as much if you're drunk. Thankfully, this time, we have a drinking scene where there is some consequence to it, unlike last time, so okay, I guess. So we get a scene of her magically healing him, and then what happens? Oh, yeah, he gets, like, really awful to her again, and I reckon we're supposed to blame it on the alcohol and be like, oh, well, we can't blame him, he was drunk. You can't blame him for anything he says when he's drunk. Like, stop it, but okay. And he turned instantly. His eyes were dark, but there was a silvery can't say my S's. No, hang on. There was a silvery... There was a silvery... No. Come on. It's not that hard. His eyes were dark. There was a silvery sheen to them she'd noticed a few times before. We got there. I've always had trouble saying my S's and variations of words with S's at the beginning. So my S, sk, and sh sounds often get confused. God, it's very, very hard. I've had it since childhood. Sorry. Okay. She felt like a cornered animal. She hadn't realized how accustomed she'd grown to his injury, to the energy he devoted to tolerating the pain. He came over, decanter in hand, and Helena was nearly overcome with the instinct to bolt. He was intoxicated, properly drunk from the combination of alcohol and the euphoria of being healed. The way he moved reminded her of a panther she'd once seen in a zoo. No bandages, no shirt. That makes someone a panther. No shirt. Okay. There was so much bare skin, and now she was not healing it. It was simply there. She backed into the wall. I'm not sure. Stay, he said softly, and his head dipped so close she felt his breath in her hair. You know, there's something about you, Marino, that inspires the most terrible decisions from me. I'll know better, but then I'll still... His voice trailed off as he tucked a stray curl behind her her ear, finger running along her jaw. So this is horrifying, right? This is like most women's worst nightmare, being cornered by a dangerous, drunk, murderer rapist. Although she doesn't know he's a rapist at this point, but you know what I mean. She knew she should stay for the purpose of her mission. Staying during moments like this was her job, the point of healing him. But he was so hard to predict. He was in a good mood now, but there was no knowing how long it would last. What kind of person was Kane Ferren without his inhibition? Sorry, the struggling over the S's has really, impacted my ability to speak. I'm struggling a bit. Not so much speak, but, read. Okay. But yeah, this, annoys me to read. Because, these are the thoughts I had when I was, trapped in an abusive relationship with a man who drank too much and admitted he was an alcoholic but would not get any help for it. So, once again, sorry if I don't read this book and read passages like this and immediately think romance and instead think back to the police reports I had to file and the death threats he repeatedly sent me, you know? For some reason, Helena agrees to stay for one drink. And I would never victim blame Helena, but I am going to blame and shame the author for writing her in this way. What follows is a horribly, horribly uncomfortable chapter, of which I'll read you a select few excerpts, if I can. One sip, and she could already feel the alcohol loosening her insides as he gestured towards the sofa. She curled up nervously on the far end. The sofa was long enough that there was no reason for him to be so close, but there were barely inches between them. She took another sip and tried to return it, but he refused to take it, watching her like a curious cat before it springs. Kane shifted, rubbing his shoulders against the sofa like a cat marking its territory. Stop it, that's not sexy. That's not sexy at all. I don't like that. She couldn't tell how intoxicated he was, but she was beginning to feel very drunk. Her head was growing heavy, and she had an overwhelming desire to laugh and cry simultaneously. I will also add at this point, for context, Ferren has a thing because he's undying and because of this array and because of the stone she used to heal him, where he can't actually get properly drunk. He can be a little intoxicated for a few minutes, but it doesn't last very long. So he can be drunk for 5 minutes at a time and then he sobers up. So while she's getting drunker and drunker, he's just getting back to normal sobriety. Just giving you context there. She looked up and realised she found him handsome. Before, he'd been too young and vicious, like a newly hatched viper striking at anything that moved. Then gaunt and dying and perpetually furious looking. Now there was something still about him. His features had filled out. The threads of silver white in his hair made him look even older than she was. Ew. I must admit, he said in a low voice, as though making a confession, if anyone had told me you'd become so lovely, I would never have come near you. I was rather blindsided when I saw you again. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. You're like a rose in a graveyard, he said. His lips twisted into a bitter smile. No. Ew. She then starts crying because she's apparently really drunk, and that's what women do when they're drunk, apparently. They just cry for no reason. No, she's around Ferren. There's a good reason for crying, let's be real. He then goes in to kiss her, and I wouldn't normally be so nitpicky, but I feel like if this was real life, there are instances where this would be fine, but in the context of this book and these characters, he says, if you don't want me to kiss you, you should say so now. Which, like I say, in real life, I think that might be okay in a lot of circumstances. Not all, but in some. But in this book, it kind of feels problematic, because we already know, just in general in real life, it's harder to say no than to say yes, especially in situations like this. There's a huge difference between say yes if you want me to kiss you and say no if you don't want me to kiss you, In that case, saying no is quite hard, but having to give an enthusiastic yes, that makes sure there really is consent. Yeah, I don't know, just in this context, with these characters, bothered me a bit. Especially with how passive Helena has been throughout this book. Her actually having to act and say no feels like something she wouldn't do. So it feels like even though she doesn't say no, I'm still finding the consent dubious, Following this, the whole interaction still feels super unhealthy and unequal, It was happening so fast. Why would he suddenly want her like this? Reality caught up like a blow to her chest. He didn't. He was intoxicated and no longer injured. After months of agony, he was ravenous for pleasure and physical release, and she was here, drunk and compliant, ready to be consumed. A starved wolf would sate itself on anything. She stared at him, her ribs clenching around her lungs until she couldn't breathe. shame burning trails down her temples as she recoiled. Cain went still, then lifted his head. He looked at her for only a moment, then pulled his hands away and himself off. Do you want to rephrase that? He pulled his hands away and himself off. He pulled himself off. Rephrase it, please. I think it's time you go, he said. Yeah, again, sorry, not romance. But then she's like, oh no, I can't leave. The checkpoints are closed now, she said, and I can't get into the city until morning. And then she cries again. Why are you crying? He finally asked. She smeared her cheeks with her hand. Because I'm lonely and kissing you, and you don't even like me. Every drunk girl in the club. We've all been there, ladies. In response, he's just like, And then he hugs her, and she stays, and she falls asleep. Still don't like any of this, okay? The next morning she leaves. She's hungover, and she has to go and heal some more prisoners who've been tortured so that they can be tortured again in the torture prison. And she thinks, maybe this is wrong. Like, maybe I shouldn't be healing people just so they can be hurt again. But then she does nothing about it. Okay. Meanwhile, Elaine is becoming more popular than Helena as a healer and as a person. Like, she's got more friends, people like her more, but Helena has a little grumble because apparently Elaine is not as good of a healer as Helena. Why did she give them these similar names? So stupid. A necessary fever never ran its course when Elaine was on shift. People felt better, but developed infections more often and recovered slower. Why does this feel like just kind of like a bit Mean Girl? You know what I mean? Like, if we'd seen some like actual genuine friendships between women in this book, I wouldn't be so mad about it. But instead, Helena just seems to view all other women except Lila as rivals, and she's just quite critical of everyone who isn't herself. It's a lot, you know? Another new character is introduced out of nowhere, like we're meant to know him. This guy, I forgot he existed. Okay. Late in August, Basilius Blackthorn tried to take the southern tip of the East Island. Blackthorn was one of the Undying that everyone feared. He didn't wear a helmet as most of the Undying did, making no effort to hide his identity. Whether he won or lost his battles, the devastation he left behind was terrible. He was known for eating his victims on the battlefield. Lovely. Thanks for that. Again, this is another issue I have with the book, and sorry for the side rant here, but like, I'm all for world building and like dropping us in the middle of this busy world, you know? Some books do that really well, but this book only introduces characters in one way, and it gets boring and confusing, and you're like, who are these people? And you feel dumb because you feel like you should know them, but you don't, because we haven't been introduced to them, you know? So like, often books will have a main character or protagonist or narrator or someone who is a sort of like audience surrogate, right? So they act as our eyes and our ears, and, you know, we discover the world alongside them, you know? So think about how in Project Hail Mary, Ryland wakes up in the beginning with no memory and has to try and figure out where he is and why he's in space and what he's there for. And he kind of figures it out and regains his memories alongside us. Like, we're on the same path. He's our surrogate in the story. Or think about when you read The Hobbit for the first time, right? And Middle-earth is like completely new to you, and it's such a huge, big, massive place. And you realise just how big and confusing and scary it is because you're discovering it alongside Bilbo, who's never been out of the Shire. So everything is new to him too, it's new to you, and it's a brilliant little introduction to the world, to this big, exciting, scary world, you know? Not every book needs a like reader surrogate, but often through good writing, authors sometimes end up unintentionally writing one anyway. Alchemised definitely doesn't have one, and I do think that it suffers because of it. I think like if we actually had a proper like reader surrogate in the story, it might make more sense, you know? You know, we're dropped into this complex fantasy world and we're suddenly being told things about it, and the book acts like we should already know them. You know, this person did this and this person did that, and then this person was here and at this battle and this place and this happening, and like you feel completely out of it because you're saying all this stuff like I should know who they are and what these places are and these events, but I don't. And again, I think that's because it started as fan fiction and we are supposed to know who these characters are anyway, but obviously when it's translated to this, we don't. So for example, take a look at that one sentence there. In late Augustus, Basilius Blackthorn tried to take the southern tip of the East Island. At this point, I had to go back and check. There was one mention of Blackthorn 150 pages ago, with no context then of who he was, and now this. And so you're asking, well, who is he? What does he want? Where is the southern tip of the East Island? Why is he trying to retake it? Retake it from whom? Who had it originally? Who has it now? Why does he want it? What side is he on? Did he used to have it now and does he not? Like, what has happened here? Like, why are people fighting over this area? Like, we don't know any of this. And it's just stated like we should know, but we don't. The next sentence does go on to tell us that he's one of the Undying and he's scary, but like that's the most we get. We learn nothing useful about him. What are his motivations? What are his values? We never find out. We just know, oh, he's scary and he eats people on the battlefield. It feels like we're given these like horrific situations for shock value rather than for actual good storytelling and with purpose. Anyway, the whole point of this is to go on to say he goes on to start some fires and the hospitals were chaotic. That's it. Even this chaos is glossed over in a completely dull way, so it just doesn't work. It feels like this way of storytelling is quite boring, and it's very alienating for the audience, just in my opinion, you know? If I was rewriting this, I'd have changed things up. So I'd have like properly put us on page in the middle of the action with Helena. I want to see her like doing some routine medical care when a soldier's rushed in with like a major burn wound, and we see Helena's horror as she tries to treat him and stay calm. But then another soldier comes in with even worse burn wounds, and then another, and then another, and another, and we see her struggling to deal with patients, like all these patients all at once, and we're wondering, why are they all injured? Why in this way? Where are these burns coming from? What's happening? Who's behind this? Like, and we see Helena and her colleagues struggling, like, how do we prioritize all these injured patients? Who do we send here and here and here? And like, that's kind of what I want to see, you know? So it's like, basically, I want a scene from the pit, but in a magical hospital, please. I think that TV series does it really well. I want to read that, but with magic. I want like that kind of chaos in the hospital, and then for the information to trickle in bits as Helena and her colleagues get the information, you know? So I want little bits of information trickling in from soldiers, from news reports. I want people shouting and asking questions. I want to see fear from the patients. I want, oh, I heard so-and-so behind this. Oh, that guy, I heard so-and-so was behind it. Wait, the one who eats his victim? You know, you could give us the information in that way and trickle it through to us, and it would be so much more engrossing rather than just this, you know? Maybe, like, instead of just telling us, oh, he eats his victims on the battlefield, someone comes in to the hospital with not only burns, but, like, teeth marks, like, whole teeth marks on his arm, chunks of flesh ripped off him. And, you know, we get that shock. No, he looks like he's been bitten. Surely not. Like, how good would that be? Instead of just, yes, he tried to take back the southern point of the East Island. Did you know he also eats his victims? Like, it's not horrifying, is it, in comparison to, like, you're treating a patient and you're doing burn, 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 teeth marks. Like, you know what I mean? Anyway, that's what I mean by showing, not telling. That's what I want. I want to be shown it, not just told it. Yeah, we never get, like, a sense of chaos or panic or loss. Helena even feels passive during these scenes when she's supposed to be basically fighting on the front lines, healing people, but instead, it's just passive. It's just nothing. So listen to this. The hospital was flooded with burn injuries and lung damage, combatants and civilians alike. The healers were on duty in the hospital for so long, Helena lost track of the days. She didn't realise how tired she'd become until she was in the war room listening to reports. And Ilva made a comment that they were unlikely to have an estimate on enemy losses for another day. She'd already missed more than a week. She had to go. How do you make such a chaotic, massive battle and its aftermath so boring? It's almost a skill in itself, right? Amongst all this, we are told Helena is tired, yet she goes to go see Ferren anyway, but on the way back, she sees a bunch of necrothralls, and they surround her, so she tries to attack them, but she can't. Once again, in this scene, there is no tension, no drama, no panic. In what should be a terrifying moment, it's just bland. When they got in range, she shoved her hands towards them, forcing her resonance outwards, closing her eyes instinctively. Her resonance flared for a moment and then burned out like a light bulb filament. She opened her eyes, barely seeing the remaining necrothralls approaching because of how raw and wounded she felt inside, as if she'd ripped out a vein. Burnout was common for defense alchemists who frequently strained the limits of their range and abilities. It also happened to healers. Once it started happening a lot, she forced herself to focus. Why not build up to this? Why not make it, like, something interesting? Like, why not show us Helena using her magic again and again and again in bigger and bigger ways, like when she's healing people and stuff, like show it almost failing at times, but then her pulling it together at the last minute to save someone's life, only for it to fail spectacularly when she needs it to save her own life, you know? That would be more dramatic. And why has this threat of like burnout like this not been mentioned or seeded before, so we knew it was a real threat? Why is it only coming up now? We've definitely seen little bits before about like, oh, if you do too much healing magic, it can hurt you, like it can take your life force. That's been a threat, but not this idea that like it can just fail at random time. I don't know. It's not managed properly. It's not, I don't know. Anyway, with her magic not working, she decides to stab them with a knife, and then she gets stabbed, but then she makes it inside the outpost where Ferren finds her, and now it's her turn to be taken care of by him, I guess, but not before he's angry with her for a while for being in danger, because, yeah, that was her fault and not his colleague's fault for attacking her. Okay. Victim blaming. We also get sad backstory for Helena, revealing that apparently Helena's mother died because Helena, is a Vivimancer. Okay, right. I have things to say about this in a minute, but we'll get there. Her mother's mysterious sickness, diagnosed as a kind of consumption, was the toll, capital letter T. Not because her mother had been a Vivimancer, but because from the moment of conception, Helena's defective, corrupt self had leached her mother of life from within her womb, stealing all but those 7 years away. That Vivimancers were parasites by nature, and they would rot and burn in the bowels of the earth for an eternity if they did not repent and purify themselves by giving up every drop of the vitality they'd taken. Just thinking about it made Helena's head throb. All the years she'd spent hovering over her mother, watching her father attempt cure after cure, wringing them into debt, buying expensive ingredients, and it was Helena who'd been the cause. I said in my original script, I wish we'd see more of this play out on the page and see the effects it's had on Helena and the trauma it caused, because logically we know it's not her fault. She didn't cause this or ask for this, but of course she's going to blame herself and live with the guilt. Instead, the only consequence we actually get is Ferren saying, so, you use your vitality to save anyone you're told to save as penance? But I feel like it would have been so much more meaningful to actually see Helena doing this on page. You know, like, think about, like, so as a silly example of what I think would have worked better is my guilty pleasure watch is 911. I think it's fantastic, and especially the earlier seasons were so unhinged. They were fantastic, and they were so damn dark. But I remember in season 1, Bobby, the fire chief, he had this like really, really damn dark backstory, right? Where basically he is an alcoholic. He doesn't drink at the time of the show, but he used to be an alcoholic with a problem. And one day, while drinking, he accidentally set his entire building on fire. And something like however many people, like 100 and whatever people in that building died, including his wife and young children. So from then on, he like keeps a list of like all the people who died in that fire and the number of them. And he also keeps a list of all the people he saves as a firefighter. And he believes he has to save X amount of people to make up for the X amount of people he killed, right? So he's also kind of like punishing himself, but he's trying to make amends. And, you know, we know all this because we see his actions. We see it play out on page. We don't need another character explaining it to us in a flat way. It's shown on page. And while 911 is not exactly like high quality television, it's a little bit like of a trashy guilty pleasure watch for me. I still enjoy it. You know, it's like the Subway of television, you know? Not necessarily high quality, but fun and filling anyway. So yeah, even though it's not like super high quality TV, it does that technique better than Alchemised does. Does that make sense? I don't know, I'm rambling at this point. Anyway, Ferren tells her that you can't actually take vitality by force, and suddenly she realizes that, oh my god, it's not her fault. And then Ferren's like, yeah, I know, my mum died of the same thing. So I'm confused. Can you take vitality by force or can you not? Is pregnancy dangerous when you're a Vivimancer and you're pregnant with a Vivimancer, or is it not? Because Helena's mum died this way, Ferren's mum died this way, but there are 2 more Vivimancers in this book whose parents did not die that way. Oh, little moth is back. Hi, gorgeous. Actually, this is a different one. He's smaller. It's very pretty, though. Sorry. Yeah, there's 2 other characters in this book who are Vivimancers whose parents didn't, or whose mothers did not die in that way. And then, spoiler, well, no, it's not a spoiler, we know, Helena's pregnant with a Vivimancer child because it's her and Ferren's. Helena's fine. There's literally no drama during the pregnancy. I thought this was going to be a huge thing where, like, she was losing her power and so. Nothing. No, absolutely nothing. It makes no sense. Anyway, I'm just rambling at this point. Oh, gosh. Oh, it's the middle of the night. I'm so tired. So anyway, remember, Farron's like, oh, you can't actually take vitality. She swallowed, blinking hard. But if that's true, then why did my mother die? If I didn't take it? Exactly, and why did Farron's mother die? He exhaled. My father sought treatment for my mother prior to her birth. A vivimancer they employed believed she likely possessed a latent degree of vivimancy and didn't realise that using her vitality wasn't necessary. He was looking at her. Perhaps it was similar for yours. Hearing those words, Helena felt like an immense weight had been partly lifted from her. It was possible that her mother's death, while still her fault, had at least not been her doing. She drew a shaky breath, not sure if she could believe it. Okay, I guess. But anyway, this is a problem which is apparently linked to years of immense trauma, which is introduced and resolved within the space of a page. Great, thanks, I feel nothing. Again, I was hoping this would come up during, like, Helena's pregnancy at least, because if you're going to force a pregnancy on a woman, at least make it interesting. I thought she was going to have these worries, there were going to be issues, like, was her magic going to work, was it not, was it going to nearly kill her? Like, no, there's no drama with it, it's just, like, the easiest pregnancy ever. Okay. Why even bother introducing this stuff if you're not going to do anything with it? Farron then teaches her that she can take vitality from necrothralls because she's an animancer. I'll be honest, like, I was barely keeping track of the differences between the different types of magic user and different types of dead or undead creatures. And I feel like, and I said this in the bonus video I filmed with this section as well, like, it's kind of like you need, like, a dictionary or a glossary alongside this, just explain it all to you. And that's not a good thing. Like, I want, when I read, like, a good fantasy book, I want a book where I'm slowly immersed into the world in a way where you pick up all the language, you pick up the world building, you know what's going on slowly, and it builds and builds and it makes sense, you know? Another example that does this really well is Philip Pullman's His Dark Materials series, right? That does it brilliantly. Another example would... Oh, okay, right. Here's a really good example. And this is one that I'm actually going to talk about in part 3 as well. I've got a little rant about it in there. But one of my favourite books ever that I barely see anyone talk about is Bridget Collins's The Binding. I didn't think I liked romance books and kind of fantasy romance until I read that book, but it is damn beautiful. It's fantastic. So it combines this really gorgeous love story with a really, like, beautifully built and believable fantasy world and a really unique magic system, and it immerses you into that magic system and that magical world so slowly and simply and builds it up. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It does it so well. Obviously, Alchemised and the world in it and the magic system is a lot more complex than the world in The Binding. The book and the story itself is longer, it's just generally bigger. But I feel like The Binding is a great example of actually doing a good job of everything that I'm complaining about in this book, if that makes sense. I don't know. Anyway, I'm getting so tired. I'm going to have to end this here for today and come back and film another day. We've got this, team. Right, I'll see you soon. Okay. This is attempt number 3 of filming this video, or, you know, third section, whatever it is. Sorry if my voice is a bit croaky today. I've had a cold recently and lost my voice for a few days, but we're working through this. So, where were we? Farron decides to train Helena by being a bully again. So we're just back here, aren't we? After he was relatively civil about the animancy, she wasn't prepared for how merciless he'd be about combat. He was completely vicious. It was only marginally preferable to being chased around the room, having furniture thrown at her. Then he nearly breaks her back, so she calls him a terrible teacher. He sulks, she leaves. Again, like, this is not a foundation for a healthy relationship, is it? And it's just so toxic. Like, abuse and rape aside, it's so toxic.
Hey, so very tired, middle of the night editing me here. I have had the longest month of my life. But I just want to jump in at this point and say, well, just kind of like add another little detail, because one of the things I always have people commenting is things like how, because it's fiction, it doesn't have to be like realistic, or because it's fiction, it's okay to be toxic and we can enjoy that and things like that. But then I always make the point that, like, you know, it's still, in a lot of these books, normalizing rape culture and how it's problematic. And I was browsing Instagram yesterday and I found this great video from a creator that I just want to share with you, who explains my thoughts better than I ever could. So I'm just going to pop this in here now.
Half of the comment section can't recognize coercion. This is a data point about what we've been taught to call love, and we need to talk about where that came from. I'm a domestic violence educator professionally, and on here I spend a lot of time talking about the ways media teaches us to misread abuse as love. And there's actually a term for it. Researcher Loreno Barnabo calls it romantic refraction. It's this idea that media uses a specific storytelling strategies to take coercive dynamics and reframe them as romantic. And it works so well that most people don't notice it's happening because we are not supposed to. This structure isn't new. We have been watching it on screen for decades, and it shapes the way that we perceive love. Noah holds himself off the Ferris wheel until Allie's no becomes a yes. The Notebook told you that that was love. Christian Grey presents Anastasia with a literal contract, terms for her behavior, her diet, her body, before any relationship exists. And 50 Shades of Grey taught you that that was honesty and direct. Edward Cullen's control over the danger that is who he is becomes the push and pull of the foundation of what Twilight teaches you is love. Chuck Bass tells Blair she belongs to him repeatedly and early, and Gossip Girl teaches you that that is passion. Ross Geller makes a unilateral decisions about his relationship with Rachel before she's even agreed to have a relationship with him in the first place, and then the audience goes on to root for him for 10 years. These are just some of many examples of how the media has conditioned you to see or accept these dynamics of coercive control or power and control imbalances. Evan Stark describes coercive control as an architecture that is built around a person, and that architecture can be established before any physical violence ever occurs, before there's a dramatic incident, and sometimes before the relationship has even fully begun. The Hinge voice note is just us seeing that architecture play out in real life. By the time somebody is aware of this, they have already been conditioned by these hundreds of pieces of media that end in a wedding, or a beautiful reconciliation scene, or the kissing scene in the rain. That dynamic will feel familiar because it is what we see on screen all the time. It's what we're taught to want. This is what romantic refraction actually does. It preconditions us to misread compliance as chemistry or think that this is acceptable. This all, to me, is proving that media's romantic refraction is working.
We are now in October, or whatever their equivalent of October is, and we're about 48% of the way through the book in total. At this point, I was bored out of my mind, I'll be honest, and I still kind of am. That's why it's taken me so long to film this video in all these sections, because, I'm not a fan of this book, if you couldn't tell already. The two sides, the good guys and bad guys, or the Undying and the Eternal Flame, I couldn't think of the name there, or rather the Eternal Flame and Undying, as it's meant to be, each control sort of equal territories in the war at this point, and when I read this, I was like, this really doesn't mean much, because I was completely struggling to understand the scale of the world. Like, how big is this country? Like, how big is this land? How big is this island? Like, what's it meant to be? They talk about, like, this country being there, but then, like, they can kind of get across it in, like, a day or a couple of days, and they visit. Like, how big is it? I don't know. I don't have any concept of scale in this. Then there's more training between Farron and Helena, told over the space of 2 paragraphs, and then a bunch of time spent on him ranting about her needing a better weapon than her basic training knife, but she says she's not allowed because, remember, the Eternal Flame people are just misogynistic people. We won't say a mean word. Then she asks how his back is healing, you know, the one with the array on it, and he swears at her and gets nasty and says that he's not her pet and he doesn't need her. I just can't stand rude men like this. It's just all insecurity, isn't it? Ridiculous. This section of the book ends with Helena contemplating how apparently her and Farron are 2 sides of the same coin. And apparently what I've seen a bunch of reviewers take away from this is apparently this makes them soulmates. They're just 2 sides of the same coin. They're the same person on different sides of the war. They have the same values, but they have them in different ways. It's stupid. They're not 2 sides of the same coin. Like, it's nonsense. Sorry. She smiled bitterly at the difference between them. Her death count was the numerical representation of her failures, all the lives she hadn't saved, the ways she fell short. For Cain, it was a mark of power. His victims, even Principate Apollo, all represented what made him so valuable. They were the inverse and counter to each other, a healer and a killer, circling slowly, the push and pull, inexorable. Yeah, this just feels like it's romanticizing a toxic relationship, right? It really does. Like, sorry, but the idea of like opposites attracting in this way or people countering each other can only work in certain circumstances. Otherwise, it is just toxic as hell. Like, maybe someone who is more of a planner and someone who's a bit more spontaneous, that can be opposites attracting that works, you know? Or because like you bring out the best in each other and kind of make up for each other's weaknesses, that can work. But there's some differences in value that are so fundamental that it makes you literally the opposite of compatible, and I don't think they should be overlooked. So, for example, if one person is a racist and the other is an anti-racist, I don't think that's a difference you can overcome in a relationship. Do you know what I mean? One person does illegal drugs, the other works in a rehab center. I don't think that's something you can necessarily overcome in a relationship. I feel like maybe that's too different to work. Or in this case, you know, you save lives, he murders hundreds of people. Relentlessly. I feel like, again, that's maybe something you can't overcome. That's a fundamental difference in your values that means the relationship just won't work. You have different goals, different ways of working, different ways of thinking, different values. You're not two sides of the same coin. One of you is a scruffy old penny that's not even accepted in shops anymore, and the other's a shiny, fresh £50 note, you know? If we're carrying on with the money analogy. Not every opposite is some sexy thing that you have to overcome in the name of true love. A healthy, stable relationship isn't about overcoming obstacles that arise when you're completely different people with different goals and values. It's about being a team who can work together in complementary ways to achieve the same goals together, you know? Anyway, Ferren says he'll arrange to have a weapon made for her, so I guess that's supposed to be him being nice or something. Okay, I guess. But ahead of getting her weapon, she goes to get tested to see what her metal specialty should be. And I thought this was something she'd have already done, but no, apparently not. It's full of all this stuff of like, oh my god, you're so smart, you're so talented, you can do anything you want, you can work with whatever metal you want, and you mean it because she's super special and whatever. And Shishio, I still find it hard to say, it's too many S's for my lispy mouth. Like, I used to have quite a bad lisp, and I've had issues with my teeth, so S sounds are hard for me. So, Shishio, that's, like, one of the biggest challenges for me to say with all the S's. Anyway, we briefly saw him in part 1 working for the other side, and we briefly had a, like, flashback to this scene earlier. But he's working for this side in the past, and he recommends that she use nickel and titanium. But oh, right, listen to this nonsense, though. She couldn't imagine giving Kane Ferren, heir of the Iron Guild, a resonance alloy without any iron in it. Titanium and nickel might not even be in his repertoire. She'd be asking for a weapon he couldn't sense or transmute. It would seem like a threat. After some pleading, Shishio finally consented to writing a steel alloy too. Imagine limiting yourself and potentially putting yourself in more danger just so you don't upset a man. Where have I heard that before? Oh, yeah, wait, that's what abuse victims do every single day. Ugh. This is a story of abuse, not romance. I'm going to keep saying it. Skipping forward a bit, there's another attack. Of course there is. It's a war, and Helena is woken up to go work in the hospital, but before she can do that, she sees Luke throwing a tantrum and attacking Crowther because Lila had been taken. Whatever happened next, the implications were horrifying. Lila as a necrothrall, all her proficiency in combat now targeted at the Eternal Flame, at Luke, or Lila in a laboratory being used for experimentation. Because Luke's stressing and he's like, Helena is instructed to knock him out, so she does. What a good friend. I thought this was going to be like some big momentous thing, like some massive moment in the book, and like, oh my god, what are they going to do? Because, you know, like we're told Lila's important and powerful, so that's obviously going to be, oh, no, nothing comes of it. Within half a page, she's rescued and back. This book. Lila's recovered, she's brought into the hospital, so again, no tension built at all. She's still in danger there because the moment Helena's resonance touched her, she could feel it. Lila was going to die unless someone cheated death, and fast. Hearing something like this, reading something like this might affect me more, and I might feel some emotions towards it if I cared at all about Lila as a character. But as it stands, we know nothing about her other than she's powerful and she's there sometimes. Okay. We finally at this point get to see Helena do some proper healing on page. It's still not very interesting, but at least it's something. At least we're being shown and not just told for once. But afterwards, Helena is burnt out, so she collapses and sleeps for 3 days. Remember the game about drinking every time Helena is unconscious or asleep? Drink again. There we go. I've got my caffeine back out. I thought more was going to be made in this book of Helena, like, you know, because we were told early on that, like, if you use too much magic, it kind of burns you out and you get ill and you can lose your magic and that sort of thing. Like, I thought more was going to be made of that, but it's just not. Instead, it's just quick mentions like this of, oh, she was tired, done. And then there's never any real consequence to it at all. So eventually Helena wakes up and there's some backstory stuffed in here around how Luke used to have a crush on Lila, but now they're all focused on the war and nothing else. That felt like it came out of nowhere to me, because the whole first part of the book made me think that Luke and Helena were a thing, and so suddenly like, oh wait, Luke having a crush on Lila, I was like, what the hell is this? And then I realised it's a leftover thing from the fan fiction, isn't it? Lila, I finally realised, is meant to be the, I don't know her name, the little sister, Ron's little sister, the one that Harry marries. You know, I didn't realise this until this point in the book, and I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. Anyway, Lila quickly recovers with no consequences. Cool. That was a waste of paper. We get a quick mention of the woman Vanya that Helena performed the autopsy on before. Shishio has been doing tests on the metal found in her blood and finds it's a super rare metal only found deep in the mountains of the east, which creates inertia. I know. He says it's part of the Emperor's power. As Lumithium can create resonance, Molian Shi takes it back. That's what this element is, apparently. What this is, he looked down and seemed deeply troubled, is Molian Shi fused with Lumithium. The simultaneous effect of both together creates a resonance haze. Shishio shook his head. You don't understand how carefully Molian Shi is protected. It's a rare and delicate thing. Once mined, it must be carefully processed to bring out the effects. It is often immediately alloyed to prevent it from degrading. But this, he touched the vial lightly, this was made from pure Molian Shi. Only someone of royal birth with an emperor's seal could access it. This alloy is later called nullium, like just casually, which feels like a very J.K. Rowling sort of name, doesn't it? So that, again, I feel is the fanfiction influence coming through. It's like, oh, what does it do? Well, you know, it makes magic null. We'll call it nullium. Apparently this is important because Helena felt as though she stood upon a political landmine. In their hand was proof of a deal not merely between Morrow and another country, but of a treachery between a ruler and his own empire. The information was dangerous and raised more questions than it answered. If the emperor was in debt, how would Morrow have gotten the money to involve himself? Again, I feel this would be more shocking or interesting if we knew anything about the political system before this moment, but as it stands, I don't really care so much. I also feel like this isn't really relevant the nullium is relevant long term, but the politics of getting it and stuff isn't. Okay. We're now officially over halfway through the book. Thank God, finally, we can do this team. And I was also very bored at this point. I didn't want to continue. I really didn't want to continue, but I did for you guys, because this is what I do. I suffer for you. I suffer so you don't have to. A little while later, Helena finds that Ferren has been stabbed with a knife made of this nullium alloy, and now it's left bits inside his body, so she fishes them out, but she's worried it might have got into his blood, so she does, like, surgery, physical surgery, not magical surgery, I think, to get it all out. At this point in my notes, I said, again, I don't care, let him die, why not? Helena is successful in his surgery, though, and she steals some of the metal shards to test for herself while he's unconscious, because she can't just ask him, because he might get angry and hurt her again. Again, abusive relationship, right? If you can't ask a thing like, hey, can I have some of this, without fear of, like, him murdering you, that's an abusive relationship. When Ferren wakes up, he attacks her again. He's this monster. And then they just re-explain everything we already know about the war, like it's something new and exciting. I'll read you some stuff anyway, just so you can see how repetitive this is. He tilted his head, studying her. Have you ever wondered why it was so easy for the High Necromancer to recruit the guild families? After all, plenty of them were devout or owed their fortunes to the Institute. What Morrow did was widen a crack that the holdfasts had been growing for centuries. Since the moment they founded this city, they set themselves up as kings while claiming not to be. They weren't the lowly sort who'd pursue power, no, they were divinely destined for it, called, you might say. That's because they didn't want to rule, Helena said fiercely. Luke certainly never did, and Apollo always cared more for the Institute. He hated politics. Kane's mouth twisted. Yeah, funny how often people in power hate politics, as if what they really want is to do as they please and be praised for it, and if they aren't, then it's all beneath them. Considering how much they despised it, they certainly were unwilling to part with it. Only handed the minutiae, I can never say it, minutiae, like the tiniest bits of governance over to those of faith. Let the falcons and kestrels and shrikes manage all that tedium. When Morrow came here, he didn't even have to offer immortality or riches. He just offered to remove those who would never let us rise further. With the holdfast gone, the Faith's grip on Palladia was supposed to crumble. An easy takeover. The city should have been barely affected. Even the Institute was intended to be left intact. So this is all stuff that we already knew about, because it was spoken about in the first part of the book. And it's why I'm pretty much on the bad guy's side, other than the whole murdering and immortality and, enslaving people thing. But the initial thing with the guilds wanting to rise up and take power, I was on their side, you know what I mean? We do get a little tiny bit of new info though, because remember, there's someone called Blackthorn, and we're supposed to know him. I've read this book and I still can't really remember who he is. I think we heard about him once before. Anyway, he comes up again here. Like I say, we're supposed to know him. He used to disagree with Morrow on some of the killing and stuff, so he spoke out, but then Morrow got his bone and used it to control him. You know, I can't remember what they're called. The phallus and things, I don't know, the bones, the magic bones, the controlling bones. And what happened was Morrow began carving into the bone using a talon ring. Ballius, Blackthorn, began to scream and tear at his own body until there were pieces of him all over the floor, but it never stopped. He just kept regenerating, over and over until the floor was covered. When Morrow was finally done, I'm told Basilius went home and ate his wife alive in their marriage bed. I believe he had children too. All gone. And apparently this is the why and the reason for the whole cannibalism thing and why they're so evil. It's something about like the more times you like die and regenerate, the more evil and crazy you become or something. Like how this works is never explained, but we're just meant to accept it. So okay. Helena's like, but Luke isn't like that. He's good. And Ferren replies with, and what would your dear Luke say if he learned how you let his father's killer buy you like a whore? As he spoke, his free hand found her waist and pulled her close, hand sliding up her body, groping her as if he were about to push her down and ravish her there on the bare floor. But his eyes were cold. Again, gross, sexual harassment, sexual assault, misogyny. Can we just not at this point, please? Following this, Helena is like, he's right, all I'll ever be is a whore. It's how people will remember me, not my education or accomplishments. Like, I'm fed up with this. Hate it. The narration says, sometimes she wished she died in the hospital with her father, to be remembered and mourned for her possibilities rather than live day by day growing even lesser. Now it didn't matter if she'd been an alchemist or a healer or anything else. To anyone who ever learned of it, she would only be one thing. Women were always defined by the lowliest thing they could be called. But worse still was knowing all that and still craving those rare moments in which he was gentle, because that was all she had left. I'd like to throw this book away, please. So Helena goes back to the Eternal Flame and gives people these shards of metal that she got from Ferren's wound so they can analyze it. And then she has a moan because she can't tell people that she ruined her knife, taking it apart to perform surgery on him. Oh yeah, that was the thing. So she has like nothing to protect herself right now. And she's like, it was going to be a while before she had an alchemy knife again. A person couldn't lose an alchemical weapon and expect to get a new one without an explanation. If Helena said she lost it, she'd be subject to discipline and as a non-combatant be placed at the bottom of the wait list. If she attributed the loss to an attack, she would have to specify which attack. But like, she clearly already told him that she did surgery on Ferren because she's like, hey, this is where I got these metal shards, analyze them. So why can't she just say, I took the knife apart to do this surgery, can you give me a new one, please? Why can't she just say that? It's creating problems for the sake of it. Like the author and the character creating problems for the sake of it. To create this drama that's unnecessary and like it's not even interesting because there's no real state. I don't know, I don't care, I hate it. Next up, it's like this world's equivalent of Christmas, so Helena gives Ferren a gift of a medical kit and Ferren finally gives her the set of daggers that he's had made for her. Cool. So again, that whole like not having a knife thing was drama for no reason. She was panicking, but it had no consequences to the plot, so okay. When she heads back to the Eternal Flame again, like, this whole book is just her going back and forward between Eternal Flame and Ferren. Eternal Flame, Ferren, Eternal Flame. Like, it's so boring. She heads back anyway, and there's more discussion around nullium, and Helena says, given the alloy's behaviour and how resonance is used, making it a weapon or injecting nullium into the blood is less effective than simply targeting the limbs with it. If that kind of interference was focused near the limbs, it would be almost impossible for an alchemist to accurately sense their resonance. Shishio thinks if the alloy was paired with something that has a high, sharp resonance point, like copper processed with high levels of lumithium emanations, that could create a type of interference that would suppress most kinds of resonance, regardless regardless of the alchemist's repertoire. And this is another place where I was a bit confused, right, about like what people know and what they don't know and the timelines and everything. Because when this was first introduced in this part 2 of the book, right, everyone seemed shocked and like it could be this new thing and like, oh my god, could this be used to block people's magic? Oh my god, what are we gonna do? But if you remember back to the first part of the book, which is the future, Helena's made to wear like 2 different kinds of bracelets which prevent her from using her power, right? But she doesn't seem shocked by this at first. She's just like, yep, okay, it's a magic blocking bracelet, this makes sense. As though like she's already aware of it. I don't know. So I was assuming that the nullium stuff is what ends up being used for the newer versions of the bracelet in the first part. It is. That's fine. Well, both versions of her bracelets in the first part. But now they're making it sound like the bracelets are new. But then if she blocked her memory, how would she know about it? I don't know. The whole memory wiping thing makes no sense to me. It's so stupid. I don't even know if I'm making sense now. Sorry, I still feel so rough today, but I've got to get through this. It's also during this conversation, and Helena's talking to Ilva, by the way. Helena is told that they had planned for Farron to be dead at this point, and Helena's shocked, but I thought we already knew this, so again, I'm confused what she's shocked by. I thought she knew this plan. I thought we knew this plan. I thought everyone knew this plan. I feel like the author doesn't even know what people know and don't know at different points. So how are we supposed to? Anyway, it's at this point that Helena reveals to Ilva that she's the one who healed Farron, and she used the stone from her amulet to do it, and Ilva says, referring back to a myth we only heard of once about 100 pages ago, "Do you know the story of the Stone of the Heavens?" she finally said, running her thumb over the empty setting. Dread swept through Helena like a tidal wave. "No," she said, shaking her head. "It's a myth. Everyone knows that was a misinterpretation. Luke said it wasn't real." Ilva looked up at Helena. "When your Vivimancy made its appearance, I thought I'd been given my way forward, that Sol had provided a failsafe so that I could protect him. Of course, there was still the politics of it to contend with. Matthias did not make it easy. With all the connections he demanded, I was concerned about the toll taking you two prematurely." The toll is just useless in this. It's like meant to be this threat there, but it never actually does anything. Okay. "The amulet had been locked away for centuries, lying idle as generations of holdfasts protected it. I'd hoped this war might rouse it to do something." "What was it?" Helena asked. Ilva fell silent for a long time. Helena didn't dare speak. "Have you heard the stories of Rivertide?" No, of course we haven't, because this book never tells us important information in advance, does it? No. Rivertide was the name of Palladia back before the First Necromancy War. It had been wiped out by a plague, and when the necromancer found it, he'd used the corpses for his army. But apparently this is all a lie. There was no plague, Ilva said, still not looking back. Orion called it a plague because it was kinder than immortalizing what truly happened to them all. She pressed her hand, still clutching the amulet, against her chest. The necromancer realized the alchemical potential of the area and came to Rivertide specifically because of the people living here. He killed them? Helena couldn't understand the purpose of that secret. That the necromancer massacred Rivertide was even more believable than a story of finding a convenient town of corpses. Ilva shook her head. "No, they're still alive to this day." Helena stared at her, not understanding. "The necromancer was a vivimancer just like you, but the ability was even more mythical back then. He came to Rivertide performing miracles. They thought he was a god. They built him a temple on the plateau, gave him everything he asked for, and he promised them immortality if they only had the faith for it. He declared that if they trusted him fully, utterly, he could make them live forever. I'm not sure of the process, but afterwards his temple was full of corpses and their souls were bound together, synthesized into this substance. He used the power to reanimate them all. When Orion fought... Sorry, I know this is long, but apparently it's vaguely important to the back... Well, I thought it was important. It's barely even important. When Orion fought the necromancer, the souls were still conscious, aware of the betrayal exacted upon them. That the gift of immortality came... I feel like it should be the gift of immortality, not the gift of immortality. Anyway, that the gift of immortality came at the price of eternal enslavement. During the battle, the necromancer's control slipped and the stone turned on him. There was a light as bright as the sun. It filled the valley, destroying the necromancer and all the necrothralls in a wave of fire. When it was over, Orion and his followers were all that remained. Ilva shook her head. If the truth of the stone's nature were known, Orion feared that others might be inspired to rediscover the methods, and so, when those who'd witnessed the battle called the stone a gift from Sol, Orion had no choice but to let them believe it. And Helena, on hearing this, is like, "Boo-hoo, you must tell Luke the truth." And Ilva's like, "No." So this is all a bit confusing, and I read it several times, but from what I can infer, the Stone of the Heavens is what Helena had in her amulet. At one point, the necromancer, like the big main necromancer, used it to make people enslaved, but immortal. but the stone turned on them and they died, but they also might still be alive today. I don't know. I'm confused. Helena set her jaw, too angry to accept the fault. Why would you give me something like that without explaining what it was? I mean, that's a good question, let's be honest. If you're going to give someone like this massively all-powerful mythical stone, you might as well explain to them what it is so they don't, accidentally lose it. Or use it for something, I don't know. Anyway, Ilva's eyes flashed. Because I was trying to save you, spare you. I thought maybe the damned thing could manage that much, and it seemed that it did. But when Farron made his offer, Crowther said it was the only chance we had left. I considered taking it back that night. I could have, after what you'd said before the council, but I remembered your face when I first put it on you. I thought you treasured it enough to have sense. You stupid, stupid girl. At this point, I was like, I don't understand. Why did she give it to her at all? I don't know. Apparently, it was so she wouldn't get exhausted when she was using magic while she was healing, I think. Or something. I don't know. Ilva's expression twisted bitterly. It doesn't serve the holdfasts. She looked away from Helena's jaw set. Even in Orion's own hands, it was hard and cold, never bestowing its power or favour upon anyone of the holdfast line. There have been a few whom it would warm to, but it always went cold eventually, and you of all people had it. You could have done anything, and you healed Farron with it. I don't get why she's mad. Like, you gave her this, all-powerful mythical stone, didn't tell her what to do with it, and then when she was like, oh, I finally realised it's powerful, let me use it for something I care about, you're mad at her. Like, if you told her what it was and the importance of it, maybe she wouldn't have done that. Like, you can't make her be ignorant and then blame her for her ignorance. Do you know what I mean? Stupid. This conversation ends with Ilva telling Helena to kill Farron, which is silly because, surely you both know that now this stone is inside him and she healed him with it. He's going to be, immortal or something. Well, he's already immortal. It's stupid. Okay. I am trying to save everyone, Marino. Her voice cracked with intensity. That includes you. No matter how you've romanticized him, Cain Farron is not a person. He is a monster. Can the readers of this book who like Helena and Farron together please reread this sentence over and over and over, please, and take note? Ilva gives Helena a timeline of just 1 month to make Farron groveling and loyal, or she has to kill him. Again, I'm not invested in any of this. I don't care. Just kill him now for all I care. And then next chapter, Helena goes back for a Christmas-like celebration at the big family house that she started this part of the book in. The one that's meant to be like the Weasley house in Harry Potter, right? And while she's there, she goes to see Titus's brain again for the first time in a year, apparently, because she's just not doing her job, okay? And apparently now she knows more about how her magic works, and she has this idea and thinks that maybe she could heal him. And then some random character shows up called Penny, and Penny is like, we're happy, we're winning the war because we had faith. Faith which Helena has never believed in, and now knows is a bunch of nonsense too. Because, right, that's the thing. Throughout this book, Helena's been like, I don't believe in the gods, I don't believe, in religion and then the story that Ilva told her is basically like, oh yeah, the god thing is stupid, there's no gods, there's only necromancy, blah, 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 blah. And yet somehow this is meant to rock Helena's world and be like, oh my god, right, listen to this. Helena was going insane. She was about to start screaming right there in the alcove. She had never imagined this possibility. They thought the war was being won because her proposal of necromancy had been so sharply reprimanded that the resistance had passed some final spiritual test. And all the success of the last year was a reward for it. Without even realizing it, she'd proven their mythos. No matter what happened now, no one would ever listen to her. She was cast forever into the role of doubter, of tempter. Standing there, she suddenly remembered the odd expression in Ilva and Crowther's eyes as she was censured and dismissed. What a perfect opportunity she'd given them in that moment. No wonder Ilva had told her the truth about Orion. She knew no one would ever believe Helena's claims. And I once again return to my theory that no one in this book is a good guy. They're all horrible. But this is where, we're supposed to feel like Helena's like, oh my god, I'm doubting this religion. And it's like, you were already doubting the religion. This can't be a shock to you because you already didn't believe. I'm so confused. There's also another Luke interaction where Helena realizes she needs to pick between Luke and Farron for reasons or something. I don't know. So she tells Luke, she swallowed hard. When this is all over, I don't want you to think of us as friends anymore. I think it will be better that way for both of us. Why? He looked horrified. because I'm not your friend anymore. Your friend, Helena Marino, died in a field hospital 6 years ago. She doesn't exist anymore. I need you to let her go. I'll be honest, I didn't understand her motivational reason for doing this at all, and I still don't. We get a slight bit more explanation here, right? She pulled away from him, shaking her head. All Luke knew was Palladia, alchemy, and the eternal flame, with their ideals about the refinement of fire, of trials and sacrifice, the purity of suffering. That it would be worthwhile eventually in the next life, if not this one. Maybe if Helena were at the front, she could believe all that too, but she's spent every day of the last 6 years watching people die. She lived in the aftermath of every battle, breathed in the devastation until she was drowning in it. Nothing and no one would ever convince her that anything noble or purifying could come from this scale of suffering. Absolutely fair. That any rewards could ever be worth it. To trick people into embracing it was cruelty. How could she tell Luke that? That none of it had ever meant anything. That the miracles he believed in were mere sleights of hand, bought and paid for with betrayal. She couldn't. So I get that she's angry, that a religion and belief that was never real has led to war and death and suffering. I get that. But religion or not, like, were they just supposed to sit back and watch people die? I don't really know what she expected of them here. Like, I don't understand what Helena genuinely wants or values or believes. Like, and it's not, like I said, it's not like she was religious before or believed in these gods. So now she knows for a fact they're not real. What's actually changed for her? I don't know, but apparently she's acting like this is some big revelation, like her whole faith has been shook. And it hasn't, because you never had this faith to begin with. It doesn't make any sense. It's so poorly thought out. A lie, all of it a lie. The celestial embers that decorated the island, all those murals and paintings of the holdfasts, the sun always rising with them, all lies. Yeah, but you thought that in the first place. You never believed it in the first place. Why is this so jarring to you? It's like me as an atheist being told, oh, by the way, God's not real. I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. Do you know what I mean? It wouldn't be that shocking. It wouldn't, change my whole worldview, because it's already my worldview. Anyway, okay. Helena said before she believed in Luke as a good person, which is why she was on that side and loyal to begin with. And if she still believes he's a good person, which she does, then what's really changed for her? Nothing. So why is she acting so different? I don't get it. I do not get it at all. Anyway, Helena's sad now, so she decides to go see Ferren, who's mad at her for showing up, but then they talk. It's a waste of paper. Next chapter is a whole bunch of Ferren doing training and fighting with her. It's mostly boring, but there's this one part that bothered me, right? So he pins her to the ground at one point, and she kept twisting and bucking her hips trying to break free. Kane abruptly let go of her, shoving himself off. This is bad, actually. I remember what this is. The muscle in his jaw rippled, and his eyes were dark as he stood up, breathing heavily, a low flush in his cheeks. If you're ever pinned down like that, I would not recommend trying to escape that way, he said in a tight voice, turning as if catching his breath. So he's mad at her because when she was trying to escape his attack, he found it physically arousing, and now he's mad, and he's like, don't do that to anyone ever. But saying you shouldn't squirm to get away from an attack is really terrible advice. So back when I was in school at 15, 16, we all had to take self-defense classes, right? I don't know if any other school did this, but ours did. And honestly, I still remember a lot of the stuff we were taught, and I found it really useful. And at the very end of the class, we had an assessment, and if we passed the assessment, we could go on to another module, and if we didn't, we had to take the class again. And basically, the assessment was the instructor, massive guy, 6 foot odd, muscles huge. He got all padded up in protective gear, helmet, everything. And he placed us on this area defined by mats, and we had to stand there and close our eyes, and he would come and attack us from one angle or another. And what he was trying to do was get us and this sounds terrible, but it was for the assessment, he had to get us down on the floor in what he called the rape position, which is holding our arms up like that, legs spread basically, like an attacker could rape you. And if he got you in that position, then you failed the assessment. But if you managed to get away and get off the mat area before he could get you in that position, then you passed. And so you had to use all the things that you knew to get this massive giant man off you. And he came at me from behind, and it was honestly terrifying, but really useful. And because they did want to sort of stimulate that fear in you, as you would be in a real situation like that. And I did everything I could to get away, and I did, and I got off the mat, and it was great. And he told me afterwards one of the best things I did was I didn't stop moving and wriggling and squirming, so it was impossible to get me in one still position and keep hold of me, because even though he was 3 times the size of me. I used like my size and my like smallness to like wriggle away so much and get free of him that he couldn't like get a hold of me, basically. Because I was like, there's no way I can use just like strength against him. So it was a matter of like squirming away, basically, and I did. And he said it was a really good thing. So Farron telling Helena not to do this just seems ridiculous. Like, just because you got turned on by her, like, I don't know. It feels like what Farron is trying to say here is, your attempts at escape made me aroused, so it'll arouse other men, and if you do that to them, they'll rape you and it'll be your fault. And I think that's a terrible, terrible thing to tell anyone, especially a woman. You know what I mean? It's like, if squirming and wriggling gets you away and gets you to safety, you do that. You know what I mean? And let's be honest, like, if a man wants to rape you, he's gonna try and rape you, because rape is not about arousal, it's not about attraction, it's about power, it's about control, it's about violence. So saying like, oh, you shouldn't turn someone on by accident in case they rape, like, it, no, can we not? Anyway, after this horrific moment, they end up kissing again for some reason. I don't know why, I still hate it. It was not a slow, sweet kiss. It was not a kiss caused by alcohol or insecurity. It was born of rage, despair, and desire so hot it threatened to burn her into oblivion. It was possibly a kiss goodbye. She wanted him to know it was real. For her, it had always been real. Anyway, in true romanticy style, her shirt ripped as he tore it out of the way. I'm sorry, but like, how poor quality are your clothes that they can just be ripped like that? Like, is this not impractical? Like, you're gonna need to wear that shirt again, especially in wartime. You can't just go out and buy new shirts all the time. Terrible. Waste of materials. Anyway, they have sex. It's her first time, but what worries me are lines like this. She'd known it might hurt if not done slowly, but she was glad it did. Certain things were meant to hurt. That should hurt. Sorry, what? No, okay, no. If you've seen any of my reviews of Bethany Beal's sex courses, they're slightly older videos now, but they're still good. You'll know that I'm a big advocate for saying it's not normal for sex, even your first time, to hurt. Sex should not hurt. Can we stop pretending it should? It should not. And if it does regularly, then you either need to be more aroused, use a lubrication, or speak to a doctor because you may have an underlying health problem. And if we're talking about emotional hurt, then again, can we not? Like, sex shouldn't be painful or a punishment or something you feel guilty about. That's just entirely unhealthy to me. And even if it is your first time, it shouldn't hurt. If it's hurting, take it slower. Use more lube. I just... No, can we not? This idea that certain things are meant to hurt, it's just so unhealthy, isn't it? And knowing teenagers are out there reading this book and they're going to be... Because they are, let's be real, they are. They shouldn't be, but they are. They're reading this thinking it's normal that your first time should hurt. No, can we not? No. And it only gets worse, right? So he finished before her, obviously. He finishes before her, so obviously that's where sex ends, because misogyny. Who cares about a woman, right? And the only thing she could think of was how relieved she was that it was over before anything else had happened. Even whores were not so low as to find pleasure in their work in the way she nearly had. Again, can we not? Orgasms are not punishments or something to feel guilty about. Can we... And also, like, can we just stop with the whole calling yourself and other women whores in a derogatory way, please? It just feels wrong. He only looked at her face for an instant before his eyes dropped down and the little colour remaining in his face vanished. You were a virgin? Helena looked, the blood smeared at the top of it in her thigh. No wonder it had hurt. Again, can we stop perpetuating this idea that you always bleed the first time you have sex, or if you're bleeding during sex, it's only because it's your first time? Like, plenty of people don't bleed on their first time. That's absolutely fine. And just in general, there are lots of reasons why a person might bleed during sex that aren't because they're a virgin, including the sex being too rough, not enough lubrication being used, illness or infection. If you are bleeding, it's worth talking to your doctor about. Again. Then he finally says to her, well, you seem pleased, he said in a bitter voice, his lip curling, to have finally whored yourself. Again, I refuse to believe there is romance in this story at all. This is just a toxic, abusive relationship in a confusing fantasy setting. Then he reveals to her, the resistance was losing, everyone knew you were losing. I knew I'd need a contact, someone who could retrieve messages for me and come when called. I didn't want Crowther choosing one of his rats, and I thought demanding someone specific would play into whatever they expected of me. But the Eternal Flame's noble families are too precious. I had to want someone they considered disposable, and Crowther was standing there waiting for an answer. I had to come up with something. I remembered your name on the exam lists. When I said Helena Marino, Crowther got this look in his eyes, and I knew he'd taken the bait. As if I would betray the High Necromancer for you, he sneered. I knew they'd send you with instructions to try and play up the obsession I was supposed to have, to ensure that I wouldn't get bored or change my mind, but I wasn't worried. You were no one, just an awkward shadow behind Holdfast, following him like a dog. I thought it would be funny watching you try. He looked away from her, his face twisting. But you, he shook his head. It doesn't really matter. You outmaneuvered me, or maybe I'm just too tired and grieving to keep pushing you away. You won. He met her eyes for a moment, his expression bitter and derisive. Well done. I don't like him at all. If a man spoke to me like this, I'd be walking out of there and never going back. If a man calls you, what was it? A no one. No, can we not? No. He goes on to talk about how Morrow, I think, had captured Ferren's mum and kept her in a cage and tortured her after his dad was arrested by the Eternal Flame for treason. And then Morrow and Bennett experimented on her, and Ferren had to keep doing evil stuff for them, otherwise they'd torture his mum more. And that's why he had to kill Luke's dad, because they'd captured his mum and were blackmailing him, basically. Once again, this is all played off as oh my gosh, shocking, wild. And Helena's but I didn't know that. Was it not obvious? Ferren said he wanted to avenge his mum. Was it not obvious they'd done something like this? Obviously, they'd used someone he cared about against him. Does the author just think we're stupid? And then Ferren himself was tortured and hurt and turned into one of the Undying, and then his mum died. Okay. Helena's oh no, poor delicate little baby. And he's I just can't care for someone again, because I'm just a poor, equally emotionally stunted child. Boo-hoo. I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Kane. She said it again and again. She was apologizing for everything. For the first time, Kane Ferren was fully human to her. She'd slipped through his walls and peeled away the defensive layers of malice and cruelty, and found that there he carried a broken heart. She could use that. Yeah, I'll say it again, this isn't romance, is it? And I'm so tired of evil people being oh, but they have mothers too, they're real people. I don't care. None of this is a good enough reason for all the people he's murdered, all the innocent people, Anyway, you can't tell. Still hate this book. They both open up about the truth of their plans, and Ferren is nasty as always. And she tells him about the 1 month to make him loyal thing, the order she's been given. And she says, I just have to prove that you'll do what I ask. If I can, they won't hurt you. She studied his face desperately. His eyebrows rose mockingly. Really? Is that all? Just servitude? And then I'll get to continue this delightful existence of mine so long as I'm more useful alive than dead. That's so generous. How could I possibly refuse? You realize you asked this of her too, you hypocrite. He says he doesn't want to be saved, so she's I can't choose you. I have to follow orders. Do you want me to be the one to kill you? And he laughs at her and asks what happens next, and she says she doesn't know, so he's okay, find out what I have to do to prove my loyalty to you, and I'll do it. So she goes back to the Institute, and Crowther is shocked, but then they have this little heart-to-heart where he admits that he can't replace her, even though he's tried. Remember this, because the author wants to pretend this scene didn't happen. Crowther's eyebrows furrowed as he studied her. I spent a year working on the logistics of replacing you, and I must admit you are the most exceptional asset the Eternal Flame possesses, and I'm sorry for that. Like I say, remember this, because in about 50 pages, Helena forgets this ever happened and goes back to, oh no, no one wants me, I'm so useless and expendable, even though she's just been told the exact opposite. You are the most exceptional asset the Eternal Flame possesses. Can't replace her. Remember that. A week later, Crowther goes back to see Ferren and asks him to beg. It's presumed that he does, but it happens when Helena's out the room. End of chapter.
Okay, hi lovely people. Welcome back to, I don't even know, part 4 of trying to film this ridiculously long video. This time I'm here at my sister's house, I'm cat sitting, and I have lost my voice. This is the best it's been in about 2 weeks, so I'm sorry if I'm all gravelly, but I'm going to try my best. I've got 3 videos to film today, so I'm going to try and get as much done as I can. Ideally 3 videos, we'll see how it goes. Where were we with Alchemised? Okay, so time passes. It's a few weeks, right? And Helena keeps going to see Ferren and gives him an envelope of orders each time, but he's still mad at her and he's still really mean to her over and over and over again. Meanwhile, her side, the eternal flame. I want to say, I've been working on this video for like 2 months now, or this set of videos for 2 months. I can barely remember any details. The eternal flame seems to be losing the war, and a lot of time seems to pass, but other than saying they're losing, nothing really changes. There's no like day-to-day changes that much. Finally, something happens, and Helena is returning from seeing Ferren when one day she learns there's been this big attack, and during the attack, Luke is missing, and Lila and Soren, the twins, are seriously injured. Finally, something is happening. When Helena gets to the hospital, Elaine, one of the other magical healers, is in a bit of a panic because she's trying to heal Lila, but something inside Lila's stopping it, so like her magic isn't working. Clearly, this is like the nullium stuff that's got inside Lila, right? We can all extrapolate that, okay? Soren, on the other hand, seems to be fine with regular healing, so he clearly doesn't have any nullium in him. So Helena tries to get Lila into some sort of traditional surgery to remove the nullium, and everyone seems shocked by this, and I don't understand why. Because I thought magical healing, like Helena does, like Elaine does, like the other 3 magical healers, I thought that was like the non-normal stuff. That was weird. I thought everyone else had the traditional medicine and surgery anyway, so I'm confused why this is shocking, but okay, I guess we just have to accept it at this point. So that happens, there's surgery, a bunch of men are grumpy that a woman got injured because damn women shouldn't be paladins or something like that. I don't know, it's just an excuse for more men on that side to be misogynistic and talk nonsense, as many men do. Then Helena goes to see Soren and tries to fix his injured eye, but it's so much of a mess that she can't. And I was like, oh no, poor Soren and his injured eye. I bet this will have consequences. No, not really, it doesn't. I might care about it more if I cared about him as a character, but I don't. We know nothing about him, except we've seen one scene where he was a bit mean to Helena and called her like dumb and a dunce and said she was stupid. And then he disappears off page for a while, and then he shows up like this. Like, why do I care about him? Why do I care that he's got an injured eye? I don't. I have no emotional attachment to this character at all. Ilva comes up with a plan to ask Helena, to ask Ferren, to get Luke back if he's been kidnapped, which they think he has. So that happens, and then Ferren is mad at Helena still. And at this point I was really confused about both characters' motivations, like both Helena and Ferren. And I was like, what do either of them actually want from each other? I don't really understand what's happening, what they want, what they value, what their goals are. I don't really get it. But that encounter between them ended with him saying, "Of course you'd weaponize your guilt in order to use mine." He gave a low, bitter laugh. I'm sure there's something poetic in it all, but right now all I feel is a new set of manacles. They said the name of the book. Oh no, they didn't. That was a fanfiction. This is Alchemised. Never mind. That's clearly a line from the original fanfiction, right? He let go and stepped away from her, heading for the door. So forgive me if I dislike looking at you. I'm just adjusting to the way these new ones chafe. Okay. Back to Lila, and nothing has happened. She's just laying around in a hospital like a sad prop, you know. But Soren has come up with a dangerous plan which he needs a healer for. And he's like, I'm going to save Luke, but I need a healer. Helena, will you help? At this point, I think he's still got the injured eye. I can't remember. It doesn't matter anyway. It's of no consequence. It's not like, oh, if only he'd had 2 eyes, he could have done X, Y, and Z. No, there's no consequence of it. I even forgot he had an injured eye at all. So Soren decides to take Helena to a random shop somewhere where the rest of his group are waiting. And I was like, in my original script, I'm assuming this is a Luke rescue group at this point. It is. It was. It is. This group is made up of people who I assume we're supposed to have met before, but they were so inconsequential and like nothing characters. I didn't remember any of them. So there was Penny, who was a name I remember but nothing else. I think she might have worked in the hospital. I can't remember. And I think, no, actually, I don't remember Penny. No, I don't know who Penny is, never mind. I was getting Penny mixed up with Sophia, who is Sophia Purnell, who she's the one I think works in the hospital. And she has significance later in the story, I think. I don't know. And then there's some people called Alistair and Sebastian. Sebastian, I think, is meant to be Soren and Lila's uncle, unless that's Alistair. Alistair's someone as well. I don't know. Again, we get no like proper introduction to these characters. There's no like real explanation about who they are and what their motivations are and why they're doing this. They're just there. And again, I think this is like an artifact left over from the fanfiction, where I assume these were established Harry Potter characters. And if you are a Harry Potter fan and you read the fan fiction, you'd probably be like, oh my god, all my favourite characters are coming together to rescue another favourite character. This is so good. But as it stands, we're like, I don't know who these people are. I don't remember what they've done or what their motivations are or who they are. I don't care. They're just names on a page, and it's not very engaging, you know? So in my script at this point, I wrote, since writing the last part of this script and this part of the script, I filmed... Oh, I've got delivery here. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're fine. I got it. I just felt a bit weird because, like, I didn't know if he was going to knock on the door or not. And I'm in a house, and I'm not used to being in a house. I've lived in flats for the last 11 years. So being in my sister's house, I'm like, I can see the delivery guy there, and I didn't know what to do. It was weird. Anyway, I'm going to open this and check because it's a gift for a friend. So, you know what? I'll show you. It's cute. For context, he loves possums. And I have been, like, accidentally stealing a lot of his t-shirts recently when we've been hanging out. And he has this one t-shirt that he really likes. It's like a possum and it says anxiety on it, but I've noticed it's really, really faded. So I felt bad about, like, accidentally stealing his t-shirts. It's like, you know, we go out in Sheffield and we had some drinks together and then I stayed over. Anyway, the point is, he's got this old possum t-shirt that's all faded, and I've been accidentally stealing a lot of his t-shirts. So I thought I would get him a new one, and it's really cute and it's got a possum on it. And it says, first of all, I'm a delight. I think it's adorable. Look how vicious the little beast is. So I thought he'd like that. So anyway, just showing you because you're here. What was I even going to say with this? Right, anyway, okay. What I said in my original script, I'm sorry, interjection. I could have cut all that out, but, you know, okay, again, going off topic, feel free to skip this if you're not interested. But I do feel like the last few years I've been, and I spoke about this in, like, a members only video, I felt, like, quite anxious about, like, sharing bits of my life with you guys and going off on tangents and, like, worrying that people are going to judge me. And I do feel like that's made me a bit more, like, I wouldn't say I'm detached from my audience, but I feel like you guys are maybe a little more detached from me. And I feel like I do want to show you more bits of my personality in my life and kind of feel that connection back with you guys again. So hopefully when I do buy my flat that I'm hoping to, I'll be able to live stream more and connect with you guys in that way because I miss doing that. And I do want to allow myself to open up a little bit more and be a bit more vulnerable with you guys and talk about these things and, you know, share bits of my life and, like, yeah, I don't know. So anyway, not the point. Where were we in the book? So I said in my script, since writing the last part of this script and this part of the script, I filmed my part 1 video and was reminded of so many events that I'd forgotten about purely because this book is so long, and filming and making this video series is taking me so long, right? In part 1, there was a mention of Helena not saving Luke and not saving Lila. Maybe both at different times, I'm not sure, it wasn't made clear. There was also talk of Helena bombing Bennett and Stroud's lab, so I was like, maybe that's what's about to happen here, or maybe that happens later, I don't know, we'll find out. But I assume this is going to be the bit where she tries and fails to save Luke, I assume. It's been foreshadowed. We like that, that's good, that works. So Soren's plan is that they need to go and get Luke, and if anything happens to him, to Soren, Helena needs to use necromancy to bring him back, and he's volunteering himself for that. So before, when she was like, hey, if we can get people to volunteer to be brought back by necromancy, we'll have more soldiers, and it'll be worth it, and he's like, you're stupid, you're disgusting, how dare you say that? And now he's like, actually, you had a point, do that to me, I'm volunteering. So, you know, we could call it hypocrisy, we could call it character development, but if it was character development, I think we'd have seen the steps that got him to this point. As it stands, we haven't, so it's just a bit out of nowhere and it's kind of confusing. Helena's not happy about this, and she's like, Soren, I don't want to bring you back, I just meant other people that I don't care about and are strangers to me, not someone I care about, but she agrees to it anyway. This doesn't feel earned. I feel like if we'd had some scenes in between of Soren, like, you know, understanding where his doubts have come from, him questioning his past thoughts, his position wavering, like getting to this point would feel more earned. But as it is, we've just gone from, like, completely against to actually, no, do it to me, with nothing in between. And so that's what I mean about, like, poor writing in this book. I want to see that character journey. I want to see how they got to these points, not just, no, I'm against it. Oh, someone's in danger, I'm for it now. Like, that doesn't That's not good writing, that's not good storytelling, that's not good character development, it's not interesting to read, you know? So apparently the person with them called Purnell, Sophia Purnell, is spying for Crowther or knows stuff from him or something. I don't know, it's never really explained outright, just she has something to do with Crowther. I don't remember what exactly, but she tells them about how there's a prison and she knows secret tunnels that they can use to get into it. Again, I don't know how she knows this information, or why Crowther had this information and no one else, or why Crowther didn't share it with anyone else publicly. I don't know. But by some miracle, she knows where Luke must be. It's in this prison. They've got to sneak in via tunnels. So they make a plan to sneak in that night, but first Helena insists she needs to go back for her medical bag because there's stuff in it that she's going to need if she's going to heal them along the way, and she can't just go without going back. It's all like, I mean, she does need her medical bag, but mostly she wants to go and leave a message with Shishio to give to Ferren in case something happens to her, right? So she leaves a note with him explaining everything, and she asks him to take it to the outpost to Ferren, but she isn't sure he won't turn her into Ilva, because she's like, I don't know if I can actually trust him or not. I think at this point in the book we're supposed to be unsure what side exactly he's on, because we saw him in the future / present working with the Undying, but now he's here working for the Eternal Flame. But he didn't exactly tell the Undying everything about her in the future, so maybe he is trustworthy, maybe he's not. I don't know, and honestly, I don't care enough to be invested. As for the actual mission itself, a lot of the actual details and action are skipped over with absolutely no attempt of building tension or describing the action. I wish these, because I feel like this is quite a big scene, an important scene, right? It's the big rescue mission. This is something that we want to see in detail. We want to have the tension built. We want to be with them every step of the way, being like, oh my god, what's going to happen now? And what's going to happen? We don't get any of that. Instead, we get accessing the West Island's Flood Cathedral was a mission of its own. There were resistance patrols they had to hide from until they finally found a weak point in the wall that Alistair could open. They crawled through straight into ice-cold floodwater. Like, didn't you want to make this more interesting at all? Like, no? Okay. There's another page of them kind of describing the journey, but it's still barely anything and it all goes by super quickly. I'm not even saying this quest has to be like Tolkien level in its description and its length. I'd just like a little more, you know? And like Tolkien's something that I've been talking about a lot recently and comparing this book to with friend this t-shirt's for, because like he's reading the books for the first time, and I'll be honest, I've only read the first one. I've not read The Two Towers or Return of the King yet. Obviously, I've read The Hobbit a number of times, finally read The Fellowship of the Rings, which technically, each book is 2 books, so technically The Lord of the Rings is 6 books. But anyway, not the point. And one of the things that he was like kind of not really feeling about those books is like they're so long, like there's so much to them, like they just, you know, the descriptions go on and on and on, and it's like, you know, I think I made the joke to him something like, because he said something like, the scene with Gandalf fighting the Balrog, it's like a page and a half, and he's like, I thought that would be longer, and I was like, yeah, and in comparison, you've got a whole chapter about mushrooms, right? And we did like joke about this, but I was also like, that's kind of what I love about it though, because if you don't have that scene with the mushrooms and the farmers setting up the Shire and basically setting up the stakes and who these characters are and what everyone has to lose, not just the characters you're following, but their friends and family and enemies, and you know what I mean? Like, if you don't set up what these people have to lose, the later scenes don't matter that much. So it does kind of make sense. And I feel like that's what's missing in a book like this. Although, like, you know, Gandalf and the Balrog scene, it didn't have to be long and drawn out because the tension was still there. We still knew what the stakes were because everything that had been established before. With this, because no real stakes have been established before, because nothing's being set up, because we don't care about this world or these characters, having these scenes of like, and then we went here, and then we did this, and now we were fine. Like, that doesn't do anything for me. I wish, like, I think these scenes do need to be longer. They do need to be more in depth. I want to know what it's like when you're all hiding and you're holding your breath and you're like hoping these guards don't spot you. I want to know what it's like when you're going through these tunnels. Like, you know, I want to know the details. I want to know about the ice cold water soaking into your boots. I want to know about how you're worrying that you're breathing too loudly or your heart's beating too fast. Like, they're the little details I want to hear, and you don't get any of it in this book. Even when there is action on the page, it's glossed over so quickly. Like, here's another example. They ascended 3 floors. Helena had never seen Luke's unit in actual combat, only their practices. They were deadly. Dark blurs of steel and spilled blood. Their weapons morphed like water in their hands, the blades twisting and altering, reaching out and slaughtering anything that crossed their paths, using their harnesses to make gravity-defying attacks. The prison was unquestionably occupied. There were too many guards and necrothralls for it to be abandoned, but not as many as would be expected for keeping Luke prisoner. Helena kept telling herself that it wasn't a trap, but it felt like one. They moved fast, trying to search every room before the victims were discovered, and the alarms went off. There was no point in hiding the bodies. Soren left a trail of blood in his wake. That's all we get. Like, this author can sit there and write 20 different scenes of Helena being tortured in detail, and us knowing her every scream and every bit of her body that's in pain, but we get 2.5 pages of the most important mission in the book so far, and it's just glossed over with no detail. That is annoying to me. They finally reach a cell with a prisoner who's a bit of a mess, and can only really say his name, which is Wagner or Wagner. I don't really know which one it is. I want to say Wagner. In my head reading it, I said Wagner, so we'll call him that. No one wants to take him, but Helena's like, no, we have to. Not because she cares about him, don't be silly, like, she wouldn't be that selfless, but simply because she's heard his name before and thinks he might be important to Crowther. Lovely. Again, I don't remember having heard that name before in the book, but maybe it was there as like a throwaway line. I don't know, but again, the setup doesn't really, like, there's no setup to pay off, you know? Soren hesitated and said, if he slows us down or does anything that puts the mission at risk, I will kill him, and you won't stop me. Agreed? Again, remind me how these are the good guys. So they eventually come across a necrothrall and a lich. Remember, the lich is an undying person's soul in the body of another dead person, and this lich acts like he knows them. There you are, he said in a rasping voice, like mine right now, raising a huge spiked club as his other hand rapped a warning on the door behind him. I wondered if the remaining Bayards might show up. 2 down and 2 to go. He paid no attention to Soren, his focus on Sebastian. And this was the only thing that reminded me Sebastian was a Bayard and was Soren and Lila's uncle. Because it's barely in it otherwise. That pretty niece of yours made a sound like a rotten gourd when I ran her through. You should have seen how fast your Principate dropped his sword when she fell. Sebastian stilled Soren. Who are you? The lich smiled again, the corpse's bloated lips splitting into a rotten grin. Don't you recognize me, Sebastian? I'd think you would, after all the effort you and Apollo put into executing me. Afraid it didn't stick, not like the axe did when I split your brother's skull. So I was confused by this whole interaction until I looked way back earlier in the book, like 300 pages ago, and remembered that Sebastian is Soren and Lila's uncle, and he used to work with Apollo, who is Luke's dad, and they tried to kill this guy, or execute him for treason, and in return, this guy injured Titus, who is Sebastian's brother and Lila and Soren's dad. So we get the reveal here that this is actually Atreus, Farron's dad, in some random body. He's actually alive, oh my god. But we already knew this, so it isn't that shocking, because remember later he has Crowther's body and he's walking around in that. I can't help but feel like this whole reveal would have been more interesting if we didn't know he was alive in part 1, like if we didn't already know it from back then. Maybe if we'd seen like someone in part 1, someone in Crowther's body talking to Farron, and then getting the reveal in part 2 that he's not actually dead, and then we can start to put the clues together and everything, and reveal that, you know, he's the one who takes Crowther's body later. That could have been interesting, but as it happens, it all just falls a bit flat. My other thought for this book is I don't like the structure. I feel like I feel like present, past, present could work really well in some books. But for this, we end up getting like the same reveals twice in like different ways, and like it just means things fall flat. I think some of this book would have worked better if the stories were being told in parallel. Like if we had like present day just like going forward, and at the same time Helena was like uncovering memories from the past, like interspersed, and we had like a kind of present, past, present, and like that sort of thing going. I think that could have worked well. It could have worked better. And then we could have had like chapters next to each other where like the reveal of Atreus being alive could have been like next to each other at the same point in the book, and it would have had more of an impact. I don't know. I feel like that could have worked better. Anyway, Helena stared in horror. Cain's father was still alive. This is just the same reaction she had in part 1. So again, little impact in us as the readers. It just falls flat. There is this fight scene that lasts a whole 2 paragraphs before Atreus is just dead, and stupidly they decide to just leave him instead of finding his talisman, which is a thing that like holds his soul, which he'll need to come back. So like anyone could come along and take his talisman and put it in another body and he'll be alive again. I don't know why they didn't just bother to take 2 minutes to just find it and destroy it. That would... never mind, they're idiots. Shouldn't we get the talisman? Helena asked as they all stepped around it. There's no time to search a corpse that big, Soren said as he stumbled forward and shoved the door. There was Luke. I know. So your super duper important prisoner, Luke, who is leader of the opposition, was guarded by 2 people who were killed in a matter of minutes, and you're not going to do anything to prevent the big immortal man who was guarding him from coming back to life. So it turns out when they get inside, they find Luke cut open on a table with people operating on him or experimenting on him or something like that. So I guess there are more people in the room who are scientists, but they're not guards. And Luke is somehow still alive. Soren just goes around and kills everyone in the room except a couple of them who run away, all in the matter of a few sentences. Like, again, there's no tension. It's not interesting. Helena does some healing on Luke. It's pretty extensive stuff. But that only happens after everyone else is dead. And the thing is, like, this healing on Luke apparently takes a long time, and she's there, like, doing it all. Everyone else is just stood around watching. Why in that time, when they're stood around watching that, could they not go and get the talisman out of Atreus? Why? It makes no sense. It's stupid. It's stupid. I guess for the sake of the plot, we need to keep Atreus alive, but it doesn't make logical sense. While she's doing all this, her ring from Ferrin keeps burning, but she just ignores it. Just like everyone else ignores actually killing the bad guy who's on the floor next to them right now, I guess. Okay. Finally, after like 15 minutes of just stood around with her healing and them just being like, yeah, we're not going to do anything. Finally, an alarm goes off and then they have to fight their way out against a bunch of necrothralls, which lasts about half a page, if that. Again, it's all sped over. It's kind of boring. And then they're nearly free, they're nearly back to safety, when all of a sudden Blackthorn appears. Who's Blackthorn? The crazy evil guy who ate his wife and children. Yay! He appears, he's got this big army with like monsters and all sorts, and Helena finally has to use all the training and the daggers that Ferrin gave her and that he's been doing with her. And so, at least this is like a fight on page. It's not just, oh no, we fought them and now it's over. Like, this fight is one we see actually take place on the page, and it does feel like the stakes are higher, so I will give it that. I enjoy this a lot more because, like, you know, we saw it on page, we saw the steps, we felt the fear with them. It worked a lot better. It absolutely did. During this fight, Soren gets axed in the ribs and eventually dies, like we all knew he would, because why make that deal about bringing back as a necrothrall if he wasn't going to die, right? We all knew this was coming. So now Helena has to make a choice. Is she going to bring him back or not? Are we going to get a laboured decision as she weighs up the morality of this choice? Are we going to see her struggle to actually pull off the process if she does decide to bring him back? No, of course not. It just happens in a sentence. She pushed the energy out of her body and brought him back. It was more than just easy, it was instinctive. That's it. That's literally it. This big moment that's like the culmination of everything in the book so far. That's it. Okay. There is a little more to it eventually. When he comes back, Soren knew her, she could feel it, the familiarity she represented. It was horrible, feeling the abomination of life in her arms. For all her efforts, this was a shadow. Soren was a puppet she'd slipped her hand inside. And I was like, okay, so this is a little bit more interesting. I like this. I wish some more had been done to explore this, because I was like, what exactly has she done to Soren here? I know we're told, like, they're brought back, but, like, what's actually happening? Because it's not like he's been made immortal, because there's no talisman or anything. It's probably more like a necrothrall, I think they call them, which is basically, like, she's just there puppeting a dead body, yeah? And the thing is, like, I know all her friends are absolutely, like, appalled by this idea of using a dead body as, like, a puppet soldier. But for me, I was like, I don't really see an issue with it, because he consented to it beforehand. Like, not just consented, but he consented enthusiastically. He asked for this. Like, in my mind, this is just like organ donation, isn't it? Like, I'm an organ donor, and I absolutely encourage other people to become organ donors as well and make sure you're on that list. Because, you know, like, if anything happens to me, I'm not using this body. use my body. I give it freely, you know, save people's lives with it, experiment on me, throw me on a body farm and watch how I decay. Like, I don't mind, I don't care. I'm not using this body anymore, so might as well let me be useful, you know? That's why I guess I see no issue in Soren wanting his body to be useful after he's gone, but I get that there's the whole religious element to this where these guys believe they need their bodies to burn for their souls to move on. But let's say that is real in universe, and we have no proof that it ever is. Like, that's not really addressed. Clearly, Soren was like, hey, it's cool. I am happy for my soul to be trapped on Earth, just so long as my body's useful and saves lives. Since it's what he wanted, I don't see anything wrong with this. But yeah, people are grossed out by the fact Helena's done this, I guess. Anyway. And besides, you're using him as like a puppet now. Who says you can't then just like stop using him as a puppet and burn the body later and let his soul move on that way? That's something that's never addressed, and I feel like I don't see an in-universe reason why that can't happen. I don't know. Anyway, I'm rambling. Helena gets stabbed, zombie Soren gets his leg chewed off, so that's fun. The author suddenly remembers that Blackthorn is there as well, because he's not been mentioned for pages now. And there is an attempt to make him scary here. Basilius Blackthorn peered at her, teeth barred in a grin, bloodstains from mouth to chin. He ate his wife and children with those teeth. I like that there's an attempt, it just falls a bit flat for me. And then, because apparently we haven't seen Helena tortured enough in this book, Blackthorn breaks her hands, like both her hands, takes the knife out of her wound and, oh god, I hate this bit, I can't believe this was here. So the bit where she was stabbed, he takes the knife out and then he sticks his fingers inside and he like gets off to it. So it basically reads like he's sexually assaulting her via a stab wound. And he says, "Did you know my favourite things are wounds?" he said, the words breathless. Wetter, hotter and tighter than anything else. I hate this, and I did not need to read this, but I suffered, so you guys will too. I'm so sorry. And the thing is, like, you guys know I'm a big horror reader. I love horror books, I love horror comics, I love horror films, I love a scary story, but I quite like psychological horror. I like stuff that gets in your head and like creeps you out and gives you like the shivers. I don't like gore and shock just for the sake of it. I want horror to mess with my head, but also to make sense. This just feels like it's shocking and disgusting for no reason other than to be shocking and disgusting, and for that reason I'm not a fan. There's no real reason behind it. Anyway, in, a miracle act, she's saved by Farron because of course she is. Apparently it wasn't combat, it was slaughter. It was impossible that he'd ever fought to his full potential before. If anyone had ever fought like that, everyone would have known about it. Because of course this one individual Farron has to be somehow stronger than all the best fighters in the Eternal Flame and Undying put together. Why would you make a character like this so overpowered? It just makes it kind of boring. And the fact that, like, he has no real weakness other than, like, well, I don't know. I guess his weakness is meant to be he cares about Helena. But that, like, it's not a weakness, is it? It's like when you have, like, really overpowered again, love my superheroes. When you have a really overpowered superhero like Superman, for example, to make those stories interesting and believable, you have to give him a weakness. You have to, make there be some stakes. So he's in love with a regular human like Lois Lane, or his weakness is kryptonite. You know what I mean? Like, he has to have these weaknesses. He has to have these flaws. Otherwise, it's not an interesting story. Kane doesn't have these weaknesses or flaws. He's just like this absolute miracle worker who apparently is great at everything and blah, 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 and it does make it boring. I guess you could argue if there's one weakness for Farron, it's that he's like completely unhinged and out of control and can't be stopped. So at this point, he isn't just killing people on the Undying side, he's trying to kill everyone, including people on the Eternal Flame side. He's trying to kill everyone until Helena begs him to not. So he finally agrees to help them because she refuses to go anywhere with him otherwise. Like, he just thought, oh, I can kill her friends and only save her, and this is absolutely fine. What is wrong with this man? Farron uses his magic to heal Helena as she directs him how to do it. Blah, blah, blah. Again, it's not interesting because we've seen this exact kind of thing before in part 1. It's not new, it's not interesting. The main thing, though, is there's just several pages here of Helena being in pain, which at this point is just 75% of the book. There's barely any story in this book, there's barely any world building, there's barely any character development. It's just how many ways can we show this one young woman being tortured? Ferren forbids Helena from ever going on a mission again because being controlling is his thing, and then she considers his motives a bit more, and she stared at him startled. She hadn't accounted for this. She knew Cain wasn't a spy because of any ideological reasoning. It was purely a sense of personal interest. He hated the holdfasts in the eternal flame, but he hated Morrow and the Undying more. That fact was immutable, the source of all his motivation. Okay, I take back what I said earlier. Maybe these two are both more alike than they think. Neither of them actually care about anything bigger than themselves, and they aren't motivated by what's best for people or anything ideological. It's all just, I like this person, so I'll do whatever they want. That's it. That's their only motivation. It's a bit pathetic. Like, sure, you're both as shallow as each other, so maybe you should be together, but it doesn't make for an interesting story. And then, even though we literally just saw that scene, and I remember when I was filming this, I told you to remember it last time, we saw a scene where Crowther told Helena she was not expendable, and she was basically impossible to replace, even though he tried and tried and tried. She still, at this point, does this whole inconsistent, like, oh, I'm doubting myself. Boo-hoo. I'm expendable. No one wants me. And, like, she does this whole speech about it. And then Farron's like, no, I want you. I'm only here to keep you safe. And then she kisses him, and it's such a muddled mess. Like, you've literally been like, no one wants me, I'm expendable. And then Crowther was like, no, we need you. You're not expendable. You're irreplaceable. And then she's like, boo-hoo, no one wants me. I'm expendable and easily replaceable. Why have that scene if you're just going to ignore it again here? This book annoys me. This book annoys me. God's sake. So, Ferren gets him to safety, and then he runs away. And, oh, I should say, everyone else is passed out at this point, so they don't know that Ferren was actually here saving the day. He just gathers up all their unconscious bodies and takes them out, and then he disappears off, and then Helena wakes them up, and she starts healing them, and then they all get out of there. At this point, only Sebastian seems to know that Helena used necromancy on Soren, so he agrees to cover it up for her for now. By the time they all make it back to the Institute or whatever their safe place is, Helena gets cleaned up, only for Elaine to come running to her begging for her to help Luke, because Luke's not recovering properly because he seems to have poisoned organs, but he's definitely not one of the undead or the undying. So they're like, we know he's not one of the undying, but something's wrong with his organs. Healing's not working, and then Helena goes and tries to find out what's wrong with him, but she ends up in pain, and he ends up telling everyone that she used necromancy on Soren because now apparently he knows somehow, so that secret wasn't kept long, was it? It's like this author doesn't know how to, like, pace the story or keep tension. Things either drag out far too long, to the point where they're forgotten about before they come up again, or they're brought up and then immediately resolved, leading to no tension whatsoever. Even this big reveal doesn't go anywhere and has no actual consequences, because we're told official reports help cover it up by saying Luke hallucinated it, so what was even the point? Like, there's no actual in-world consequences to Helena using necromancy. This whole thing that was built up throughout the book of, I want to use necromancy, no you can't, oh wait, you should do it, hey, I've done it, end of. There's no consequences to it, at all. Well, I guess one of the consequences is that Luke is now mad at her, but this doesn't mean anything because they barely interacted in the first place, so I feel like that doesn't really change much anyway. The one consequence of her using necromancy is this, that it has some, I guess, physical consequences for her. Her bones cracked, teeth sank into her flesh, the tendon behind her knee ripped out, wet hands found her mouth clawing in so deep she couldn't bite down. Her jaw gave way, ripping until her throat tore open. She was still fighting as water closed over her head. Helena started violently awake, gasping to breathe, hands clutching at her open throat. Just a dream, she tried to tell her pounding heart. Not really a dream, though, a memory. Soren's memories post-mortem were lodged inside her consciousness as though they were her own, bright and lurid in all their details. She hadn't known necromancy was like that she would never be free of the person she brought back. No wonder necromancers went mad. Who could stay sane with the minds of the dead inside them? So I was thinking, oh, I assume this is why she ends up wiping her memory in the end, so she can get rid of these memories of using necromancy. That makes sense, I quite like that. It's nice to see a price being paid for magic. Except that's not her reason, that's not what happens, it's stupid, of course I had too high hopes for this book. Everyone always talked of what accursed necromancy was, warned against it and its consequences, but Helena had been so convinced of its necessity and so distracted by the eternal consequences that she'd never paused to consider there being immediate ones. And this is why Helena kind of sucks as a protagonist, right? She never bothers to think about anything and it's stupid. She just acts. And that doesn't make for an interesting character. It doesn't make for an interesting book. It's just very annoying to read, you know? Anyway, instead of dealing with this trauma herself, she wanders out in the middle of the night in the hopes of finding Ferren, just blindly wanders looking for him, and somehow she does find him, and he puts her on this flying dog monster, which was the thing we saw in part 1, where she was like, ooh, what's this in the barn? Flying dog monster. And this takes her presumably to his mansion or some other house of his, I don't know. And in her delirious state, she says to him, I don't want to always be alone, she said. It was easier to be honest in the dark. I want to love someone without feeling like if they know, it'll end up hurting them. People who love me always die. No matter what I do, it's never enough to save them. I have to love everyone from a distance, and I'm so lonely. Which might be impactful if we'd seen this genuinely at any point in the book. Like, we know she has guilt over her mother dying and her father dying. I think he died not long into the war or something. And the mother thing I get her feeling guilty about because she was told for a while it was her fault for, like, sucking the magic and life out of her mum when she was pregnant or something. I don't know. Her dad, I guess it's because he stayed to fight the war with Helena because she stayed. I don't know. But, like, okay, she has minor guilt about that, but it's not really had any on-page consequences that we've seen. The only other person she seems to love are Luke and Lila. Lila's fine. Luke's now fine and still alive, even if he recently hates her. Other than that, all you've gone on about is how amazing Luke is throughout this entire book, and how dedicated you are to your healing job, and how you've never actually wanted a relationship or a family or anything like that. So where has this loneliness come from? We've never seen this loneliness in her before. We've never seen her want to be loved. We've never even seen this hinted at before. So again, it feels less impactful. It feels unearned. And the annoying thing is, when I said I liked that we were seeing the consequences of her using necromancy like this, I spoke too soon, because there's not actually any long-term consequences of it. It doesn't actually have any long-term impact. It doesn't impact the story. All it did was serve to make her wander out so she could meet Ferren at this point, so they could have more sex. That's the only consequence of her using necromancy magic. It puts her in a position to have sex with Ferren again. That is it. And that's annoying. There's no story consequences. I'm alone too, he said. A lump rose in her throat, her heart pounding. But I don't want to hurt you. You don't deserve... Really, he doesn't deserve it. Really. After murdering countless people and repeatedly torturing her for months, he doesn't deserve it. We have different definitions of what love and a relationship should be, don't we? While she's still in her ill, delirious state and isn't actually sure if what she's experiencing around her right now is real or an hallucination, Ferren decides now would be a great time to have sex with her again. I once again am questioning the level of consent here. First, like, every time they've had sex, the first time he gets her super drunk, and sure, he'd been drinking himself, but he's said repeatedly that he can't actually get properly drunk and that it wears off very quickly, whereas she was like drunk, and he was like mildly tipsy. So dubious consent there. And this time it's when she's ill and delirious and doesn't even know if what she's experiencing is real, and he's like, yeah, great time to stick it in. Can we not? She's also internally in her head, that's what internally means, of course, I'm silly, she's dealing with a lot of the Eternal Flames purity culture nonsense, so she keeps saying to him, no, stop, and he keeps saying, you deserve this, and he doesn't stop, which feels like coercion and very rapey, but okay, I suppose we're meant to see this as romance? No. The next chapter, now he's had sex with her again, he's all possessive and he's like, you're mine, you belong to me. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. We hate this. There's more chatting here about just everything and nothing. She tells him that his dad is actually alive as a lich and he doesn't believe her, and he asks why he's not dead yet, and she tells him about using the Stone of the Heavens on him, on its back. Remember that thing? I know. And they start arguing again. I don't really understand what caused the argument. I think it's just like the author wanted to show them arguing to create tension, but I don't really understand why it happened. Ferren's just suddenly angry that the Resistance has been taking Helena for granted and overworking her, and she goes, you think I don't know I'm expendable when you see fit to remind me of it at every turn? Well, you don't have any right to be angry about that. I'm sorry, are we just forgetting every conversation we just saw? Like, the one where Crowther said she wasn't expendable, and then the conversation last night when Ferren said to her, you're not expendable, and now she's here saying, everyone sees me as expendable. It's like, what? Why are you writing these scenes if you're just going to forget you wrote them and forget they happened and make your character keep saying the same thing over and over? I dislike this book greatly, if you couldn't tell. It's so stupid. Helena says that Farron's been cruel, which is true, and he apologizes, and she replies with a mirthless laugh, which is hard to say. Yes, you've apologized before, but you don't change, so it doesn't really mean anything, which is so true of both Farron in this book and abusive men in general, isn't it? So I ask, why is she still with him? Leave him. He is an abusive man. He gives the excuse of, I thought if I was cruel enough, you'd give up, that you'd have a limit, that once I'd found it, you'd stop finding ways to emotionally blindside me. He gave a low sigh. I spent such a long time waiting to be betrayed. I didn't want to care when it happened. I was trying to hurt you, but I'm so sorry that I did. Once again, I don't care. It still doesn't excuse him treating her terribly and hurting her repeatedly. Like, I get it. Hurt people, right? But that doesn't, like, it explains why they've done it, but it doesn't excuse it. She looked down at the scar in her palm. I used to think that we were the reverse of each other. Now, she looked at him and extended her hand. I can't help feeling we're mostly the same. Stop trying to make this a thing. Other than you both being selfish and only focused on each other and not actually other people and caring about people, you're not the same. Are you forgetting all the people he's murdered? Bothers me. He says to her, you keep people alive. You touch them and your instinct is to save them no matter who they are or what they've done. That is not a trait we share. It's far more difficult than calculating all the ways to kill someone, and it costs you more. See, he knows he's a crappy man. Leave him. Dump him. Leave. He agrees to take Helena back to the Eternal Flames place, and they fly on his flying wolf dog thing, and then once again he's like, no, wait, don't go back, and they just have a repeat of the conversation they just had. It's like, we saw them have this conversation, and then he's like, okay, I'll take you back. Oh no, wait, I've decided I don't want to. And then they just have the same conversation again. It ends when she's like, no, I'm going back because I want to do good in the world. Okay, noble, we like that. This is the first time we're seeing this from Helena. But I ask again, how is siding with the Eternal Flame doing good? I'm very confused as to why this book keeps pushing the idea that they're good when they're very clearly not. Neither side is good. If she wants to do good in the world, I don't know, she's going to have to find another way to do it. Anyway, she gets back, and Crowther wants to see her, and he's all angry, but then there's this really confusing interaction, right? Helena's throat closed. It was your plan. I was working with what I had. Crowther's eyes bulged. My plan? It was your informant from the hospital who gave Soren all the information. Where else would Purnell? Before she could finish the question, the door burst in, and a boy flew into the room. Where's Sophia? I tried to find her, but no one will talk to me. Where is she? It was Ivy. Her face was dirty, hair tucked into a cap. Crowther's gaze slid to Helena. Marino, perhaps you'd like to tell Ivy here where her older sister, Sophia Purnell, is. Ivy turned, and Helena noticed the resemblance between the hospital orderly and Crowther's little protege. A few years apart, different colouring, and Ivy's features were sharp and fox-like, where Sophia was soft. But as she looked, Helena could see the likeness. Your sister, Helena said, her voice straining. Sophia was your sister? So who is Ivy, and why are we supposed to be shocked by this? I looked back in the book again, and it turns out that Ivy is another healer that Crowther tried to use to replace Helena, but apparently she wasn't as good as Helena. Again, she was a nothing character. She was mentioned once by name and then forgotten about, so this whole shock reveal has no impact on me. Anyway, I think I forgot to mention it, but to recap, Sophia died on the mission to save Luke. Helena thought that Sophia was working under Crowther's orders on this mission, but it turns out she wasn't. So Ivy gets mad at Crowther, and it's revealed that she's the one who told Sophia all about the tunnels and everything. Except how did she know? That's confusing. I have no idea, but we're just expected to accept it, so here we are. Crowther's like, you're the blame, Ivy, and then he just blasts her with firepower because, why not? Okay. Ivy doesn't die, but she does storm out, and then Crowther uses a radio. A radio! They have radios in this world. Why are they bothering, sending handwritten letters and sending people across battle lines when they just have a radio? This world building makes no sense. Anyway, he uses the radio to put in, an order for Ivy to be killed. I think that's what's happening. Let me read you the passage and see if you interpret it in the same way. The string of jargon that Crowther muttered was nearly incomprehensible, but Helena did pick up two phrases: extremely dangerous and neutralized. He set the transceiver down and looked around his charred office. Is that really necessary? Helena asked. Crowther looked up. You've seen what she's capable of. Without her sister keeping her in check, Ivy is of no use. Bear in mind the rule applies to Farron as well. So I think that's him giving the order to have Ivy killed. I think. At this point, Crowther tells Helena that the prisoner, Wagner, has been refusing to cooperate without Helena there. Why? Who knows? That's never explained. Maybe the author just wanted her there for this part of the story, so we could see it on page. But it's never explained in universe. We don't know why he's so interested in Helena. It still doesn't make any sense. When they get there, and Helena just shows up, Wagner just starts spilling all his secrets immediately. Like it's not even difficult. He's just like, yeah, I'll just talk. So he starts speaking in like another language, and there's a translator there called Houghton. He says he knew Morrow in Hevgos. Morrow was given a prisoner unit, Sector 4 criminals. Wagner was a guard. And we're told about the place where Wagner and Morrow come from. The only thing Hevgos liked more than expansionist war was their prison population. It was vast, multi-generational, and the source of their labour force and bulk of their military. Sector 4 criminals were usually political prisoners, sentenced to 4 generations of imprisonment, lifetime after lifetime of inherited servitude that only their great-great-grandchildren would have a chance of escaping. So slavery. This country's into slavery. Lovely. Officially, Hevgosian prisons were all state-run, but that didn't prevent the rental of prisoners when it suited them to whoever could pay. Slavery was illegal on the northern continent, so Hevgos had reinvented it. So at least she recognises that it's slavery. Okay, we like that. Question though, why is everyone around all these countries why are they allowing this? Why is no one at war with them? Why are they not trying to stop the slavery? Again, these guys sound way worse than any of the other sides, but if you know slavery is happening and you just let it continue, are you not the bad guys? If you don't speak out about it, if you don't try and stop it. Wagner also reveals that Morrow was buying prisoners from these guys to experiment on them because he was trying to find a way of controlling the power of life and to master it and harness it, which would be the key to immortality. Sure, okay, whatever. Basically, he's doing Nazi-like experiments. Morrow's meant to be the Hitler in this world. We get it. Wagner was the guy who delivered the slaves to Morrow, and he also came up with a solution to Morrow's problems, which was he stopped trying to contain or bind the energy to himself. Instead, he used another prisoner inside the array. He spread his hands wide. He had a strange alchemy with his power. He pulled the energy out and bound them to the soul of the chosen prisoner. The other prisoner would suffer all the anger, and Morrow took the power. I don't know if I'm really stupid, or if this book's magic really is as vague yet complex as it seems, or maybe I'm just exhausted and out of brain power these days, but the way this is written, it's what I was ranting about in, I think, the start of this video, or maybe I put it in my bonus video. There's just no clarity in this book. I've seen a lot of people complaining about me online, being like, oh, she just wants everything spoon-fed. No, I don't. I don't want spoon-feeding. I want clarity. I don't necessarily want simplicity and everything spelled out, but what I do want is the basic world building and the core elements of the story to be clear. I want clarity in writing, not simplicity. I'm going to keep saying that. Then Wagner describes how he uses the bones to control people and use their power and whatever, and then Helena says, are you saying the Undying are just a power source for Morrow? Helena said slowly, yes, that's what he called them, Undying, not living or dead. And I was so confused. I was like, do we not already know this? This is what Ferren said about the bone things, right? I don't even know what they're called. The bone things he uses to control people. And this is why the weird timeline and memory loss thing just doesn't work for me here, because we're seeing the same thing being discovered by the same person multiple times in the same book, and it's just repetitive and confusing to figure out what she does or doesn't know at any time. I'm pretty sure she already knew this both in the part 1, and I think she already knew this in this timeline, because didn't Ferren tell her about it? Didn't he tell her about the bones in this as well as the part 1? I don't know. I tried looking back through my scripts to try and remember what we knew at what point, but my script at this point is 120 pages long, and I was struggling to find what I needed. At this point, we were like 700 pages into the book. I don't know, but it didn't feel new. It felt repetitive. It felt annoying to read. I'm just not a fan. Wagner goes on to explain to them all how the process works. I won't bother repeating it all here because it's not even important, it's not necessary, but yeah, it's there. And the information fell in line with what they knew, but Helena's mind refused to believe that such a thing could be possible. Maybe they did already know this, maybe they didn't, I don't know. I know Ferren absolutely did tell her some of this stuff in this part of the book about the bones and everything, so I don't get why she's so shocked or refuses to believe it when she's repeatedly seen some of this stuff for herself. I don't know, it's confusing. Wagner says that the fact all the Undying could use necromancy was an unexpected side effect that they never planned for. Again, call me stupid, but I don't think we actually knew all the Undying could use necromancy, did we? I feel like this is new information, but it's not treated as new information. I don't know. Maybe I'm just forgetting stuff because of how unnecessarily long this book is. I don't know anymore. Maybe I'm just making excuses by being like, oh, it's so long, so maybe that's why we... But no, you don't get like 600 pages into The Lord of the Rings and forget that Gandalf can do magic, do you? So why would you get 600-700 pages into this book and forget that all the Undying can do necromancy? You wouldn't. So clearly it was never explained. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, interrogation over, and all the information was just handed to us on a platter with no drama, no stakes, no nothing. It's never explained why he wanted Helena there, or why he gave up so much information so quickly when he'd been refusing to earlier. I guess it was just for the sake of the plot. Poor writing, again. Then, conveniently, he's somehow killed inside the Institute, this Wagner guy. And, again, it doesn't happen on page, it just happens. Wagner was found dead, hacked to bits by the reanimated corpses of 2 guards stationed outside his cell. The remains have been assembled to read Crowther next. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Who did this? We don't know. It's never explained, but okay. And also, turns out Ivy wasn't killed, she got away, and now everyone's angry. Again, never explained why or how. Okay. This book is terrible. Okay, at this point in the story, Luke is recovering and Elaine is his doctor because he still refuses to see Helena. So there's stuff in part 1 about Elaine being Luke's personal healer. This is why it happened. Meanwhile, Lila is getting fired from her job and her uncle is replacing her as the big top paladin person because 1, she let Luke be captured, and 2, Lila takes the fall. People have been complaining for a while. I mean, they always were because she's a girl and paladins are supposed to be boys. Okay, blatant misogyny about her, like, being a woman aside. Can we stop with this whole girls and boys thing? Like, she's meant to be like 25. Don't call her a girl. She's a grown woman. She's an adult. Like, say that they hate women, not this whole, oh, you should be boys and you're girls. It's like, no, you're grown adults, same men and women. I don't know, it just annoys me. But anyway, the misogyny is just accepted in this world and never challenged, so okay. Helena goes to talk to Penny about religion stuff. I can't remember who Penny is. I don't know, I don't think it matters. Penny's like, maybe Soren's death was a test from the gods and we all failed because you and him used necromancy. So Helena goes, if one person's actions are enough to damn everyone, then the gods are terrible, and Sol is the worst of all. And I mean, good point, yeah, fair enough. And then Penny's like, I remember when you first came here. We were in the same dorm. You said that Palladia was the most beautiful place in the whole world. The Shining City, you called it. You said that Etrus people didn't really believe in the gods, but here in the north you understood why they did, because how else could a place be so beautiful? Don't you remember that? She found Helena's hand and squeezed it. That's what you said. I think you still believe that deep down. You were just scared and you made a mistake, but you can repent. If you talk to the Falcon, he makes it all so clear. And I get it. I do think this is, on Penny's part, whoever she is, a good representation of religious fanaticism and just faith-based beliefs in general, but I'm confused why she seems to think Helena was ever religious. Helena wasn't brought up religious, she never became religious. The most she's ever said was like, yeah, this is pretty, I guess I can see why people believe in the gods, which feels more like a throwaway comment rather than a, oh my god, I'm religious now moment. Throughout the entire book, we just got Helena being like, I don't believe in the gods, I don't believe in the gods. Even if she wiped her memory, she's like, I don't believe in the gods, all this is nonsense. And then earlier we got, like, Helena doing this whole, like, oh my god, what do I believe now thing, after she learned the truth about Orion, and how he wasn't actually gifted power from the gods. And I feel like the whole, like, religious journey / conversation in this book is so muddled, because I still don't understand why she'd be like, I don't believe in the gods, and then she finds out that the story of the gods is untrue, and then she's like, oh my god, what do I believe now? It's like the same thing you always did. I don't get it, it's so muddled. There's some stuff in here that could be good, and could be interesting, but the execution is just so poor and muddled, and I don't think the author really fully understands what she wanted Helena to believe or not believe, or what she wanted her journey to be. It's just very muddled. Muddled is the only word for it. Meanwhile, Lila has lost all her magic powers, which I think is something to do with the Nullium inside her. And Elaine has been made the head healer of, like, the entire hospital or something, and Luke's personal healer. Like, she's finally got that title, even though she was the only one doing it anyway. Sadly, we're back to another chapter of Helena going to see Ferren, and it starts like this. She'd missed Cain the whole week, but now, returning, she felt dread. He could be so unpredictable. Every moment of softness between them tended to be followed by its direct inverse. And sorry, but that's a massive red flag. Like, that's a huge sign that a relationship is toxic as hell and probably abusive and you need to get away from it. That's not healthy, that's not fun to read about. Feeling dread before you go see your apparent partner. Feeling like every moment of softness is followed by, torture, arguments. But that's not healthy, that's not a normal relationship. Anyway, this is immediately ignored and forgotten about, and there's no consequences of it because they just immediately have sex. Finally, they get around to talking some more about the whole bones thing and the process of making people undying, and Farron is like, since we're the source of his power, he won't be defeated until we're all dead, and then Helena says she's going to find some way to reverse what was done to Farron, so I guess she wants to make him undying. And that's the aim for the rest of the book at this point. He then complains about Helena wearing her hair up, like tied up, and he says, I want to see you more. Her fingers stilled. She could see the hunger in his eyes. Possessive, ravenous, he would drag her from the war and hide her the instant she let him. The conflict was visible in his eyes. Want. She felt it like her heartbeat. If he couldn't hide her, he would hoard her to himself as much as he was able to. She'd fallen for a dragon. Yeah, call me crazy, maybe I'm too old for this book, but this kind of possessiveness is not sexy. It never will be sexy, it never will be fun. It just gives me the creeps, Continues into the next chapter too, nothing changes. You're mine. He'd repeat the words over and over. Say it, say you're mine. Again, I don't consider this romance. It's creepy as hell. There was a possessive terror in him, in the way he touched her, as though he always expected it to be the last time he ever saw her. When he didn't summon her, time stretched, filling Helena with a bottomless dread until her ring burned again. This is not healthy. Stop it. You should have a relationship and be content outside of being with a man. There's just more and more pages of them talking nonsense, and we learn that Lila has her magic back now. How? We don't know. I guess the Nullium finally worked its way out of her system or something. I thought they made it sound like it was a permanent issue, but apparently it's not, and it never had any consequences. It's just like, oh no, she had no magic? Oh, now she has magic. And it's the same thing. There's no consequences to either of those things. It's also at this point that Shishio develops a Nullium cuff, which can be used to suppress people's magic. This is clearly what Helena was wearing at the beginning of the book, and it turns out that Helena is also partially responsible for the design too, or in particular, the second design that she gets when she's staying with Farron, right? She shook her head. They don't fully suppress the resonance. She took it off inspecting the interior Shishio had lined with Nullium. If we really wanted to completely erase it, I think it would have to be internal. If the Nullium were encased in ceramic, that would prevent the corrosion and biointerference. If you put a thin tube of it right through the wrist here, she pressed her fingers around the space between the radius and the ulna, the cuff could slot around around a suppression spike and alchemically lock in place. I bet there wouldn't be any resonance then. Shishio looked so disturbed that Helena realized the reality of what she was proposing beyond its practical function. It was one thing to think about cuffing the various undying, all hidden behind their helmets and their dead, but when she thought about Cain, a more likely prisoner, a pit opened inside her stomach. She shook her head. Never mind, that's too much. We don't need to suppress that much. It would probably work. So there is some irony in Helena being the one to come up with the design of an object which would be later used against her, and this is genuinely something I do like in the book. I have to give the author credit for this. I think that's a really cool thing to include. I think it's nice to see, the consequences of your own work and how it can be used against you, and I think there's some interesting things that could be explored around that. So this inclusion is something that I genuinely like. I think that's great. I think it is a shame that we never see these Nullium cuffs actually used against the Undying as was their plan. We only ever see it used against Helena, so I think it would have been more interesting to see it in practice in the way it was intended, and then see it contrasted being used in a way that wasn't intended. I think that would be more interesting, but as it stands, yeah, still cool. Chapter 56 gets really dark as the Undying start dropping Nullium bombs on everyone, literally Nullium everywhere. Once again, I am confused about the world and the tech they have available. They have electronic torches, they have radios, they have radiators, they have stasis chambers, they have magical X-ray screens, they have cameras, and they have bombs, but they have no guns, planes, or video cameras. Literally, in our world, guns were invented before bombs, yet this one has bombs but no guns. I don't know how many more times I can express my confusion to you all. And again, I've seen people complaining about me online, being like, why is she worried about this? It's not a big deal. And I'm like, I complain about it because as a personal preference, and I'm allowed to talk about my personal preferences, like, it just takes me out of this world. The world building makes no sense. It's confusing. It's muddled. I want to picture this world as I'm reading about it. I want to imagine these things, and I just find myself unable to picture this world because it doesn't make sense, and it really takes me out of the story. Not that there's much story there in the first place, but you know what I mean. World building is a core part of enjoying, in particular, a fantasy book. And when it's done badly, I don't see how you can enjoy the book, you know? Anyway, I think my main critique of the way all of this is presented in the book is that it reads more like it's just recounting a historic event than telling a story. And like, generally I wouldn't mind about this. Like, it's a style that absolutely can work for some kinds of book, but I find myself so bored with Alchemised. I just want something to happen on page for once, you know? Like, these Nullium bombs being dropped, it's meant to be devastating. It's meant to be this turning point in the war where things get really, really bad. But instead of seeing that destruction for ourselves, we just get cold, emotionless lines like, "The Undying used the first Nullium bomb in the middle of spring. The Resistance had known an attack like this was coming. The use of Nullium had been growing ever since the Undying had used it against Lila, and although the injuries were severe, as a combat weapon, Nullium was limited to its utility because of how fragile it was. As a bomb, however, it was devastating." Okay, can you not show me that instead of just telling it to me like I'm reading a textbook? Because as it stands, I have no emotional response to that. The start of the chapter tells us about how more and more people are having their magic temporarily removed or restricted with Nullium, and so as part of the healing, the hospital had prepared as much as they could. Medics and surgeons learning about manual surgery and the chemistry, I think that's how you say it, department producing a large supply of chelating agents, but logistics were not enough to improve morale. People were terrified. Alchemy and resonance were everything. The idea of being without it was like returning to a pre-alchemical Stone Age. Again, I'm kind of confused here within the hospital setting, right? Because the whole first part of this section of the book, this part 2 of the book, is about how weird Helena is and how she doesn't fit in because she's a magical healer unlike everyone else working in the hospital. Like, she's not trusted in the same way as the other doctors because she can heal by magic. People think she's dangerous for that reason. And then 4 of the magical healers are introduced and they're like, oh, maybe magical healing is helpful, maybe this is useful, maybe we'll start trusting them more. So the implication here is that everyone else working in the hospital, these hundreds of people, are all traditional healers and doctors, and they have like metal magic, but they don't have healing magic. So why wouldn't the surgeons already know how to do manual surgery? Because they're not using healing magic to do that. Helena's the only one with healing magic. Helena and these other 4 are the only ones. The hundreds of others, surely they know traditional surgery and traditional healing. So why is this difficult for them in a heal? I don't know. I don't know. It's so confusing. Again, I wish there was more showing here and not telling. I wish the world building made more sense. Of course, not being without any magic would be scary for these magical people, but how about you show me that instead of just stating the obvious? Like, if I wrote something like, when their food was taken away, people were hungry, that has far less impact in a piece of writing than if I was to give you a description of people attempting to ration food, parents going without food so their kids can eat, babies crying in the night because they don't have any milk, people walking the streets searching through bins for scraps while they have gaunt faces and protruding bones. That has a much more emotional impact than just hungry people were hungry. Do you know what I mean? Meanwhile, at this point in the story, Luke starts reappearing in public. Luke appeared dressed all in white and gold, burning with righteous indignation. Physically he was shrunken, though his armour concealed most of it, his features were visibly gaunt. Still, it was as though his body were merely a shell now, and his soul shone through. He seemed to radiate life. There is a little foreshadowing there, I'll give it that. Yeah, I'll give it that. We'll get to it, don't worry. There's a twist coming. I'm sure you can all guess what it is. Helena is busy experimenting, I don't quite know what she's doing, but I think she's trying to like capture death energy or something. I don't know. Am I reading this right? It made her wonder, if Morrow could trap living souls inside bone and the first necromancer placed an entire town of living souls into a stone, what would happen if someone captured the other form of energy? Had it ever been done? What other form of energy? Death energy? I don't know. I just want more clarity here. I don't know what this means. Am I just stupid, or is this book just not clear about anything? I don't know. It goes on to say this, which makes me think it's death energy, but it's never really explained. The next time she felt a patient on the verge of death, rather than break away, she left the connection open and tried to hold the energy as it struck. It seared through her resonance, leaving her hand numb and twinging for hours. Well, it made sense that she couldn't just hold it. It would need a container of some sort. The Sunstone amulet had been quicksilver or glass, maybe crystal. She tried a variety of substances from the storerooms, smuggling odd metals and other compounds into the hospital inside her pockets to see if the energy would channel into any of them. Sunstones cracked while metal set her pocket on fire. Again, I'm not saying I need everything spelled out to me, but like, you don't need to tell me he is happy, she is sad, he's on her side, she's against him. But I would like to have some clue of what's going on in terms of, like, give me clarity around how this magic works, because it's so, like, weirdly vague and confusing. Anyway, she finds some obsidian and a dying man, and she swallowed hard and kept her resonance open as his eyes went still. The death surge ran through her like an electric shock straight into the obsidian. Her arm went briefly numb. When sensation returned, he was dead, and the obsidian hummed warm against her fingers. She could feel it, that strange dark energy. Her fingers trembled as she closed his eyes, pulling the sheet over his face. Had she just trapped a soul in volcano glass? She squeezed it. No. She knew what that energy felt like. The amulet and cane. This was different. Okay, so we've established that it's not a life force or a soul she's captured. Is it death energy? What is it? We don't know. Never explained. She's gonna go examine it in her lab, but before she can, we get to see a Lila scene that it's the one that we had like a little bit of a flash of a memory of in part 1 of Lila crying on the floor. And she's saying, "I've made a mistake," Lila said, her voice barely a whisper. "I've made such a mistake." No. Lila shook her head. "I've been lying to everyone my whole life. I've been lying. Now I don't know what to do." Soren was the only person that knew, Lila whispered. Her eyes were swimming, but the tears didn't escape. "He always kept my secrets, knew what to do about things, said it was his job looking out for me." "What happened?" Helena reached out tentatively. Lila looked up and drew a deep breath, her chin trembling before she finally spoke. I'm pregnant." So I was like, wait, Soren's the only one who knew you were having sex? Please don't tell me this is an incest thing. That's where I was going with this. I was like, do not let this be an incest baby. But it turns out that's not the secret she meant. No, Helena said impatiently. "I mean, yes, that too, but you weren't pregnant when you were in the hospital. You've only been out for... How would you possibly know you were pregnant?" Lila looked down, avoiding Helena's eyes. "That's the secret. I know I'm pregnant." "You're a vivomancer," Helena said. Okay, so that's what Soren hid. That's what Soren knew. That's what her brother knew. That she's a vivomancer, not that she was having sex. So it's not an incest baby. Thank God. Okay. "Who's the father?" Helena asked, as if it wasn't completely obvious. "You know it's Luke." So I was confused at this point because, like, in the first part of the book, I thought Helena and Luke were a couple, but then it turns out they weren't. And then all of a sudden we're like, wait, Lila's pregnant with Luke's baby, so were they a couple? No, apparently they haven't been a couple up until he got brought back from being captured, and then they had sex once. So he got kidnapped, brought back, she just got out of the hospital, and we're going down the cliched path of woman who isn't allowed to have sex because society says women having sex is bad, gets pregnant the first time she has sex. Helena's reaction to all this is, "Hey, don't worry, I got you, babes. I'll perform an abortion," only for Lila to be like, "Whoa, no, I want to keep this baby." So Helena's chest grew tight. She wanted to say that Lila was being stupid. A baby during the war? Lila wouldn't be the first, but still, those girls were different. Lila was an alchemist, a warrior. Neither of those things paired with motherhood. The rules were strict. And I'm so sick of Helena just accepting and perpetuating all these, like, patriarchal ideas and this misogyny here. Like, she doesn't even try and fight back or question it. She's just, like, it's been 700 pages of this nonsense at this point. Like, I get having, like, a messed up society, and I get someone being indoctrinated into that, and I get, like, but a character just accepting that and perpetuating it is just frustrating to read. Like, if you want to make her the protagonist, have her question this society, have her fight back, have her, like, come to these realizations that, oh, maybe this isn't so good. But the entire way through the book, Helena never questions it. She never learned. Even at the very end of the book, she doesn't push back. It's so bizarre. So Lila decides the healthy thing to do is hide her pregnancy from Luke, and Helena helps her cover it up by quarantining her and like faking an illness, right? While researching pregnancy, because apparently Helena knows nothing about pregnancy despite literally being a healer working in a hospital and having helped deliver babies in the past. Okay, despite all this, Helena apparently knows nothing about pregnancy, right? While she's researching pregnancy, she has this conversation with someone working at a hospital called Pace. I think we've seen it before, but I barely remember it. Helena's like, "Lol, I'm not pregnant, I'm sterilized." And Pace is shocked, and Helena's like, It's fine, Helena said stiffly. I wanted to be an alchemist more, and women don't get to do both. See, she never challenges it. She lifted her chin. Now I won't ever have to worry about choosing. Besides, she looked squarely at Pace, I'll probably die young, so I'd be a terrible mother. Pace studied her. Was your mother terrible? Pace couldn't have hurt her more if she'd kicked her. The room swam. Helena's throat closed. How dare you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it that way, Pace said, but she didn't really look sorry. But Helena, I don't think you know how to be honest with yourself about what you want. And there is so much I hate about this. 1, this is just another case of Helena accepting the patriarchal misogynistic nonsense instead of questioning it, and perpetuating it like we said before. 2, the idea that people only don't want kids if they've had some sort of trauma or had bad parents themselves is annoying to me. I hate it on a personal level. And 3, this final line reminded me so much of the annoying comment I got a few weeks back from a man, of course, who was like, the only reason you, meaning me, pretend you don't want kids is because you can't cope with not being able to have them. And I was like, mate, do you know how offensive that is? And to make those kinds of comments towards an individual is so disrespectful. But let's say he was right? Let's say I was someone who was trying to cope in some way with a trauma in that sense because I was sad that I couldn't have kids. Him saying that would just make me feel crappier about the whole situation. That's horrible. That said, I'm thankfully not someone in that situation. It's just rude as hell to someone like me because, I've spoken about this many times, and if you're only here, I'll give you a very short summary. I've personally never wanted kids. However, back in my early 20s, I was with a man who did, and I kind of said, okay, we'll wait and see what happens when I hit 30. We won't try for kids, but we won't not try either. And that was the compromise I made. And then as I began to get older, I was like, oh my God, crap, I can't do this. So I broke up with him because I was like, you go do your thing. I never want kids. And there were other things as well. But yeah, I said to myself at that point, I was like, I never want to be in a position where I'm dating someone who wants kids because I know I can't give it to them because I don't want them and blah, blah, blah. And then I've called myself child-free by choice for many years. And then years and years after that, I found out that I likely can't have them because my doctors suspect I have endometriosis, but I also have an abnormally small uterus, which couldn't carry a pregnancy without it being incredibly dangerous. And I have an abnormally small cervix and an unusually positioned cervix, which again would make pregnancy and childbirth incredibly dangerous to me. So my doctors have told me all this, and I'm like, that's fine. It really doesn't bother me. I don't want kids. This is just my body being in line with my brain. So this is fine. But I made the decision not to have them before I found out I probably couldn't. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, point is, people like this are stupid. So when people make judgments about people who don't have kids or can't have kids or don't want kids, I do feel pretty strongly about it. When people make those comments about me specifically and make completely incorrect assumptions, I find it very frustrating. I feel like with Helena as a character, I have so many conflicting feelings because, as I said in part 1, I actually loved the idea of having this protagonist, a main character who was child-free and sterilized. It's not representation that we get very often, especially in books marketed as romance, and the idea of having a romantic lead be a sterilized child-free woman was something I really, really liked. However, having the sterilization and the choice to be child-free forced upon her instead of it actually being her choice feels offensive and undoes any of the good that having that representation might have done. And again, I know I could I think sometimes when I talk about my opinions on things, people think I'm stating, oh, you should all have this opinion, and that's not true. I'm literally just talking about my opinions here as a child-free woman. I know other child-free women will feel a different way. I know other women who want kids will feel a different way. I know other people in general will feel a different way. But for me personally, I was just a little frustrated by how this whole thing was handled. And it was a little upsetting for me, is all. But again, just my opinion. No one else has to have that opinion, it's fine. Anyway, back to the story, because I've been rambling way too long anyway. Ilva gets ill. Ilva's someone working at the hospital, right, I think? Yeah, we haven't seen them in a while, but they get ill. Crowther had become so concerned about Ilva's sudden deterioration that he'd had Helena examine her. There was nothing wrong, she was just old and tired. Lovely. Why does this always happen to women in fiction and never men? You know, if you're a woman who dares to have a career and a job, you're gonna get old and tired and die. Also, Luke led another aggressive attack on the West Island and they captured a warehouse. It was found filled with large tub-like tanks of fluid with bodies inside. Tubes connected to veins and breathing masks fastened over the noses and mouths. Resistance fighters all dead but their bodies still warm. When the perimeter had been breached, a gas had been released into the masks, killing them all mere minutes before the resistance had reached them. I assume these are the stasis chambers and warehouses that eventually Helena is found in at the start of part 1, right? A procession of lorries returned to headquarters filled with the bodies to cremate. There were only a few captives, but one was the warden, who proved difficult and refused to answer questions. And at this point, I was like, who the hell's the warden? This sounds like we're supposed to know who the warden is, but I don't know who it is. Turns out they actually mean Mandel, who we did see quite a bit in part 1, remember? The person who ended up locking Helena in the tanks in the first place, but I was confused by this. It turns out that in part 1, like 650 pages ago, there were a couple of brief mentions of a warden, and then around page 30 of the book, she was introduced as Warden Mandel once. So we get, in the first 30 pages, Warden, like 3 times, and then page 30, Warden Mandel, and then just Mandel for the next 150 pages until she dies. And then once again, there's a brief mention of Mandel, the warden of the re-education centre on the outpost, and then she's forgotten about completely for the next 520 pages until now. So of course, when they just said the warden, I didn't recognise who it was and I forgot. But okay, maybe this is my fault. Anyway, Crowther gets Helena to use her magic to extract information out of Mandel, which, as we saw in part 1 when it was done to Helena, is incredibly painful. It is literally torture. You're torturing information out of people using magic. But before then, we're reminded how awful both sides are in this book for their treatment of women. Who are you, Helena asked, not sure how to begin. What's it to you, the warden asked. Can't say I've seen many women among the Undying or their aspirants. Men generally like our bodies a lot more than they like us, the warden looked over into the corner where Crowther was watching. Guess I'm one of the special ones. I'm not the one who just murdered more than 100 people, Helena said, struggling to keep her voice even. She didn't know why it bothered her so much that this warden was a woman, but it made her angrier. I don't know, internalized misogyny? Women can be cold-blooded killers too. I don't know. And then, before we actually get to the torture, Mandel reveals that she used to know Crowther personally, and that she used to be a healer under him, because if you remember, she's a Vivimancer too. Didn't want to be a healer, but there's not a lot of choices out there for us. He tried to make me a nun, wanted me to raise the other brats born like me, teach them how to keep their abilities in, and punish them if they didn't you? Oh yes, Kestrel Jan, that's Crowther. Often came to see us whenever someone misbehaved at the orphanage. Always brought a pet along. Someone with a long leash who we could aspire to become like as long as we do anything he asked. I'm surprised though, they're usually younger. Her eyes flicked over Helena. So at this point, Helena starts using her magic to root through Mandel's mind, and obviously it hurts like hell. Like I say, this is literal torture. We do get some minor character development for Helena at this point though, so this is new. She's angry about all the dead people in the warehouse that Mandel killed, and the bodies from the warehouse were such a fresh tragedy. All those people, moments from rescue, and now they were gone because Mandel wanted to hurt the Eternal Flame and the Resistance even more than she cared about freedom. Helena didn't delude herself that the Eternal Flame had the degree of moral superiority that they tried to claim, but how could anyone find the Undying better? So I think this is actually the first time in the book where we've seen Helena and the book actually acknowledge that the Eternal Flame side of things aren't that great and they're not perfect. Progress, great. It only took 700 pages and it's not really expanded on from here, but okay, that's something. I'll give them credit for that. From Helena torturing Mandel, we find out that the stasis chambers and warehouse are for keeping bodies fresh so they can be used for anything. New bodies for the Undying, test subjects, thralls. The thralls last longer when they're new. Mandel was panting open-mouthed. So Helena has now tortured this woman, and she does regret it, but still, it's pretty horrible, and she did do this. We saw Mandel was really angry at Helena in part 1 because of this torture, and honestly, I understand it. I get it. I'd be mad if someone tortured me like this too. We're end of chapter, and we've now got just 120 pages to go in this part 2 of the book. I can't wait to get through them. I have been filming this video for so long, over like the last month now. The final part of this book, part 3, is only 170 pages long, and that's going to be a third video, but we can do this, team, alright? Come on, we got this. The next chapter, we're sadly back to Ferren being on page again. I quite enjoyed the break from him, to be honest. This book is so much more interesting if you just take him out of it. Helena we're talking about, she told him everything now. The truth about the stone and where it was, the true story of the holdfasts and the array from Wagner, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't work out how the channeling was supposed to work. She even told him about the obsidian and how useless it had proven to be. You know, it was only a few pages ago, but I'd already forgotten about the obsidian thing, since, you know, Helena seemed to as well. Literally, like, nothing came of it until now. I mean, something does come of it, but it's so weird how these plot points are just picked up and dropped and picked up, and there's no consistency. Ferrin asks Helena to give him a piece of the obsidian charged with the dead energy or whatever it is that we still haven't established what it is, because of course a man will have to solve what a silly little woman can't, right? Helena's back at the hospital and she's finding some obsidian to give him when a bomb goes off near the hospital. Outside, Helena hears people say, "There were muffled arguing and protests until a voice roared, 'The nullium's in the air, they're covered in it, take them back out.'" Helena turned to stare in horror at Elaine, who looked bewildered, her sun crest trembling below her throat. Why does it matter if it's in the air?" Elaine asked. "Because if we inhale it, we could all lose our resonance," Helena said, nearly frozen as all the ramifications of that began dawning on her. Nullium shrapnel had been devastation enough, but they weren't prepared for inhalation. Question: is SenLinYu writing Elaine to be as stupid as possible? Are you serious? Also, I hate that the names are so similar. Elaine and Helena. It makes it very difficult to read. Out loud, I mean. I struggle with words. You know I do. She looked around the hospital with all the high windows open, trying to catch the mountain breeze as the basin sweltered in the early summer heat. The air was hazy with dust. They were already breathing it. Oh no, what a shame. They wear face masks, but eventually Helena's magic starts to fade from breathing it all in. Then some random nameless man comes along and tells Helena that she's needed at some other hospital because she is head of the Nullium ward, a position that she didn't previously know she was in or that anyone had. So she gets taken out to this other hospital. Another man there tries to send her straight back, but then Necrothralls attack, and she's like, "Quick, evacuate all the bodies," so they get piled into the back of lorries, and then just as the last one leaves, some bad guy in a lorry of his own crashes into one of them, and at this point Helena passes out, because of course she does. It's like the first part of the book all over again. Drink. Yes, what's going on here is very fast, it's very confusing. That's just how it's written. In the next chapter, Helena wakes up, and she's got this giant piece of metal in her chest, and she thinks she's gonna die. Sadly, she doesn't, because the book carries on. She does find that she has some obsidian in her pocket, though, and its edges are sharp. So when the Necrothralls come for her, she stabs one of them with it, and it falls to the floor like dead. And before she can consider the significance of this, you guessed it, she passes out again. At this point, you might be thinking, oh no, what's gonna happen? A passed out, seriously injured woman surrounded by monsters who want to kill her. Will she die? No, of course not, because she'll get miraculously saved by Ferrin again at the last moment. And that's what happens. When she wakes up, Ferrin is there and he's angry at her for being there at all and doing her job, even though, like, what was she meant to say? Oh no, I don't fancy working today, sorry. Feels like victim blaming to me, but maybe I'm biased because I hate abusive men. What can I say? She tells him, it's a war, Kane, people die. Given your personal death toll, you should know that better than anyone else. You know I'm not going to prioritise my survival over everyone else's. Yeah, fair enough, I'm with her on this. He stared at her for a long moment, the rage stark on his face. Well, you should. He was suddenly ice cold and his eyes gleamed so silver that they were almost white. Because I have warned you, if something happens to you, I will personally raise the entire Order of the Eternal Flame. That isn't a threat, it's a promise. Consider your survival as much a necessity to the Resistance as holdfasts. If you die, I will kill every single one of them, given that the risk to their lives is the only way to make you value your own. Again, yeah, let's not with the threats, please. And he's so selfish. This isn't really him caring about her safety, is it? This is, in reality, him just saying, do what I say and go where I tell you, and don't you dare do anything without my say-so, or I'll kill everyone you've ever known and care about. That's not caring, that's not romantic, that's not sexy. She cries, and he says, I know your face too well, he sighed. You're thinking you'll have to kill me now, aren't you? That I'm too much of a liability. She said nothing, refusing to open her eyes. Would you really do it? She looked at him. You know, I will not choose you at the price of everyone else. It wouldn't even save you if I did. Can she please just hurry up and kill him already so this book can end? I'm tired of this. She couldn't imagine herself without him. She didn't think she'd even exist anymore. Shut up. No man's penis is that good. I'm sorry, she kept saying again and again. I'm sorry, I did this to you. This is just all toxic as hell, isn't it? Like, sorry, but his boss and his colleagues are the one who nearly got you killed multiple times at this point, and you're the one apologising to him. Stop it. So at this point, Ferren has to go back to his killing work, so he gets the reanimated body of his mum's old lady's maid to look after Helena. I assume this was a woman from the end of part 1 who I thought was actually his mother, but apparently it's not. It's just a lady's maid. I thought there'd be like more significance to this and it was like setting up a whole big plot point, but it's not. It's just, okay, she's there. Still, apparently she's slightly different because she had no idea it's possible to reanimate necrothralls to this degree. The woman seemed alive. The only consequence of this is that she seems more alive than other necrothralls, but she's actually not. Again, no consequence to it. Helena realizes that this woman must have been a zombie slave for at least the last 7 years, and she tries to ask more questions, but before she can get any more answers, guess what happens? Helena passes out again. Drink. When she finally wakes up again, Ferren returns and he gives her an absolutely pathetic lecture of, he gave a barking laugh, which with this voice is the only laugh I know how to do at the minute. What exactly is it you think I do with all my time? I kill people. I order other people to kill people. I train people to kill people. I sabotage and undermine people so that they will be killed, and I do it all because of you. Every word, every life because of you. It's giving the, I abuse you and other people because of you, it's your fault thing. It's the same vibes as an abuser who says, I abuse you because you make me angry. You cause this, you know? Same vibes, I hate it. Afterwards, he does whatever abuser does and he tries to take it all back, but it's too late. He's already gaslit her into believing it's her fault. The viciousness in his expression vanished. Wait, Helena, I didn't. No, she said harshly. Don't even try to take it back. His voice was soft, pleading. No, she said again, it's true. What you said is entirely true. Everything you do is on my head too. Every life. Don't. He sat on the edge of the bed, picked up her right hand. Don't carry it. It's not yours. Stop trying to carry a whole damned war on your shoulders. This is my fault, though, she said. I did this to you. I made you like this. So stupid. Someone should regret that, and you can't. But if I do, maybe this will be enough to make you stop someday. This is just literally textbook abusive behaviour. The gaslighting, the it's your fault. Hate it. Hate Ferren. Hate him. His shoulders slumped. If you die, Helena, I'm done. I won't continue this. I'm tired. I mean it, I won't kill them, but I will be done. You are my terms of service. This contract is void if you die. She managed to turn her head a little. There's a life for you on the other side of this war. You have the stone. If Mora dies, you might be fine, and you'd be free. You could do all sorts of things. Don't reduce your will to me. His lip curled, a flash of teeth. Oh, and you do have a list of post-war plans that you forgot to mention? She averted her eyes. Do as I say, not as I do. He laced their fingers together as they lapsed into a silence as empty as the future. I'll say it again, codependency is not sexy. Like, a lack of personality in life outside of a romantic partner is not sexy. This is not romance. Like, ladies, if you're into this, please stop and work on getting a life of your own away from your partner, because this is not healthy. I mean, obviously I say the same to men and non-binary people too, I just know I have more women in my audience is all. As they talk more, Helena changes her mind and says that all Ferren's murdering is not his fault because that's just what happens during war. Are you forgetting this guy is second in command to the world's equivalent of Hitler? He is basically Goebbels or Goring, or like this is literally saying I can totally forgive Hermann Goring because, you know, it's just what happens during war, and besides, he's kind of sexy, a sexy Nazi. Stop it. I hate this. You know what, in some ways, this is worse than, I made a video recently about the woman who is writing the Nazi romance book that she calls historical fiction. And in some ways, this is worse, because he was just a Nazi soldier. This is like second in command to the Nazis. So much worse. Stop it. In a later chapter, Ferren tries to make Helena feel better about her new scars that she's got by saying, "Do you see my scars that way?" he finally said. "When you look at me, are they all you see?" She flinched. No. Well, he met her eyes. "I don't see you that way either. You're mine." He let go of her wrist and lifted his hand, the fingertips tracing the scarring until it was covered by his palm, warm against her bare skin, then sliding up to curve around her neck. You are. It doesn't matter what happens to you, you will still be mine. And this is not helpful, mate. I'm all about making someone feel better about their scars, that they don't define a person, they don't stop a person being beautiful. How about you say something like, your scars don't define you, you're still beautiful with them, they don't diminish your amazing qualities and skills and kindness, not just, doesn't matter because you're mine. You're still hot because you're mine. Whatever happens to your body, it's mine. That's just possessive. That's not sexy. That's not reassuring. We hate it. A few weeks later, Helena heads back to the Institute without proper explanation of where she's been this whole time, because she was healing there for weeks in his house. And then she's just like, oh, guys, I don't remember where I was. Someone save me. I don't know who. People would believe that during a war, but apparently they do. Okay, that's just accepted. She finds out at this point that Althorn died, whoever that is. I don't know who Althorn is. I don't know. Okay. And off page, Ylva has died because her heart just gave out because she was a woman who was old and tired. Althorn's dead. Don't know who that is. Ylva's dead. Okay, there's no consequences of that. It's finally at this point we get an explanation for what this other energy is that Helena was on about earlier as she tries to explain her findings with the obsidian and stuff to Crowther. It makes little sense still, but now at least it makes more sense than the vagueness we got before. She says, when a patient dies, there's an inverted form of energy that Morrow utilizes to make the undying. The vitality changes, and there's this moment as it dissipates when I feel it. And before the bombing, I figured out a way to channel it and trap it inside obsidian. It didn't seem to do anything, but when I was at the field hospital, I cut one of the necrothralls with it, and it collapsed as if the reanimation had been severed. So that's a little bit more of an explanation. It's still vague, we still don't really understand it, but it's better than nothing, and it's better than what we got before. Crowther wants to take the obsidian from her and get someone else to study it because she's just a silly little woman, remember? But Helena tries to barter by saying, I'll help you, but I want something in return. Crowther's eyebrows rose. And what is that, pray tell? I want to know and approve every order you're giving Cain. So that's a boring thing to ask for. I still don't care about this abusive man, but okay. Also, this is really weird arguing, isn't it? He's like, cool, I want someone else to do this job. And she's like, no, I'll do it. And I want this in return. And he's like, he could just be like, no, I don't want to give you that. And I want this other person to do it. I don't know. Anyway, this is bartering, apparently. Cool. Crowther tries to put Helena down again, saying she has no value, even though he literally told her she was invaluable before. Okay, I guess we're forgetting that conversation happened again. But finally she's like, nah, you're lying, mate. I am valuable. So she's finally realised it. Okay, it's taken her long enough. And he's like, well, okay, fine, I guess you are. Because, of course, okay. And then following this, in that same week, a weapons specialist gave an obsidian spear to an ambitious young man hoping to join Luke's unit. Even before he returned, the rumours reached headquarters about a miraculously effective weapon. This would be interesting. I want to see more of this interesting stuff on page instead of just getting a 3-line summary like this. Especially when we just had a 6-page long sex scene that we didn't need. And then we get 3 lines of the actual interesting thing of them creating a weapon that could change the outcome of this war. Okay. There's some rushing over how these weapons kill both liches and necrothralls, and when a lich is killed, all their necrothralls do too. That's interesting. That's useful. Why isn't more time spent on that? And then some soldiers grab a talisman out of a lich, the thing that sort of stores their soul so it can be transferred to another body, and it seems to stop their talisman from working, after they've been cut with obsidian. So it seems like they're dead when they're cut with obsidian, and their soul can't be transferred to other bodies. Cool, great, we like this. Again, this would be interesting to know more about. I wish we got more details on this, but it's very rushed just so we can get another scene of Ferren and Helena arguing, talking, having sex, torturing each other, whatever. Also at this point, it's clear that this is the kind of weapon that killed Mendel in part 1, right? And the other members of the Undying. We still at this point in the book don't know who was doing that killing, but I said, knowing the pro-baby narrative in this book, here's what I think the storyline's going to be. Lila faked her own death and is now some secret assassin because the author wouldn't actually kill off a pregnant woman or new mother. So I think Lila's being the one going around killing people in secret with these obsidian weapons. That's what I thought was happening. During the Ferren Helena scene, Helena is stupid again. She asks him, someone killed a lich with the obsidian, Helena said. Do you think maybe he, the lich, died? That Morrow can't bring him back anymore? Obviously. You saw him die. You saw his necrothralls die. You took his talisman and destroyed it. How do you not realize he's dead? You've just, like, everyone's been doing the science saying that he's dead. And now she's like, yeah, but you think he... What? She's stupid. She's actually stupid. Anyway, Farron's like, oh my god, you can kill us now. How shocking. And we've been told to, like, withdraw the Undying troops. Oh my god. Next chapter, Helena is still torturing Mandel for information. I totally get why she stuffed Helena in a stasis chamber. I would too. There's this thing, the book actually says of Helena, she refused to use her vivimancy for torture, experimenting with her animancy instead, trying to perfect the methods for extracting information. Like, yeah, sure, okay. You're not using vivimancy, you're using animancy on her. So you're not breaking her bones or whatever to, like, physically torture her, but you're still rooting through her brain with your animancy. And we know from part 1, because it happened to you, this causes immense pain. We know from how Mandel has reacted to it that this causes immense pain. We know from what Mandel said in part 1, this caused her immense pain. How can you not describe this as torture? Just because it's mental rather than physical, you're still inflicting pain on someone to extract information from them. That is 100% torture. You can't say, like, she's trying not to use it for... I think my brain might explode at this book. I think it might explode. Sometimes she pushed it too far until it felt like she were crawling beneath a prisoner's skin, their consciousness and her own briefly occupying the same mind space. Also notice prisoners. She's not just doing this to Mandel, she's doing this to multiple prisoners. Helena, actually, you know what, she is just as bad as Farron. Farron just kills people blindly. She's torturing multiple people. That's not awful. Okay, we hate her. They'd grow sick with fevers afterwards as if suffering from some kind of poisoning, but it was effective, so she overlooked the side effects, believing them manageable, until Crowther told her that 2 of her subjects had died. See, she's literally torturing people to death. She's killing people. Okay, right. But through all this torture, she learns something. She learns that maybe there's a way to heal Titus Bayard and his brain injury. So why does this just feel like the exact same justification that the Nazis used to justify torturing prisoners and experimenting on them and stuff? Because, you know, you learn something that could help people, but that doesn't mean it was okay that they experimented on people and tortured them, you know? Crazy. Anyway, my food delivery's just arrived. Big bag of stuff here, it's great. Although I'm a bit sad. I got Chinese. I haven't had Chinese food in forever. And I haven't had a good one in forever. But because I'm in Darton, I thought I'd try a local place here and see what that's like. I'm really sad because they've sent me prawn crackers. And I used to love prawn crackers. I just didn't realise that they're not supposed to be spicy. And the spicy feeling I was having in my mouth was actually an allergic reaction. And so even though there's minimal amounts of prawn in prawn crackers, they're still enough to set me off. I have a pretty bad shellfish and mollusk allergy, so they've sent me these and I'm sad I can't eat them, but it's okay. Anyone else would love free prawn crackers, but they just make me sad I can't eat them. Anyway, I'm going to go eat this and I'll come back and film in a little bit because I have filmed for 2 hours now and I need to rest my voice a little bit, but I'll be back and we are going to finish this video together. We're going to do this, team. Thank you so much for sticking with me. Like, you guys are great. Okay, I've had some food, fed the cats, played with the cats. They're good little angels. They're absolutely gorgeous. Let's get this done. We've got about 20 pages of this script left. We're going to get through it. I reckon another hour in this video. We've got this. Or an hour filming for me, hopefully short for you guys. So, meanwhile, we get a tone shift. Oh my god, Lila has the easiest pregnancy ever. Everything is so great for her. Everything is perfect. She loves being pregnant. There's nothing wrong. Everything is good in the world. The only thing going well was Lila's pregnancy. Lila was bored but healthy. Healthier than Helena had seen her in years. The pregnancy showed no risk of miscarriage. Okay, sure. Then Helena heads back to try and heal Titus because she thinks she knows all about the brain now and how to heal the brain because she learnt so much from torturing people, so she can heal him. But Luke shows up and is all moody and nasty, and I can't blame him here, to be honest, you know? He says, "You're gonna trust her after what she did to Soren?" Helena flinched, her mind nearly pitching itself into the clawing wound inside her. She swallowed hard. Luke? Soren died. I'm so sorry I couldn't save him, but this procedure for Titus could work. Think of how valuable it would be to get him back. Luke looked back at her again, a look of disgust in his eyes. That's what this is about to you? Value? He looked at Titus, who'd grown restless from the tension in the room. You look at what you did to him and see a wasted military asset? I mean, he has a point, but also, yeah, his behaviour here seems nasty, but there's a reason for it, and that does make sense. And one of the good things the author is doing here is setting up a plot point that we learn at the end of this part. So, yeah, okay, this is good, this is fine. After Luke said his piece, Rhea, the wife, is like, nah, actually, don't heal my husband. Okay, thanks, bye. And Helena's kicked out of the house. Fair enough. Later, though, she heads up to the roof of the institute, I think it's called, something like that, to try and have some alone time. But she finds Luke up there, and oh my god, what a shock, he's smoking opium. What? Drugs? Pfft, Luke would never, except he is. And I had to go back and read the last few pages again here to check I hadn't missed something, right? He pulled the pipe from his mouth, catching sight of her. Its expression hardened, growing more alert. Go away. No, she said, and came closer. He spun the pipe around in his fingers again, his jaw rippling with anger. If he hit her again, she'd probably fall from the tower and die. And I was like, when did he hit her the first time? What do you mean if he hit her again? So confused. I have no idea when he first hit her. I don't know. Anyway, I feel like this book is driving me a bit crazy. But anyway, she's worried about him hitting her. Again. Okay. Anyway, he's like, boo-hoo, why don't you believe in me anymore? And he's just insufferable here. I mean, actually, they both are, but okay, fair enough. And he's like, but this is how we win the war, we stick to tradition. And Helena makes the good, if oversimplistic point of, but what if it's not that simple though, she said. Everyone who wins says they were good, but they're the only ones to tell the story. They get to choose how we all remember it. What if it's never that simple? And I'm like, yeah, this is the first thing you learn in any history class, ever. History is told by the victors. Like I say, it's a simple concept, but one which could be really interesting to explore in this book. But then it's just not. It's like brought up here and then never thought of again. It feels like wasted potential. This is all we get. They don't bother to look deeper, they don't go to the complexities, and then the scene just ends. I've seen a lot of people say that they think the end of this book is very sad because we'll get there. But basically, it's about how certain people in the book are remembered in the history books. I don't think it's a sad ending. And I guess, like, this point here is kind of setting that ending up. Well, look, we'll get there. I'll address this in the next video. We'll get there, but just put a pin in this, remember it. Next scene, next chapter, next whatever it is, Ferren gets back from some mission, and once again, he gets mad at Helena for working and just doing her job, and also making a deal with Crowther to keep him safe. Once again, this is not a healthy relationship. I'm just tired of reading about this man-child shouting at a woman that he believes is incapable of doing anything. There's more of this like, blah, 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 you're mine nonsense from him, and then he grabs at her throat. I hate it. Let's not with the throat grabbing, please. It's unhealthy. Let's move on. Back at War Talks, and the Eternal Flame people are like, we need more obsidian. Do they not realise what hypocrites they're being? They refuse to use necromancy, to use people's dead bodies to fight for them, but they're more than happy to like capture their dying souls or dying energy or whatever it is in obsidian so that they can fight with it. Like, they don't want to use the bodies to fight through necromancy because they need to burn the bodies to release the soul, but they're happy to like capture the soul in obsidian or whatever it is. Is that not worse? I don't know. Maybe I'm just not understanding the magic well enough because it's not been explained well enough. But to me, it seems like they're okay with this thing that seems worse, but not the... I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Then everyone just gets ready for like a really big attack, and it says, anyone who wanted to fight could fight, alchemist or not, adult or not, man or not. There was no time to train anyone. They didn't even have weapons for them. There were boys and girls practicing with sticks, trying to make themselves slingshots. No armour because there was none in their sizes. The sight made Helena sick. They were battle fodder. They'd be slaughtered in minutes. Again, tell me how these are the good guys. No one who sends kids to die can be the good guys, especially sending untrained kids with no armour or defences or weapons. Like, what the hell? At least Helena's calling it out somewhat by saying it makes her sick, but I still don't get how... I don't know. I'm finding it really hard to care about anyone in this book when everyone is just so awful. Helena approaches Crowther and says that she wants to create a bomb that'll send obsidian infused with like this dead person's soul energy or whatever. It'll send obsidian everywhere and hopefully kill a bunch of the Undying. I have no idea why no one's thought of this before, but okay. Like, it seems like the obvious thing. If the Undying were using bombs with nullium in to like incapacitate a bunch of people, why not use a bomb with obsidian in? Is that not the obvious answer? I don't know. Anyway, she starts working on this and she hides it from Ferren because after how poorly he'd reacted to Helena's mere involvement in the war effort, she didn't tell him about the bomb. It wasn't difficult to hide. He was so busy with the ambassador, they scarcely had any time to do more than exchange urgent information. Again, I'll say this is not a healthy relationship. I'm not saying your partner has to know everything about your life, but if you're actively hiding something from him, especially if that's like a basic part of your job, that says to me there's something wrong and unhealthy there, right? I think that's obvious. Eventually, in the story, she does tell him, but only so he can tell her when and where is a good place to plant the bomb, and also so she can ask him to plant it for them. And then there's also this little part that says, bombs themselves were not a new alchemical development, but they'd been banned for almost 100 years after it was decided they were uncivilized. Fair. Although banning them had done nothing to stop their development, Hevgos was famously partial to such technology, viewing it as an equalizer against alchemists. Does anyone feel like this bit feels a little anti-gun control? Like, oh, there's no point in banning or controlling the use of this weapon because bad people get hold of them anyway, so the good guys should have free access to them, right? That's what this point feels. I'm not a fan of it. I am very, very pro-gun control, if you couldn't tell. It's very obvious in a lot of my other videos, I think. There's more talk between Farron and Helena. She's like, if we destroy the Undying with this bomb, I don't know if you'll be safe, but if you are, you need to run. And he's like, nah. So she tells him, go south towards the sea. When I can, I'll come, I'll look for you, and it'll be just like we said, we'll disappear. I was like, this better have significance later, and kind of, not really. No, not really, no, it doesn't. Then it ends with more controlling behaviour and violent threats that I just find so gross. You're mine, he said, almost against her lips. Mine, you swore it. Your resistance sold you to me. I'm not going anywhere without you, and if anyone touches you, immortal or not, I will kill them. He didn't wait for a reply. He kissed her as though his lips were a brand on hers. I don't like it. In the next section, Helena goes through some magic process to conceal her ring that Farron gave her, so it's like invisible to other people, but she can still use it to contact him, and he can contact her with it, blah, blah, blah. I was like, I'm sure this will be relevant at some point. Kind of is, kind of isn't. We'll get there. Then there's a scene with Lila, which I hate. She says to Helena, do you think you'll ever have children? Helena shook her head without a word. You might change your mind someday, Lila said coaxingly. You just have to find the right sort for you. You'd be a good mum. Stop it. I hate this. I hate this. You'll change your mind about having kids if you just find the right man nonsense. Stop it. I hate it. No. Lila also reveals that Luke now knows that she is pregnant with his baby. Cool. And then Helena's like, I need to see Luke. So she goes to find him, only to discover that Elaine might be evil and trying to kill Luke. I honestly did not see this coming. I need to see Luke, Helena said. Elaine started at the sight of her. He's resting. Helena looked down at the tray, and Elaine turned it from her view. Why are you giving him all that? Helena asked, eyes flickering from vial to vial. These shouldn't be combined, and he's too young to need half of them. And these, she snatched up a syringe with her writing on it. These are for dire emergencies only. If you overuse them, you're going to give him heart failure. Who approved this? Elaine's eyes flashed indignantly. I'm his healer. And I was like, yeah, this is dodgy as hell, right? For the first time, I'm actually invested in something in this book. I want to know what Elaine's up to and why. Who is she working for? Has she been like secretly infiltrating them and trying to like kill Luke this whole time? It's taken 770 pages for me to care about something, but would you look at that? It's finally happened. Still, Helena doesn't get a chance to speak to Luke, and then the next day, he leaves off on a mission or something. This is a day of the big fight and the bomb and everything, but we're not there with that action. We don't actually see that. It's boring. We just have to hear about Helena sitting at the hospital, doing nothing and waiting. I don't like this book. It's during this waiting period that the medic woman, Pace, reveals that to Helena that they don't know the long-term effects of Nullium, so that could be what's causing Luke's brain fevers. Helena looked at her in confusion. Luke has brain fevers? Apparently so. We didn't know this. This is new information. Pace says he tries to keep them hidden, doesn't want to cause worry, but sometimes they're so severe that he still grows delirious, claws at his skin, won't let any men in the room, even Sebastian, screaming things like, get him out. Elaine has to sedate him until they pass or he'll injure himself. He says, get him out? Her voice seemed to come from far away. Usually. Helena's head throbbed. Can you describe these fevers for me? She just did. Why are you asking? She just did. Okay. Anyway, this is the big reveal of what Elaine was actually up to. It's boring and a letdown. She's not evil. She's not plotting to kill Luke. She's just trying to, like, sort these brain fevers out. So from the first thing I was, like, actually interested in and invested in, it's revealed in 2 pages, and that reveal ends up being really boring and not at all what I thought it was going to be, and it's just, okay. I was hoping Elaine would be, like, the secret evil spy who'd been there the whole time, but no. Blech. It's just, oh, Luke has brain fevers. Okay. Anyway, at this point, Pace just repeats herself. I've only examined him a few times. Elaine manages him now. He's more cooperative with her. She believes it's caused by recurring recurring brain inflammation. The symptoms are delirium with rapid heartbeat. We thought it was related to his organ damage, but they appear to be separate conditions. Helena shook her head. Pace was wrong. She had a great deal of recent experience with brain fevers. She knew exactly what caused them. Animancy. But that wasn't the only time she'd encountered brain fevers. She'd seen them before that. The exact symptom Pace had described. The impossibly hot fevers as if the mind were trying to burn something out from inside it. The self-mutilation screaming, "Get him out." She'd seen all of that before. She'd seen all of it just before her father had been murdered at the field hospital. I feel like this would be more interesting and shocking if we'd, known these signs before ourselves to be able to put it together, and we'd, seen them in Luke and we'd been able to put it together ourselves, but I don't know. I still had no idea what was going on here. I didn't know what had happened with her father at the field hospital or whatever. I don't know. But we get this shocking revelation that I just do not care about, right? But Luke had no talisman like those lichens had. He'd been checked and rechecked. It would have been found, unless the talisman had not been coated in lumithium, which would make it undetectable. Morrow had captured Luke but hadn't killed him, and they'd thought it was only because they'd arrived in time, but maybe it had been too late after all. So Helena has this big revelation that she thinks Luke is undying and he must have a talisman inside him, and that it's coated in nullium or something, so that's why it's hiding from them, and that he's actually under control of someone in the undying. That's what she's thinking now. That's what she thinks these brain fevers are. So she goes running to the war room looking for Crowther to tell him, but oh my god, he's disappeared. Last night apparently. What could have happened to him? Is he dead? Who knows? So Helena sneaks a look at this top secret map that's just laying out on the table for anyone to see. And she's like, oh, that's where Luke's battalion is. They're not very good at keeping secrets, are they? And she grabs some weapons. She tells Shisio to run away to an off-site lab for safety. Wherever this is, I don't know. And then she just heads out to this top secret location that she knows from looking at this top secret map that was just out in the open. And Helena finds Luke's battalion, but not Luke. And so it's during this time where she's like, where's Luke? And she's looking around for him, that she hears someone shout, they've taken headquarters. The lorry driver stumbled in, gasping for air, his head bleeding. The Undying have taken headquarters. I think this means the Institute, not sure. No one spoke for a moment as shock rippled through the room. In all these years, headquarters had never been touched. There were so many protective measures in place, it was the most secure place in the entire city. So that's just happened out of nowhere and off page with no sign it was coming. Okay then. The Undying would have needed extensive information about their security protocols to infiltrate, a spy with high-level security clearance to get in, and intimate knowledge to create necrothralls with the right instructions. How could it have happened? With no word, no distress signal. But they got in before, and they got people to kill Wagner, so clearly this stuff can happen, right? I don't know. Anyway, okay, here were my thoughts at this point. This was my theory in the original script. Crowther has been Farron's dad for this whole time and has actually been feeding them information, or Luke has been feeding them information because he's not really Luke, or I still don't trust Elaine. I want her to be an evil spy just so she can be interesting. That was my theory. None of them were correct. Well, actually, no. The Luke one was correct, but that's not how they got the secret information. I know. Luke appears. He's mad at Helena for being there, but she lies and says she needs to talk to him about Lila. And you know what I realised at this point, which was horrific? Since Luke is under the control of someone, we don't know who yet, but we will find out, someone on the Undying side right now, then he would have been under their control when he slept with Lila and got her pregnant, which means Lila was raped too, because she wasn't actually having sex with Luke, she was having sex with someone controlling Luke's body. So Lila was raped, Helena was raped, that woman from the beginning was selling her eyes so she wouldn't keep being raped. Most women in this book are raped and have pregnancy forced upon them via rape. This is horrific. Anyway, Sebastian also turns up and he's injured, so Helena starts healing him, and Luke's here at this point, and then she starts talking about the baby, and then Sebastian's like, wait, what baby? And in that moment she knew this was not Luke. Still don't know how she knew at that moment, but she just did. Okay, for plot's sake, she knows. So, right, okay. It's like, blah, 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 this is not the person she knew. Now she's the mother of your child, and instead of getting her to safety, you've kept her in isolation for months. And right this minute, you have every reason to think she's been captured, that she'd be one of the first people they'd kill. But instead of running to her, you're here with me. Luke would never do that. So apparently that's how she knows. Okay. Helena asked, who are you? It was like watching a curtain being pulled back. One moment, the expression and characteristics are still there, then Luke sighed and seemed to vanish beneath his own skin. And you know what? I have to give credit where it's due. I liked this reveal. I thought this was a really cool thing to do. This whole like, ooh, Luke's been secretly evil for like the last 100 pages thing. Cool. I feel like the execution wasn't great, but I like the concept of it. I like that she included this at all. I think that's kind of cool. Again, I give credit where it's due. Sadly, the reveal of who exactly he is and who's controlling him is less interesting, less satisfying, and more confusing. So Helena's hand slipped to her back. Who are you? She asked again. I've gone by so many names I don't even remember them all, said the person in Luke's body. Once, long ago, my brother called me Cetus. Helena's eyes widened. Cetus? She said. He inclined his head, but she shook hers. That would make him older than Palladia, older than the Holdfasts, older than the First Necromancy War. No one could live that long. Cetus was an invention, centuries of alchemists pseudonymously writing under one name, not a person. I find that word really hard to say. And I was like, okay, this would be more interesting if we knew more about this Cetus person and like we'd been introduced to him properly and we cared about him or feared him. And it turns out Cetus was mentioned in this book, but just twice before and in completely unforgettable ways. So 650 plus pages ago, way back in chapter 8, this is all we got. The mythical Cetus, often called the first northern alchemist, was credited with hundreds, even thousands of the earliest alchemical writings, which spanned centuries. Scholars had speculated that Cetus was the name of a school or an alchemical sect. The mystery was later revealed to be a consequence of superstition. Early alchemists were forced to write pseudonymously, like under pseudonyms. Still hard to say, initially to avoid persecution, while later novice alchemists used the names of more famous alchemists in their attempt to legitimize their theories and discoveries. As a result, Cetus had written almost all surviving alchemy texts. While the works of Cetus were considered historically seminal, they were highly inaccurate, and it was doubted that any alchemist by the name had ever even existed. But with no one else to credit, almost all early alchemical theories and discoveries prior to Palladia's founding remained attributed to him. That was the first mention of him, and the only one for the first, 600 pages of the book. And then about 50 pages ago, when Helena was sick and recovering at Theron's house, she read a book attributed to Cetus that simply said, because Cetus had written thousands of alchemical texts and letters dated across centuries, excerpts were often assembled into various collections by scholars based on which parts of his work and history they happened to consider legitimate. Depending on the Florilegian's edition, Cetus was born in 10 different countries. 10 different countries. Sometimes he was king, other times a priest. Some letters even claimed he'd worked with Orion himself. And that's it. That's all we've got. So this massive, big reveal that this book's been leading up to for 800 pages or whatever, he's got two mentions. One at page 150 and one at page 750 or something. And we're just told, oh, there's this thing, there's an author, people don't think he's real, we move on. So why is this meant to be a big, shocking, interesting reveal to be oh, Luke's actually been Cetus for the last however many weeks? Or months, or I don't know. There's no good setup, and therefore it's not a good payoff. I like the reveal of Luke being someone else, but who it is just very underwhelming. I just find myself struggling to care, you know? At this point, Helena goes back to being stupid and says, I checked, Luke, Helena said, trying to keep her voice steady. There was no talisman. How is this possible? You already know how it's possible. You said how it was possible 10 pages ago. 10 pages ago, it literally said, unless the talisman had not been coated in lumithium, which would make it undetectable. You already know. And now she's but how is this I can't. It's the author writes something and then forgets that they wrote it. And then I can't. I would like to pull my hair out right now. I can't. Luke/Cetus doesn't answer her though. He just monologues about his origin. And I'll read it to you because at least it's more interesting than anything else we've had in this book so far. And I'm gonna kind of read select segments of this that just give you an idea. It's a little bit long, but I guess it's useful and it's vaguely interesting, at least, unlike the rest of this book. So Luke/Cetus says, my brother and I were born intertwined. We entered the world as one when we slid from our mother's womb. We'd sucked her dry from within, and the fires of her pyre licked across our skin, branding us from birth. Cursed children, they called us, when they called us anything at all. Our shared blood had endured for centuries, and now we're one again, as we always should have been. He gestured down at himself. You're related to Luke? Helena said in disbelief. The smile split Luke's face again. You should have seen Orion. He had such a way about him. People worshipped the ground he walked on. He could charm with a look. So basically, Orion and Cetus were like twin brothers that killed their mother because it was so magical. And Luke is Orion's ancestor. So now Cetus, who's still been living, has like put himself in Luke's body. And so it's like they're reunited again. The twins are reunited, but something like that. Okay. So in regards to Orion, he found us sponsors, lodgings, funds so I could do the great works, and he could find audiences to adore him. He would do anything for adoration. I taught him the tricks to do it. Gold and fire, and he thought that should be enough for us. We could buy ourselves a kingdom. Cetus looked scornful, but I had greater aspirations. Kings and kingdoms rise and fall. We were made for eternity, my brother and I. We were gods. I liked my brother's natural charm, but I'm a fair actor. Orion drew so much attention, most overlooked me, so I pretended to be Orion, coaxed just a few of his followers into cooperation. I needed trust, the kind that he earned so easily. It was necessary for my work, and he had always benefited most. But when Orion learned what I'd done, the source of his new power, he called me a monster and left me. I knew he'd come back once I discovered the true secrets of immortality, when he realised that humans were mere puppets and saw what I could offer. He would beg for me to take him back. You were the necromancers, Helena said, realising. The one who built the cult in Rivertide. And after you made that stone, you called Orion here, but when he saw what you'd done, he tried to kill you. Rage flashed across Cetus's face. His mind was poisoned by those paladins of his. If he'd come alone, he would have seen reason. Why did you come back now? Helena asked. You disappeared for half a millennium. That's a long time. The whole fast don't want anything from you. Why are you helping Morrow? And this is where things get really confusing for me, okay? Luke laughed. It was the timber and note she'd heard 1,000 times over the years, but the malice and mockery in it were all new. I am Morrow. So Cetus is Luke, and Cetus is Morrow, and Morrow is Cetus, and Cetus is the brother of Orion, and Luke is the ancestor of Orion, and Luke is now Cetus, and Morrow is Cetus. I don't get it either. He says he's not Morrow exactly. A piece of him, I should say. When young Luke so boldly surrendered himself, I was curious how alike we were. I've lived for so long now, and he was so fresh. I bound a piece of my soul to my bone and placed it inside him. I'd hoped he would accept me, hoped that we could be one as my brother and I should have been. But he's as self-righteous as Orion. It's fortunate that Healer Boyle is so eager to please, she keeps him sedated for me. Luke's still alive then? Helena's voice shook. Of course, this is his body after all. Morrow or Cetus or whoever he was gestured downwards. I'm just a shadow in the back of his mind, or I would have been if he hadn't gone so mad trying to tear me out that they drugged him to a stupor. Gave me free rein. You're puppeting him like a necro thrall. Is that how you infiltrated headquarters? So, Cetus is Morrow, and Morrow's cut off like a bit of himself and put it in Luke, which is like the Cetus bit, I think. I don't know. But from what I can tell, Morrow doesn't know what Cetus Luke is doing, and Cetus Luke doesn't know what Morrow's doing. They're like separate, but they're the same, and they're joined, but they're not. I don't understand it. I don't know. I don't know who knows what. It's very confusing, and it's never really explained properly. And his motivation for all this was, you're harvesting Orion's descendants for parts, and it dawned on her slowly. That's why Lila's pregnant. You're making yourself another descendant. That's why you wouldn't let her go to Novus, which is like another country, because you'll need that baby next. And I was like, well, that's disgusting. So in this book, we've had 2 rapes and forced pregnancies so far, Lila and Helena, and both want the babies just to use them for like parts for Morrow and Cetus, or like their magic or whatever. I still don't really understand what they need to use the babies for. This bit doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't really understand what their plan is with the babies. Are they trying to harvest like body parts from the babies? Or are they like putting talismans in the babies while they're still babies and then protecting them until they're grown up and then it's like a part of him in the baby? Or like if Morrow needs a new body because his is falling apart, right, which we know, is he putting a talisman in the baby or like putting himself in the baby and then like hoping that people protect baby him until he grows up? I don't know. I don't understand. We just know he needs the babies for something, but it's never really explained how this plan would actually work and what he'd actually do with the babies. I don't understand. None of it's explained. Meanwhile, throughout this whole conversation, Sebastian's just been stood there like, huh? Just like set dressing, really, isn't he? And then he finally gets to do something, because now he's finished his monologue. Luke/Cetus just attacks Sebastian. Sebastian then dies, and then Luke/Cetus turns on Helena, but she manages to stab him in the wrist with an obsidian knife, and then she uses her magic to paralyze him. And I thought, right, if you stab someone with obsidian, that just like immediately gets like stops any talismans in them working, right? It stops anyone controlling them. So surely that would just kill Cetus straight up. But no, apparently he's not dead yet, because she roots through his mind and finds a parasite had grown through his consciousness and fed on every glimmer of the person who should be there. Cetus had cannibalized Luke, wearing him like a suit. You know what, that's gross, but I kind of love that. I will say, this is horrifying, and it's one of the few things I'm enjoying about the book. This idea of like someone cannibalizing someone's mind and using them as a puppet, that's great, that's creepy, we love it, that's great. But she begs Luke to come back, and then Cetus mocks her and reveals that Luke is a secret animancer. I'm like, sorry, but how many secret rare magicians are there in this world? We're told straight up, vivimancy and animancy is so damn rare, and you know, people are like ostracized for it because it's not normal. But then like every main character in this book is a animancer or vivimancer, so it seems like it's not actually that rare, is it? I don't know. Anyway, it's not interesting or surprising at this point. Helena somehow lets the paralysis drop because she's an idiot, I guess, and then Cetus uses Luke's body to attack Helena, and out of instinct she stabs him with her obsidian blade in the right armpit, and apparently this still hasn't killed Cetus or whatever's inside him, so God knows how it was working before. Like, she managed to like nick someone before and they drop dead, but this time when they need to like drag it out, it doesn't work? I don't know. So first she tries to like heal Luke's body, but then Cetus as Luke tries to strangle her, and then Luke takes back control of his body somehow. Maybe because of the obsidian, maybe that's finally kicked in, I don't know. It's never really explained. And then she's like, great, Luke is back, but he's still dying. And then he goes, I died months ago, hell. His breathing forced. And Luke tells her to run and make sure Lila gets away to safety because she has a new holdfast to protect now. Does he not care that she was raped? No? Okay. Like, just saying, if I loved someone and I had a partner, I would be very upset if an evil mythical creature used my body to rape and impregnate them, you know? I'd be upset by that. I wouldn't just be like, yay, I'm having a baby. Yeah, let's not. What happens next? What does happen next? Luke tells Helena to use necromancy on Sebastian so that him and Luke can leave together. So he's like, hey, puppet my uncle to get out of here so everyone sees us leave alive and I can pretend someone else killed him later. And she's like, yeah, sure, I'll do that. And then they all just leave and walk out together with Helena puppeting dead uncle. Luke makes Helena promise to never tell Lila about the whole being raped by someone possessing his body thing, because I guess he just doesn't care. I don't know. Okay. I guess she shouldn't have a choice about what happens to her body. I don't know. Anyway, Luke just dies. So Helena's like, okay, I'll stop puppeting Sebastian now and just leave his dead body with him. You know what? The whole thing happens so fast. It's quite a boring ending to what was briefly the only interesting story in this book. Okay, they're dead now. Fine. So her plan is to go rescue Lila. And she's like, I'll grab some necrothralls along the way to escort me there. So, because she's like, I'll use necromancy on them to control them or something. And she's like, they can escort me into the headquarters under the pretense of being their prisoner. But before she can do that, someone grabs her head and she passes out. Drink. I don't currently have a drink right now, but if I did, I'd be drinking with you guys, right? She wakes up and the person who knocked her out was Ferren. Of course he is. And Kane's fingers slipped away from the back of her head. His expression was calm, but his eyes were furious. The war is over, he said. The Undying have taken the city, including your headquarters. The remaining resistance factions are cornered. If they don't surrender, they'll be buried in rubble by the day's end. So she's like, wait, I have stuff to tell you. Let me give you the gossip. And she tells him about the whole Cetus, Luke thing, whatever. And Ferren says, this whole war was just two brothers fighting over who gets to play God? Kane gave a disbelieving bitter laugh. You think you're picking a side, and you're just on the opposite end of the same effing coin. Mate, this is what I've been saying since day one. It's not a revelation, you know? Both sides are stupid and evil. It's all just pointless and boring. But you'd think, like, he's second in command, right? You'd think he knew this stuff. Like, what was he fighting for? What? How is he fighting in this war and murdering so many people when he doesn't know what he's doing it for? That's just stupid on his part, right? Right? It is. Okay. So Farron says once again he's sending Helena away, and that, well, he says, I don't want you here. It'll be easy for me to work if Morrow assumes a complete victory. What work he thinks he'll do at this point, I don't even know, but okay, I guess, fine. And Helena says, I'll only go if Lila's with me. Kane rocked back. No chance. If she goes missing, they'll hunt her across the continent. She's not worth it. Helena stood. I'm not asking. I have to take her. If she's not with me, I won't leave. I promised Luke I'd take care. It's always about Luke, isn't it, and what Luke wants with her. I promised Luke I'd take care of her. She's been under quarantine at the top of the Alchemy Tower. They might not have found her yet. The sooner we go, the better our chances are of getting her without being noticed. We can find a body, and I'll use Vivimancy, disguise it so it looks like her. No one will know she's gone. Apparently this is a thing she can do now, okay. But it turns out they can't do this because Helena hasn't just been unconscious minutes or hours. Turns out she's been unconscious for like at least a day, if not more. Farron just like knocked her out for like the longest time. Ridiculous. But at this point, Helena's still like, if you save Lila, I'll do anything you want. And you know what, he does agree, he does, but only if she stays locked up while he's out looking for Lila. She was about to ignore Kane's orders and go looking for him anyway when the door abruptly swung open and Kane walked in, Lila hanging limp in his arms. Her prosthetic was gone, you know, the fake leg, and there were metal bands locked around both her wrists. So clearly these are the magic suppressing bracelets that Helena helped design, which had been now used against Lila, will be used against Helena later. Cool. Farron says he found her at Bennett's lab, and then he says, he stared at the floor a moment before finally meeting her eyes. I blew my cover getting the Bayard girl for you. When the next security shift begins tomorrow, the lab will be found and the records will show that I was the only one who left alive. So obviously she's thinking, oh my god, his cover's blown, he's gonna be killed now. And so is he, to be honest, he absolutely is. So he tells her that her and Lila have to leave together immediately. Helena has a panic attack, and you guessed it, she passes out. Drink. When she finally wakes up again, God knows how long it's been this time, she struggled to focus. The pain in her arm was likely some kind of injected sedative. Kane had drugged her. I know. But there was also a mineral salt aftertaste on her tongue that she recognised as her tablets. He'd used them to erase the panic surge of adrenaline and to set her heart at a slow, steady rhythm. He'd made her calm and malleable. Like, let's maybe not drug people, right? Let's, call me crazy, call me controversial, maybe this is too feminist of me, but I feel like maybe we shouldn't be drugging people we're in relationships with, yeah? Is that too much to ask? If you die, who's gonna stop Morrow? Her voice was done. His expression turned cold. He can have Palladia for all I care. It's changing his mind again, okay. If the Eternal Flame wanted to win, they should have made better choices. Brutal. They all knew the risks, but that was never enough incentive for them. They refused to pay the price that victory demands, and I'm sick of watching you try to pay it for them. I'm still so confused by Farron's motivations here, and his goal. Like, what does he want? What does he want? They keep changing. It makes absolutely zero sense. The whole way through, he's like, I need to get revenge on Morrow for my mum, so I'm going to take him down. And then it's like, no, I'm going to do anything to keep Helena alive. And then it's like, I want to keep Helena alive, but I still want revenge for my mum, so I'm going to take him down and try and get her to survive. And now suddenly it's like, oh, I don't care about revenge anymore. He can take over the world and kill millions of people and do all this harm, and I'm absolutely fine with that because I'm going to die anyway, so whatever. Farron makes no sense. Okay. Helena tells Farron that she needs to speak to Shissio before she leaves, and says, Kane stared at the map and list, his eyes narrowing. Who is he exactly? Great question, we're all asking that. An Easterner, he helps here and there. Can you be more vague? And you trust him? More than I can trust you, she said. Brutal but true. And we can't trust him at all. But no, also, I am confused because while I don't trust Farron because he's an abusive piece of crap, she seemed to trust him not long ago, and now she's like, I can't trust you, and I don't understand it. Again, I don't get her loyalties, I don't get what I don't know. Okay, anyway, Farron leaves, she's still locked up, Shissio comes back with Farron, and Helena wants to talk to him privately, so she gets Farron to use his big flying wolf monster to take Lila away first and hide her from everyone, and while they're gone, it's just her and Shissio alone and a bunch of supplies that she's asked him to bring. He seems unconcerned and says, what are you doing? And she paused, I'm building a bomb, I need to blow up a laboratory. She nodded. The Westport lab. Do you remember Vanya Getlich, the woman with nullium in her blood? That was Westport's doing. If I burn it down, they won't realize that Kane rescued Lila. If they think she died in a fire, they won't look for her, and she swallowed hard, it'll be a quicker death for everyone inside than what will happen to them otherwise. So she's basically trying to cover Ferren's tracks and save him, while also covering up the fact that Lila escaped. Cool, makes sense.
Okay, editing me here. Also, what doesn't make sense is that she's like, oh, it'll be a quicker death for them than otherwise, blah, blah. But there's no one currently alive in there. Everyone in there is currently dead because Kane killed them all, so I don't understand. It makes no sense. It's like the author forgets what she's written and then just writes more. No, I don't know. I'm so tired.
I really thought that the lab was going to be like a bigger part of this book because it was like mentioned in the first part and her blowing up was meant to be this big thing, and I thought we were going to like see the lab, maybe trapped in the lab, see some horrible experimentation in the... We never see the lab. Like, we're told about it from a distance at a couple of points here and there, but it's never like a character in the book like I thought it was going to be, and I feel like it's a big missed potential there, you know? So he helps make this bomb, and then she starts to leave to go plant the bomb, but not before Shishio reveals who he really is. Shocking, I know. Apparently, he is the brother of the emperor of whatever country he's from. Okay, why do I care? I don't care about him as a character. I don't even remember what country he's from, and we're not told we have to care about this country, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know who this emperor is. Is him being a brother significant? I don't know. Okay. Yeah. This felt neither shocking nor important to me, but I was like, okay, fine, whatever, it's a thing. He offers to plant the bombs for Helena, but she says it has to be her, and then she runs off. On the way, she bumps into Ivy, the healer, Sophia's sister, who it's revealed is the real traitor who's been feeding information back to the Undying, and basically she's the reason that headquarters got taken, right? Basically, they kidnapped her sister Sophia, so she's like, cool, I'll do whatever to get her back. Except they didn't kidnap her, did they? Because she was dead. They just took her dead body. Okay, fine, whatever. So she fed them a bunch of info, and now... Oh, she also killed Crowther. That's fun. And she's transporting his body to them, presumably via necromancy because he's walking around. Okay. And Helena's like, Ivy, your sister's dead. No, Ivy shook her head. She's alive. I've seen her. She knows me when I visit her. He'll give her back to me when I bring him Crowther. How could you, was all Helena could say. All those people. They would have died anyway, Ivy said with a callous toss of her head. This way it was quick. I made sure the plan had them all die quick. Well, that's all right then. She shook her head. I'm not a traitor. They were gonna die no matter what. That's wild. Okay, right, well. And then they just walk away and the scene ends. So basically, like, the Undying took Sophia's body and reanimated her. And they were like, Ivy, if you want your sister back, look, she's still really alive. You'll have to do this. So Ivy's like, cool, I'll do whatever. And then when she does get her sister back, she realizes she's actually dead. So it's all for nothing. Cool, right, okay. God, we're so close to being done, I promise. We are. Helena finally gets to the lab. She uses zombies and necromancy to plant the bombs. The lab explodes. Done. All in the span of a page and a half. Again, I thought this was going to be a bigger thing. I thought this was going to be more exciting. It wasn't. It's just, okay, cool, done. She tries to run away, she fights her way out a lot, and then she comes face to face with the reanimated bodies of her dead allies. And that's kind of sad. Yeah, that is. There's also an old prisoner of Crowther's who I think she healed at some point, and we find out that this is Lancaster, and I just at this point in the script realised who he was. So he's the guy who tried to rape her in part 1 in the future, and he is... I think he's undying. Is he undying? I don't know if he's undying, but he was a prisoner of Crowther's and she helped torture him, and then he got free and now he's here. And look at that, you were right, Lancaster said to Althorn. There is someone out here. Take her, rasped the Lich. Althorn's eyes squinted through the smoke towards her. She may know who attacked the laboratory. Or, you know, she is the one who attacked the laboratory. Laboratory. How do I say that? I've said it so much now, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I'm going to say lab from now on. Anyway, point is, everyone in this book is stupid. She does some sword fighting, cool, okay. It's nice to actually see her do stuff in this part of the book, because she was so passive for the first, 2/3 of it, you know? Especially in part 1, she did nothing. Absolutely nothing. In one part of the fight, she catches Althorn's wrist with an obsidian dagger, and she forced her head up, gasping as she watched the reanimation unspool from Althorn's corpse, like an infection moving up his arm. And again, I'm confused. Why is this happening so instantly with him, but it didn't happen when she stabbed Luke with the obsidian dagger twice? If Luke was different in some way than these guys, why weren't we told? I don't understand what Luke was and why. I don't know. I don't understand. Because clearly Cetus and him did die at some point, but how and why? Was it the obsidian? Was it a delayed reaction to the obsidian? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, she fights Lancaster some more. No, I'm lying. Right, no. She fights Althorn some more. And he's weak now, but he's not dead yet. And she realizes that the body in this person is Farron's father because he's wearing some sort of family necklace. And she tried to grip the dagger, but her left arm was numb. Was it better to kill him or to give the talisman to Cain and let him choose what to do? No, she had to do this. Cain shouldn't have to kill his own father. But before she can kill him completely, she gets hit round the head. They attack her some more. And then, you guessed it, she passes out. Of course she does. When she wakes again, she's locked up with Matron Pace, who's looking after her a little bit, I guess, and she's at the old Eternal Flame headquarters, but she's locked in a cage. She then has to watch the scene described in the beginning, where Rhea is strung up while a reanimated Titus, her husband, remember, tortures and eats her while she's still alive. There's also other human body parts strung up all over the place. It's grim as hell, and honestly, it's unnecessary. It is. Again, it's shock and gore for the sake of shock and gore, not because it actually adds to the story. We hate this. At this point, Helena has been stripped of everything except Farron's ring, which she's kept magically hidden. Oh, and at this point, she's got a magic suppression bracelet on one wrist, but not the other because it's too swollen for that. And then a reanimated Luke shows up. So at this point, I was like, I don't know what the whole point of him, like, reclaiming his body back earlier was, but okay. And why did she just leave his body out in the open to be taken again? Surely she knew this would happen. Couldn't she have at least, like, burnt his body so the opposition wouldn't use it? I don't know. Anyway, this is stupid. Reanimated Luke shows up. Morrow shows up. Helena had never seen Morrow. There have been stories of his appearance at a few early battles, but he'd let the Undying fight his war. So this was Cetus, the first Northern Alchemist. I'm so confused now how Cetus can have been both Morrow and possess Luke at the same time. That's never really explained, but okay, fine. Still so confused about that. So reanimated Luke is there. Morrow uses his corpse to stage a public execution to prove he's won the war. And then all the prisoners are sorted through, and Helena is put in a kill cage until Mandel arrives and takes her out because she recognizes her, and she's like, you tortured me for months, I'm mad at you. And she says she wants to take Helena for Bennett, the scientist who we've literally never met, but apparently she works with. You know, we keep hearing about him off page, to experiment on her. But then she learns Bennett's dead because Helena blew up the lab, but she doesn't know it was Helena who blew up the lab, I don't know. But instead of just being sad, we get this. Mandel stood stunned. But then what about the stasis warehouse? Will it be decommissioned? Before the guard could reply, she answered herself. Of course not. The Undying will still need pristine bodies in reserve, even without Bennett. She looked down at Helena again, who tried not to look as if she was listening. Well, if he's gone, that means I'm responsible for the selection process. She leaned forward and grabbed Helena by the back of the arm. I think I'll have you as my first pick. Great, cool, okay. Mandel takes a little bit of time to magically torture Helena, just like Helena did to her. But I guess we're supposed to feel sad this time because reasons, I guess, okay. She tries to take Helena, but then some other randomers stop her and say that Helena has to go and be interrogated. Like, no one in the Undying talks to each other. They're so terrible at communication. You've got one prisoner, and one person's like, no, I'm taking her to be, like, tortured and experimented on. They're like, no, we need to take her to a different interrogation. And then another person's like, no, we just need to kill her. No one's talking to anyone else. No wonder it's taken them this long to win the war. They're useless. No one communicates. Anyway, at this point, upon hearing she's going to be interrogated, Helena panics because she's worried that Farron will be found out if anyone roots through her mind and her memories. So she decides, but it's okay, right? It should be okay, because remember, Farron spent all those months teaching Helena how to withstand interrogation, how to close off her mind, how to hide things from people. He taught her all that, so she shouldn't be worried. It was a massive point of the books. I'll teach you how to hide from interrogations. No, apparently not. Says she would redirect her thoughts, transmute her memories until her mind stopped running to him. She couldn't confess to something she didn't remember. She pressed her hands against her temples, wincing as she moved her right hand. She still had her resonance, though it wasn't as powerful, but she didn't need power. She needed precision and patience. She closed her eyes, using the feeble strain of resonance on her own consciousness. After spending so much time navigating the minds of others, it was easy to manipulate her own mind. No reaction, no resistance. The last 2 years of her life she pushed down beneath the surface as if to drown them. There was no other way. Cain was almost everything now. So I really thought the whole reveal of her suppressing her memories was going to be something way more bigger and interesting and for a better reason, right? I thought it would have been this process that took her months, maybe her memory disappearing slowly, but no, it's just this. It's like she's just like, oh, don't want them to find out about Cain. Done. Like, and it doesn't even matter because she isn't actually interrogated at any point. There's no interrogation. She's just not even taken for interrogation. She's taken straight to the stasis tanks by Mandel, and Mandel paralyzes Helena but doesn't knock her out. First time in this book, Helena hasn't been unconscious. Drink for that. And then Mandel marks her with the wrong prisoner number and shuts her away. And in the tank, Helena tries more to direct her magic inwards to wipe her memory, and that's where this part of the book ends, and we get part 1 of the book starting, and we get the Helena being repeatedly tortured and raped for months section. So again, this is really right. I'm going to read you my bits of the script here because I had issues here. Okay. I said, I have some issues with this ending and reveal because one of the very first things we learn in this book was Helena realizing, as long as I wear these bracelets, I'm not an alchemist. As in, she can't do magic. She can't do any magic as long as she's wearing these bracelets. But clearly she can still do magic while she's wearing them, so that was a straight up lie. She is literally using magic here. The cuffs are later changed out for ones which cut through her wrists, which stop her using magic internally too, but still we're told, in these cuffs I can't use magic. Oh, so who wiped my memory? But then it's like, no, I'm still using magic while wearing them, and I wiped my memory. So you just lied to the audience to hide something, and it's really damn annoying. Okay. Also, could they have not just figured out who wiped her memories in the first part of the book by simply asking, what's the last thing you remember? And she'd be like, day-to-day life in the hospital and then being in the tank. So clearly if she remembers being in the tank, it must mean she must have been in the tank when her memory was wiped, right? If she doesn't remember who put her in the tank, then surely the memory wipe happened in the tank, and therefore you know she did it to herself. And we didn't need 820 pages to figure this out. So annoying. But then again, she didn't wipe everything from her memory. She still clearly remembered a few bits, like the capture, the killing, the stage killing of Luke, what's his name eating his wife. Like, why didn't she wipe that from her brain? That doesn't make sense. Okay. Like, she wiped her day-to-day life working in the hospital, but not, like, the ridiculously traumatic memory of, like, your friend's family eating each other. Okay, fine. Yeah, and my big thing with this is, if she was taught to hide memories and not give stuff away in interrogation, why did she just need to wipe her memories at all? It doesn't make any sense. So stupid. Okay, anyway. Next up we have part 3, which is thankfully the shortest part of this book, and this takes place after part 1 when Helena is pregnant with her rape baby, and we're going to cover that in the next video. There are some questions that I still have based on things we learned in part 1. I wrote these obviously before I read and reviewed part 3, but these were my thoughts at this point. Why did Farron just choose to keep murdering people as the High Reeve? Even if he thought Helena was dead all those 14 months, surely that makes him pretty redeemable, right? Why can Farron use his magic without touching people? What caused him to develop that skill? At first I thought it was going to be something to do with the stone inside him, but then surely he'd have found that out before now since he's already had it inside him for like a year, and we'd have like seen him discovering that process, right? But no, it's just, he doesn't have it in this part, and then he has it in part 1, and it's never actually explained how he got there. I thought we were going to get an explanation for it in part 3, but we don't. So, okay. Another question was, why was Grace introduced as someone from the hospital and Helena's past in part 1 when we never show her and she's never brought up in part 2? We never saw her in the hospital. Why was she there? Okay, what's the point? Here was another question. In part 1, like 30 pages into this book, they said that Elaine Boyle managed to cure Titus Bayard's traumatic brain injury, but we know from reading this part of the book that that's what Helena thought she could do, but wasn't allowed to do, and Titus's brain injury was never actually cured because Titus was killed and reanimated to eat his wife. So why did they establish so early on that she was cured by Elaine? It makes no sense. Although this was a story told by Shisio tomorrow, so maybe he was trying to purposely be misleading and lead them away from Helena if he's a good guy. But why say anything at all? I don't know, it still makes no sense. Other unanswered questions include, why is Shisio working for the bad guys now? I assume it's because he's that emperor's brother, so he used his position to get a job so they wouldn't kill him. I said, I'm sure they'll give us some nonsense about how he's working undercover or something like that, but if he was, why would he go ahead with putting the stronger manacles on Helena in part 1? Wouldn't he have just given her a fake pair or something? Also, what was that bit in part 1 about Morrow being shocked that the Eternal Flame had learnt how to make living subjects survive soul transference? Since when? What does that even mean? Even the treatment Helena proposed for Titus wouldn't do that. I don't think it was like soul transference. Like, if Titus had been treated, it wouldn't do this. I just feel like I have more questions than ever. What does any of this mean? I don't know. Okay, right. I feel like I'm going a bit crazy. I am going a bit crazy. This was a long video. This was so long. This has taken me like a month to film in parts. This has been absolutely insane. My throat is killing me. I filmed for 3 hours today. I still have other videos I want to try and film today if I can. But for now, I'm going to leave this video here. Let me know your thoughts. Let me know if you're just as confused as me so far. Yeah, leave me a comment down below. Tell me what you're thinking. Please stick around for part 3 if you would like. Bits of admin and self-promotion, because I always forget to do this stuff. If you like this video, it'll be wonderful if you want to leave a like and subscribe if you want to see more content from me. YouTube is really not pushing long-form content at the minute, and for most of us long-form creators, views are down by a hell of a lot. So anything you guys can do in terms of like sharing the video online really, really helps. Anything to increase engagement really helps as well. And just you being here and watching this far and sticking to the end, just know that I'm so grateful for you guys for sticking around. And because I know a lot of people prefer shorts these days, they have short attention spans, but I know a lot of you guys who watch my videos, you do things like you put my videos on in the background while you're cleaning, while you're cooking, while you're doing crafts, while you're doing gardening, and I love that I'm like able to keep you company while you're doing that stuff. And I'm really, really grateful for you all for sticking around and still watching my content and being here and choosing to spend your time with me like this. It means a hell of a lot. So I just want to say a massive, massive thank you to you guys. In exciting news, I have some new merch available. I've got these really cute just winging it designs that I've made myself from like a bird photo that I took actually here when I was here last month of a starling in my sister's garden. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to have some more bird designs coming too. I've got a really cool new design I'm doing with, it's one of my older paintings, but one of my favourite ones of a cute little cartoon flamingo that I did. And I don't know if you guys know, but I'm a big fan of kind of like ugly dad shirts, as I call them, and like Hawaiian shirts and things like that. And I love a bright, silly coloured shirt. Like I've got my yellow one with the little koalas all over it. I've got these flower print ones. I've got all sorts. And I was like, I kind of want one of these with my flamingo on. So I'm making a really cute all over flamingo print shirt that you'll be able to get in my merch store. And I'm really, really excited to share that with you. I can't wait to get my own one of it. It's going to be so damn cool. But if you like ridiculous bright clothing like me, then you can check that out in my merch store as well. Otherwise, go follow me on Instagram if you want to keep up with my life and my adventures and all the cool photography projects I have going on at the minute. And yeah, that's pretty much me done for today. If you like my videos but you want to listen on the go and you don't have like YouTube Premium or you want less ads or things like that, then my videos are also available on Spotify and I believe like Apple Music Podcasts, whatever it is, something over there. So you can go follow me over there, go listen over there. But anyway, I'm rambling, I'm talking too much. My point is, thank you for sticking around, thank you for being here. I've got a Frida McFadden book review coming up that I'm very excited to share with you guys. It's one that, oh my god, I felt like I was going crazy when I was reading it. I hated it, and then I was like, actually, this is kind of unhinged, and I sort of love how ridiculous this is. And it's like, if you take it completely unseriously, it's quite entertaining, but not in the way that Frida wanted you to enjoy it. So, oh my god, I had like a massive anxiety thing going on reading the first half of the book, because it reminded me far too much of some stuff going on in my personal life. And then the second half, I was like, thank God, this is just ridiculous. I can relax a bit more and just laugh at this. So I'm excited to share that review with you. I'm hopefully going to try and film that one tonight. And then I'm going to have part 3 of this out for you very soon as well. But yeah. Oh, and I have a new video that I'm working on in response to a TikTok Christian influencer who is giving some terrible advice to people and being very judgy, and in my mind she's kind of like the new modern day short form version of Girl Defined and Morgan from Paul and Morgan merged into one, and it's a little bit worrying. So I'm going to be talking about some of her content soon. And that's all going to be coming up hopefully in the next month or so. I've got a lot of big projects on at the minute, and I'm going to be away a lot soon. It's my friend's wedding coming up, and there's all sorts of things going on in my life. And yeah, it's all exciting. But for now, thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to this long ramble. Appreciate you guys. If you do ever like stick around to the end of my videos, like it'd be great if you just want to like let me know in the comments and just tell me you're still here. That's lovely. But for now, thank you, and I'll see you again soon. Also, sorry for my voice. It's slowly getting better, but still croaky. Anyway, thank you. Bye.